for richer or poor, in sickness and in health. Bro, ang saya maging bachelor. You're happy and definitely you are free. But you know what? When you meet that special someone, you'll know she's the one. Always keep an open mind and open heart, bro. There'll be a lot of adjustments along the way. Mag-share kayo ng lahat ng mga bagay. I mean, bahay, kwarto, banyo, kumot, a lot of things. But you know what? You also share your goals and dreams together. That's what's beautiful. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Kaya while you're young, you need to secure your health and your finances. And not just for yourself, okay? Just like what I have. With a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. With Sun Life as your partner in health, you can be sure you'll be ready for forever. And I'm telling you, it's worth it.
We put your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metrosec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart, and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metrosec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metrosec. Easily open your account today.
PJ, 30 years. Aabot ka ng 30 years sa showbiz. O umpisa pa lang yan. Sa simula ng career mo, maninibago ka pa sa schedule ng taping, sa stress, sa puyat. Pero have faith. Sobra niyang fulfilling. Basta sabak lang. Go lang ng go. Grab every opportunity. Marami kang ma-accomplish. Hindi lang bilang artista at producer, pero bilang anak, kapatid, at oo, bilang tatay. Never stop pursuing your passions, pero take care of yourself. Maraming umaasa sa'yo. Kasi tatanda ka rin. Kahit paulit-ulit na sinasabi sa'yo na, PJ, ba't parang hindi ka tumatanda? Kasi pag hindi mo alagaan yung sarili mo, just like that, isang medical emergency lang, pwedeng mawala lahat yung pinaghirapan mo. Protect your health and finances with a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. Kapag Sun Life ang partner mo in health, tuloy lang. Yung passion mo to do more and to accomplish more in life. Maniwala ka, it's worth it.
What is TGFI Premium? A premium access on e-learning like no other. As a Premium Plus member, our exclusive rewards guarantees stock market index fund, savings with access in online banking, insurance coverage, and access to top-tier educational courses. Get it first class with Premium Plus.
For richer or poor, in sickness and in health. Bro, ang saya maging bachelor. You're happy and definitely you are free. But you know what? When you meet that special someone, you'll know she's the one. Always keep an open mind and open heart, bro. There'll be a lot of adjustments along the way. Mag-share kayo ng lahat ng mga bagay. I mean, bahay, kwarto, banyo, kumot. A lot of things. But you know what? You also share your goals and dreams together. That's what's beautiful. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Kaya while you're young, you need to secure your health and your finances. And not just for yourself, okay? Just like what I have. With a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. With Sun Life as your partner in health, you can be sure you'll be ready for forever. And I'm telling you, it's worth it.
We put your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metrosec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart, and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metrosec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metrosec. Easily open your account today.
BJ, 30 years. Aabot ka ng 30 years sa showbiz. Paumpisa ka pa lang yan. Sa simula ng career mo, maninibago ka pa sa schedule ng taping, sa stress, sa puyat. Pero have faith. Sobra niyang fulfilling. Basta sabak lang. Go lang ng go. Grab every opportunity. Marami kang ma-accomplish. Hindi lang bilang artista at producer, pero bilang anak, kapatid, at oo, bilang tatay. Never stop pursuing your passions, pero take care of yourself. Maraming umaasa sa'yo. Kasi tatanda ka rin. Kahit paulit-ulit na sinasabi sa'yo na, PJ, ba't parang hindi ka tumatanda? Kasi pag hindi mo alagaan yung sarili mo, just like that, isang medical emergency lang, pwedeng mawala lahat yung pinaghirapan mo. Protect your health and finances with a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. Kapag Sun Life ang partner mo in health, tuloy lang. Yung passion mo to do more and to accomplish more in life. Maniwala ka, it's worth it.
What is TGFI Premium? A premium access on e-learning like no other. As a Premium Plus member, our exclusive rewards guarantees stock market index fund, savings with access in online banking, insurance coverage, and access to top-tier educational courses. Get it first class with Premium Plus.
For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Bro, ang saya maging bachelor. You're happy and definitely you are free. But you know what? When you meet that special someone, you'll know she's the one. Always keep an open mind and open heart, bro. There'll be a lot of adjustments along the way. Mag-share kayo ng lahat ng mga bagay. I mean, bahay, kwarto, banyo, kumot. A lot of things. But you know what? You also share your goals and dreams together. That's what's beautiful. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Kaya while you're young, you need to secure your health and your finances. And not just for yourself, okay? Just like what I have. With a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. With Sun Life as your partner in health, you can be sure you'll be ready for forever. And I'm telling you, it's worth it.
We put your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metrosec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart, and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metrosec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metrosec. Easily open your account today.
PJ, 30 years. Aabot ka ng 30 years sa showbiz. Paumpisa pa lang yan. Sa simula ng career mo, maninibago ka pa sa schedule ng taping, sa stress, sa puyat. Pero have faith. Sobra niyang fulfilling. Basta sabak lang. Go lang ng go. Grab every opportunity. Marami kang ma-accomplish. Hindi lang bilang artista at producer, pero bilang anak, kapatid, at oo, bilang tatay. Never stop pursuing your passions, pero take care of yourself. Maraming umaasa sa'yo, kasi tatanda ka rin. Kahit paulit-ulit na sinasabi sa'yo na, PJ, ba't parang hindi ka tumatanda? Kasi pag hindi mo alagaan yung sarili mo, just like that, isang medical emergency lang, pwedeng mawala lahat yung pinaghirapan mo. Protect your health and finances with a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. Kapag Sun Life ang partner mo in health, tuloy lang. Yung passion mo to do more and to accomplish more in life. Maniwala ka, it's worth it.
What is TGFI Premium? A premium access on e-learning like no other. As a Premium Plus member, our exclusive rewards guarantees stock market index fund, savings with access in online banking, insurance coverage, and access to top-tier educational courses. Get it first class with Premium Plus.
For richer or poor, in sickness and in health. Bro, ang saya maging bachelor. You're happy and definitely you are free. But you know what? When you meet that special someone, you'll know she's the one. Always keep an open mind and open heart, bro. There'll be a lot of adjustments along the way. Mag-share kayo ng lahat ng mga bagay. I mean, bahay, kwarto, banyo, kumot, a lot of things. But you know what? You also share your goals and dreams together. That's what's beautiful. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Kaya while you're young, you need to secure your health and your finances. And not just for yourself, okay? Just like what I have. With a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. With Sun Life as your partner in health, you can be sure you'll be ready for forever. And I'm telling you, it's worth it.
We put your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metrosec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart, and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metrosec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metrosec. Easily open your account today.
PJ, 30 years. Aabot ka ng 30 years sa showbiz. Umpisa pa lang yan. Sa simula ng career mo, maninibago ka pa sa schedule ng taping, sa stress, sa puyat. Pero have faith. Sobrang niyang fulfilling. Basta sabak lang. Go lang ng go. Grab every opportunity. Marami kang ma-accomplish. Hindi lang bilang artista at producer, pero bilang anak, kapatid, at oo, bilang tatay. Never stop pursuing your passions, pero take care of yourself. Maraming umaasa sa'yo. Kasi tatanda ka rin. Kahit paulit-ulit na sinasabi sa'yo na, PJ, ba't parang hindi ka tumatanda? Kasi pag hindi mo alagaan yung sarili mo, just like that, isang medical emergency lang, pwedeng mawala lahat yung pinaghirapan mo. Protect your health and finances with a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. Kapag Sun Life ang partner mo in health, tuloy lang. Yung passion mo to do more and to accomplish more in life. Maniwala ka, it's worth it.
What is TGFI Premium? A premium access on e-learning like no other. As a Premium Plus member, our exclusive rewards guarantees stock market index fund, savings with access in online banking, insurance coverage, and access to top-tier educational courses. Get it first class with Premium Plus.
For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Bro, ang saya maging bachelor. You're happy and definitely you are free. But you know what? When you meet that special someone, you'll know she's the one. Always keep an open mind and open heart, bro. There'll be a lot of adjustments along the way. Mag-share kayo ng lahat ng mga bagay. I mean, bahay, kwarto, banyo, kumot. A lot of things. But you know what? You also share your goals and dreams together. That's what's beautiful. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Kaya while you're young, you need to secure your health and your finances. And not just for yourself, okay? Just like what I have. With a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. With Sun Life as your partner in health, you can be sure you'll be ready for forever. And I'm telling you, it's worth it.
We put your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metrosec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart, and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metrosec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metrosec. Easily open your account today.
BJ, 30 years. Aabot ka ng 30 years sa showbiz. Umpisa pa lang yan. Sa simula ng career mo, maninibago ka pa sa schedule ng taping, sa stress, sa puyat. Pero have faith. Sobra niyang fulfilling. Basta sabak lang. Go lang ng go. Grab every opportunity. Marami kang ma-accomplish. Hindi lang bilang artista at producer, pero bilang anak, kapatid, at oo, bilang tatay. Never stop pursuing your passions, pero take care of yourself. Maraming umaasa sa'yo, kasi tatanda ka rin. Kahit paulit-ulit na sinasabi sa'yo na, PJ, ba't parang hindi ka tumatanda? Kasi pag hindi mo alagaan yung sarili mo, just like that, isang medical emergency lang, pwedeng mawala lahat yung pinaghirapan mo. Protect your health and finances with a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. Kapag Sun Life ang partner mo in health, tuloy lang. Yung passion mo to do more and to accomplish more in life. Maniwala ka, it's worth it.
What is TGFI Premium? A premium access on e-learning like no other. As a Premium Plus member, our exclusive rewards guarantees stock market index fund, savings with access in online banking, insurance coverage, and access to top-tier educational courses. Get it first class with Premium Plus.
For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Bro, ang saya maging bachelor. You're happy and definitely you are free. But you know what? When you meet that special someone, you'll know she's the one. Always keep an open mind and open heart, bro. There'll be a lot of adjustments along the way. Mag-share kayo ng lahat ng mga bagay. I mean, bahay, kwarto, banyo, kumot. A lot of things. But you know what? You also share your goals and dreams together. That's what's beautiful. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Kaya while you're young, you need to secure your health and your finances. And not just for yourself, okay? Just like what I have. With a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. With Sun Life as your partner in health, you can be sure you'll be ready for forever. And I'm telling you, it's worth it.
We put your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metrosec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart, and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metrosec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metrosec. Easily open your account today.
PJ, 30 years. Aabot ka ng 30 years sa showbiz. O umpisa pa lang yan. Sa simula ng career mo, maninibago ka pa sa schedule ng taping, sa stress, sa puyat. Pero have faith. Sobra niyang fulfilling. Basta sabak lang. Go lang ng go. Grab every opportunity. Marami kang ma-accomplish. Hindi lang bilang artista at producer, pero bilang anak, kapatid, at oo, bilang tatay. Never stop pursuing your passions, pero take care of yourself. Maraming umaasa sa'yo, kasi tatanda ka rin. Kahit paulit-ulit na sinasabi sa'yo na, PJ, ba't parang hindi ka tumatanda? Kasi pag hindi mo alagaan yung sarili mo, just like that. Isang medical emergency lang, pwedeng mawala lahat yung pinaghirapan mo. Protect your health and finances with a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. Kapag Sun Life ang partner mo in health, tuloy lang. Yung passion mo to do more and to accomplish more in life. Maniwala ka, it's worth it.
What is TGFI Premium? A premium access on e-learning like no other. As a Premium Plus member, our exclusive rewards guarantees stock market index fund, savings with access in online banking, insurance coverage, and access to top-tier educational courses. Get it first class with Premium Plus.
For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Bro, ang saya maging bachelor. you're happy, and definitely you are free. But you know what? When you meet that special someone, you'll know she's the one. Always keep an open mind and open heart, bro. There'll be a lot of adjustments along the way. Mag-share kayo ng lahat ng mga bagay. I mean, bahay, kwarto, banyo, kumot. A lot of things. But you know what? You also share your goals and dreams together. That's what's beautiful. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Kaya while you're young, you need to secure your health and your finances. And not just for yourself, okay? Just like what I have. With a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. With Sun Life as your partner in health, you can be sure you'll be ready for forever. And I'm telling you, it's worth it.
We put your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metro Sec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart, and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metro Sec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metro Sec. Easily open your account today.
PJ, 30 years. Aabot ka ng 30 years sa showbiz. Paumpisa ka pa lang yan. Sa simula ng career mo, maninibago ka pa sa schedule ng taping, sa stress, sa puyat. Pero have faith. Sobra niyang fulfilling. Basta sabak lang. Go lang ng go. Grab every opportunity. Marami kang ma-accomplish. Hindi lang bilang artista at producer, pero bilang anak, kapatid, at oo, bilang tatay. Never stop pursuing your passions, pero take care of yourself. Maraming umaasa sa'yo. Kasi tatanda ka rin. Kahit paulit-ulit na sinasabi sa'yo na, PJ, ba't parang hindi ka tumatanda? Kasi pag hindi mo alagaan yung sarili mo, just like that, isang medical emergency lang, pwedeng mawala lahat yung pinaghirapan mo. Protect your health and finances with a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. Kapag Sun Life ang partner mo in health, tuloy lang. Yung passion mo to do more and to accomplish more in life. Maniwala ka, it's worth it.
What is TGFI Premium? A premium access on e-learning like no other. As a Premium Plus member, our exclusive rewards guarantees stock market index fund, savings with access in online banking, insurance coverage, and access to top-tier educational courses. Get it first class with Premium Plus.
For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Bro, ang saya maging bachelor. You're happy and definitely you are free. But you know what? When you meet that special someone, you'll know she's the one. Always keep an open mind and open heart, bro. There'll be a lot of adjustments along the way. Mag-share kayo ng lahat ng mga bagay. I mean, bahay, kwarto, banyo, kumot. A lot of things. But you know what? You also share your goals and dreams together. That's what's beautiful. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Kaya while you're young, you need to secure your health and your finances. And not just for yourself, okay? Just like what I have. With a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. With Sun Life as your partner in health, you can be sure you'll be ready for forever. And I'm telling you, it's worth it.
We put your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metro Sec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart, and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metro Sec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metro Sec. Easily open your account today.
PJ, 30 years. Aabot ka ng 30 years sa showbiz. Paumpisa pa lang yan. Sa simula ng karir mo, maninibago ka pa sa schedule ng taping, sa stress, sa puyat. Pero have faith. Sobra niyang fulfilling. Basta sabak lang. Go lang ng go. Grab every opportunity. Marami kang ma-accomplish. Hindi lang bilang artista at producer, pero bilang anak, kapatid, at oo, bilang tatay. Never stop pursuing your passions, pero take care of yourself. Maraming umaasa sa'yo. Kasi tatanda ka rin. Kahit paulit-ulit na sinasabi sa'yo na, PJ, ba't parang hindi ka tumatanda? Kasi pag hindi mo alagaan yung sarili mo, just like that, isang medical emergency lang, pwedeng mawala lahat yung pinaghirapan mo. Protect your health and finances with a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. Kapag Sun Life ang partner mo in health, tuloy lang. Yung passion mo to do more and to accomplish more in life. Maniwala ka, it's worth it.
What is TGFI Premium? A premium access on e-learning like no other. As a Premium Plus member, our exclusive rewards guarantees stock market index fund, savings with access in online banking, insurance coverage, and access to top-tier educational courses. Get it first class with Premium Plus.
For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Bro, ang saya maging bachelor. You're happy and definitely you are free. But you know what? When you meet that special someone, you'll know she's the one. Always keep an open mind and open heart, bro. There'll be a lot of adjustments along the way. Mag-share kayo ng lahat ng mga bagay. I mean, bahay, kwarto, banyo, kumot. A lot of things. But you know what? You also share your goals and dreams together. That's what's beautiful. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Kaya while you're young, you need to secure your health and your finances. And not just for yourself, okay? Just like what I have. With a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. With Sun Life as your partner in health, you can be sure you'll be ready for forever. And I'm telling you, it's worth it.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening mga ka-TGFI from all over the world. Welcome to the Financial Literacy Summit 2022, Financial Resiliency Day 1. My name is Aaron Castillo, and I'll be your host for this two-day wonderful event brought to us by the Global Filipino Investors. The biggest financial literacy online conference is now in its 8th year, and we are grateful that we've reached this far in promoting financial literacy, not just in the Philippines, but also all over the world. First of all, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our sponsors, DDO, First Metro Securities, and Sun Life. Our official media partners, CNN Philippines, Inquirer Group of Companies, and the Manila Times. Our official community partners, Financial Literacy PH, Junior Confederation of Finance Associations Philippines, Kumu, TikTok for Business, and The Bright Millennial. Good day to you again, and welcome to the first day of Financial Literacy Summit 2022. Before we start the program, let's begin with our doxology and the Philippine National Anthem. In today's time, being financially literate is more important than ever. In times like this, we need to be resilient and know how to manage our money well. That's why we're here to help you learn how to be financially literate and resilient, especially in these difficult times. Get ready as we will talk today about personal finance, entrepreneurship, investment, e-commerce, real estate, insurance, and many more. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share our social media accounts: Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube at TGF Investors. You may use our official hashtags hashtag Finlit Summit 2022, hashtag Financially Literate PH, and hashtag TGFI sa inyong pong mga tweets, comments, or Facebook and Instagram stories. At dahil nanonood kayo ngayon sa amin, syempre, hindi po mawawala ang aming mga surprise. Well, right now, we're giving away 2 sets of Sappy Squirrel books valued at 2,000 pesos each set. Raise Money Smart Kids with these 5 children's books. These books aim to teach families money values and habits. Sappy Squirrel is launching on June 25 at 11 a.m. via Facebook Live. So make sure to follow Sappy Squirrel on Facebook or Instagram. Now to win, here's what we're going to do, mga ka-TGFI. Take a photo while watching Finlit 2022 live. Second, post your photo on Facebook and Instagram with the hashtag Finlit Summit 2022, hashtag Financially Literate PH, and hashtag TGFI. Tag at TGF Investors, at Sappy Squirrel, and 3 of your friends. Lucky winners will be announced on our Facebook page, so stay tuned and keep those posts coming. So what's in store for us, mga ka-TGFI? Well, later, you'll hear from Mr. Floyd Wicoco, the president and founder of TGFI, for the opening remarks and give us an overview of the program, followed by the managing director of Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, Mr. Antonio Lambino II, with the keynote talk from financial literacy to capability. We also have our esteemed speakers who will join us today to give us more learnings and tips about financial literacy and resiliency. We have Garrett Barale, the co-founder of The Bright Millennial, to talk about becoming a budgetarian. Myrtle Ramos of Block Tides for her talk, building a brand from ground up. Augustus Manuel Pet, the regional sales manager of Sun Life Philippines, on his topic, let's talk about insurance literacy. Well, we also have Marie Jeffredo Ho of TikTok and Troy Gutierrez of Tier 1 Entertainment for the Fireside Chat, the era of making money from home through social media platforms. And that will be moderated by Gian Bernardino, followed by Zara Carbonell of the social startup to discuss how to build a profitable business in 2022. And next, we have Ms. Salve Duplito for the session Safe Zone, how to detect fraud and scam before investing. Sheila Paul of Home Credit Philippines to talk about how to assess loan, alamin, bago umutang. And lastly, you'll hear from John Garcia of Philippine Stock Exchange to talk about what is a bear market and how you should invest in one. So guys, it's a very exciting lineup, mga ka-TGFI, and we can wait for you to experience today's remarkable learning opportunity. And to officially begin this event, we are pleased to have Mr. Floyd Wicoco, the founder and president of the Global Filipino Investors, to deliver the welcoming remarks.
Magandang araw mga ka-TGFI. Welcome back to our Financial Literacy Summit. This year's theme is financial resiliency. It's a theme that is very important to all of us kasi nga we are at the moment wherein we may, of course, there are a lot of economists, they're saying, of course, or in the financial scene, they're saying there might be a chance for or an impending recession. No? So again, I'm not Nostradamus. No? We cannot predict what will happen in the markets, but it pays for you to be financially prepared. No? It pays for you to be ready in case a situation happens. No? Kaya nga nandito tayo ngayon sa Financial Literacy Summit so that we know what to do. No? We are prepared emotionally, we can be prepared financially, we can be prepared in different aspects. No? But again, before I go there, no, pakilala lang po ako ulit. So my name is Floyd Wicoco. I'm the president and the founder of the Global Filipino Investors. So in case hindi niyo po nga ako kilala, no? So later we'll discuss more about it. Gusto ko muna mag-say hi, good morning to all of our ka-TGFI. So let me just scan through our chat box. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Hello, good morning kay Christine Aquino. Good morning kay Jeremy Amboni. Ang ganda raw ng book, sabi ni Moy. Yes, sana Moy, manalo ka na this time, no? So, good morning, Jovel. Good morning, everyone. Cecilia, good morning. Kuya Mega, good morning. Nandito na naman si Natalie Gray. Parang kilala ko talaga to kung sino tong Natalie Gray na to. Okay, so, good morning to all of you. Yan, hindi raw sinuwerte si Moy. Hello, Moy. Hi again. Okay, so, what's with today's financial resiliency team, no, for Financial Literacy Summit? Of course, we want to give you more heads up, no, on we as Filipinos were able to stand up. Of course, there's still a pandemic or an ongoing pandemic, no? So nangyayari pa rin yan. And then at the same time, there are a lot of issues happening around the world, no? So there's still Russia-Ukraine issue. Almost all of the prices, the goods are going up. Oil prices is going up. So for a little less than 2 years, no? So nakita natin yung gas from bumagsak from 30 pesos dahil nga the start of pandemic. Now it's up by as high as what? For it's 90 pesos. Baka 95, may mga nakikita pa ako, no, 95, no? So when we're saying about resiliency, what we want you guys to know, no, na yung mga ganitong klaseng issues hindi na naiba. I mean, it happens. There will be a lot of issues, there will be a lot of problems na manggagaling along the way or mangyayari along the way. No, there can be a bear market, there can be a recession that can happen. I mean, again, nangyayari yan, eh. No, it's part of how a market also grows. No, it's part of how kumbaga it should happen so that there can be a opportunity for you to enter on a better position when it comes to your investments. No? So, yeah. What else? So, sige, mag-good morning lang ulit ako sa inyo lahat. No? So, good morning to all of you. Desiree, Jared, Ardira, Marivic Calion, magandang umaga sa inyo. By the way, I would like to say good morning to all of the communities out there, especially the OFW communities. I would like to also say hi to my gaming community, to Saints DRK, magandang umaga sa inyong lahat, to all of our friends, to the investment community of the Global Filipino Investors, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Okay, so I'll be also presenting to you guys a survey that we have prepared. No? So this survey is, we've been doing this survey for years already. So every time na meron tayong bagong event, of course, we make sure that our survey is relevant doon sa upcoming event. No? So in this year's Financial Literacy Summit, so nag-focus tayo on naging paano yung attitude, yung mindset ng ating mga ka-TGFIs when it comes to such issues, no? Financial issues. Are we marami bang mga ka-TGFIs natin na nag-loan or nag-invest pa rin kaya kayo, no, despite all of the COVID scare, the market scare, no? So ano ba nangyari, no? So we have asked at least 1,000 respondents. So this is within our TGFI community to see kung ano ba ang sa tingin nila, no? Ang when it comes to financial decisions, how our ka-TGFIs act. No? So let's go to our first slide. So let's go to the first slide. So medyo hindi ko nakikita yung first slide. So let me just prepare my phone as well para lang mas makita ko. Okay. So again, if you will check on our age range, no, a lot of our ka-TGFIs, medyo nagsa-start na tayo to get at least the Gen Z market. No? Lumalaki na yung Gen Z market natin. Our Gen Z market is growing from 18 to at least to the 26, 25 years olds. No? So they cover at least 39% of our respondents. The millennial side, the 26 to the 40s, actually, may iba sa 40s. I guess not all of them are within the millennials. So, but they covered at least 47% of our respondents. And then, dun sa gender, marami pa rin po ang mga kababaihan na may hilig sumagot ng survey. Maraming salamat po to our ka-TGFI mommies or mga female ka-TGFI natin dyan. Salamat for always being or helping us to know more yung ating yung survey, no? So para mas maintindihan natin when it comes to our TGFI demographics. Now, according to our survey, when it comes to the location, marami pa rin po nasa Philippines. I guess this one will be more on the IP location. So depende kasi yan. So may iba kasi pwedeng based nga talaga sa IP address. Okay, so yeah, overseas 22%. Let's go on. Sige, sa monthly income, we still have a lot of our ka-TGFIs earning from below 20,000. I guess these are the Gen Z market. So ito yung mga, marami kasi ito mga students, no? So that's 20% of our survey. Sorry, that's 42% of our survey. That's next followed by our 21,000 to 50,000 monthly income earners. So that's 35%. Type of employment, marami pa rin po, of course, ang nasa private employment. Yung nandoon po sa self-employed and what else? Others. I want to see kung marami yung ating mga entrepreneurs. Medyo yung mga entrepreneurs natin hindi pa ganun kalaki. Marami sa ating demographics are within the student range and private employed. No? So let's go to the next part of the survey. When it comes to investments, so ito na yung pinaka malaman na part ng survey natin. So when it comes to our investments, in terms of our ka-TGFIs who invest in different investment instruments, marami po sa atin na sumagot sa survey, they put their money in VUL. No? So that's variable unit link. So kung hindi pa po kayo familiar with VULs, no, ito yung combination ng isang insurance and investment, no? So that's 34%, followed by the stock market with also 34%. Ito yung surprising part, marami rin po ang sumagot ng may cryptocurrency holdings, no? So if you consider cryptocurrency as a form of investment, so that's 31%. Okay, again, yung ating survey, kaya hindi yan, may 34%, hindi siya equal to 100% kasi nga you can answer by multiple options. Ibig sabihin, dun sa question natin, tinanong natin, ano-ano yung nasa investment portfolio mo? No? Do you invest in the stock market, in forex, in cryptocurrency? So according here, yun nga, these are the top three. We have stock market, we have VUL, and cryptocurrency. So it also makes sense kasi nga, yung ating mga Gen Z market is growing dito sa TGF, in our TGFI community. So, a lot of our Gen Zs are getting hooked in the cryptocurrency space, in the NFT space as well. No, so I think this can be a good option when it comes to an alternative form of asset that you want to hold. Again, if you consider this as an investment, no, so just make sure that you know how a cryptocurrency works. So, kasi nga, if alam nyo na nagkakaroon ng market correction ngayon, no? So hindi lang siya nangyayari not just in the US markets, in the local markets, but as well as in the cryptocurrency market, sobra po yung nagiging correction when it comes to the cryptocurrency market. We call it crypto winter, no? So kumbaga sa stock market, if it's down, too much down, it's bear market, no? Sa cryptocurrency, when it's down, ang term that they use is crypto winter. So right now, cryptocurrency is on a crypto winter mode. Ibig sabihin, marami ang nag-dispose ng kanilang cryptocurrency holdings. So if you are just getting into the cryptocurrency space, just make sure na alam niyo yung pinapasok niyo. But of course, there will be a lot of gold mines out there. There will be a lot of opportunities. Okay? So just make sure na we are prepared on different aspects in terms of research, in terms of why you're holding it, and of course, yung pinaka-importante dito yung exit plan. No? So I myself, I have put in, I have investments or I have money funds in the cryptocurrency scene, in the cryptocurrency space. No, so I always share this. There was at one point wherein I was able to get at least 8,000 pesos of fee. No, so binayad yun sa akin instead of cash. Binayaran ako as ETH or Ethereum and Bitcoin. No? So, hindi ko siya pinakailaman for at least I think around 3 years, 4 years. As in, hinawakan ko lang siya parang okay, 3,000 pesos worth of Bitcoin, Ethereum, okay, fine. Okay? Nung nag-up yung market last year, before nangyari yung crypto winter, that 8,000 pesos, it went to as high as 6 digits siya, as in 100 plus thousand pesos. Nagulat din ako. But when that happened, I also prepared myself, nag-exit na rin ako. So again, when you put your money into an investment instrument, you should have an exit plan. Important po yan. You should not be too much attached in a specific investment instrument. Isa yan sa malaking pagkakamali ng mga newbie investors, no? So masyado tayo nagiging attached when it comes to investments. Without us knowing those investments, they're not also loyal to us, no? So kumbaga, if it needs to go down, talagang babagsak siya or bababa yung value niya, no? So pagka kayo po ay happy na sa inyong returns, no, you have to learn to exit, no? So you always need to have an exit plan. Okay? So okay, again, next, percentage of monthly income allocated to investments. According to our survey, marami po sa atin na sumagot, 50% answered 10% ng kanilang monthly income nilalagay nila sa investments. Okay? So, yes, I do think, no, pagka let's say you have an investment fund, no, wag mo lahat ilagay in your investments, no. So, especially in a situation happening right now, kumbaga maraming market correction na nangyayari, no. So, don't be too excited putting your money right away. Kung halimbawa meron kayo 10,000 or maybe higher than that, 50,000 or 100,000 pesos, you should have a plan wherein kumbaga yung investment money mo, ilalagay mo siya in tranches, no? So for example, you're going you have 10,000 pesos budget, no? So bumagsak yung market ngayon, ang gawin mo muna, maybe at least 3,000 of your investment fund from that 10,000 pesos, ilagay mo dun sa whatever preferred investment instrument na gusto mong paglagyan. Okay? Now, the next month, bumagsak na naman, then you put it another 3,000, and then another month, umakyat ng konti, may natira ka, gusto mong maglagay, pwede mong ilagay yung remaining. No? So that way, even if bumagsak pa or bumaba pa lalo yung value ng isang instrument na gusto mong paglagyan ng pera mo, at least you were able to put or a position there, no? So when you put your money in an investment instrument, my recommendation is that put it in tranches. Okay? So put in tranches. Okay? Next. So let's go to the next part of our presentation. Let's go to household income and expenditure. So another interesting information that we're able to gather sa ating mga ka-TGFIs. According to our ka-TGFIs, in terms of percentage of Filipino households, total spending over the last 12 months, according to our ka-TGFIs, they spend a little less than their income. Okay, that's 34%. 24% said equal lang na kanilang income. Okay, so dun sa next part natin, percentage of how promptly Filipinos paid their household bills over the 12 months. No? So, according to our survey, 63% pay their bills on time. So ito naman good news sa our TGFIs. Thank you to paying your bills on time. So, para of course, hindi magkaroon ng problema when it comes to all of those interests. Ano po ang next? Let's go to top three Filipino household expenditures. Okay. According to our survey, marami pa rin po ang, of course, nag-allocate ng kanilang budget sa food, followed by utilities, and then third will be housing expenditures. So ito yung last part nung about the household expenditure and income, no. Yung in terms of methods paying bills. Okay. According to our survey, 71% said cash pa rin po yung kanilang preference when it comes to pagbabayad ng bills. Okay? So cash pa rin. Maybe yung iba, of course, nasa malalayong lugar, no? So we're in, there's not much, yung data is not much accessible, or they still prefer to get or to pay their bills on the traditional way, yung mano-mano pa rin, pupunta sa store to pay their bills, no? So that's why it covers at least 71%. Pero also in our survey, it says 70% of our ka-TGFIs are already using GCash. So unti-unti na nabubuo yung kumbaga yung paggamit ng technology when it comes to paying bills. On a personal note, I myself have not been using paper bills for months already. No? So every time I get to go to a store, so I ask them kung meron ba kayo Visa, Master, or GCash, or Paymaya. Okay? Lahat naka-phone na. No? So same with our ka-TGFIs. According to our survey, 70% they prefer to pay via GCash and 60% prefer to pay via online banking. Okay? So yeah, it's very interesting information. Let's go to the next part of our survey. In terms of measuring your financial resiliency, gaano ba ka-resilient ang mga ka-TGFIs natin? So according here, in terms of the question, how about your average time you can afford to cover your expenses? According to our survey, yung mga ka-TGFIs natin na sumagot sa survey, 6 months ng kanilang savings or income, they have that savings. No, so in the next 6 months, kumbaga whatever expenses, they got it covered. So very good to our ka-TGFIs. This is a very good information, very interesting information. And in terms of our respondents who has emergency fund, according to our ka-TGFIs, 56% merong emergency fund. So again, so this is a very good news. Now let's go to the loans. And let me just drink my water. Okay, so our loans survey, according to our survey, tinanong din po natin, sino-sino or ilan yung nag-try na mag-take ng loan, no? So sabi nila, they have tried to take loan at least 63% of our respondents. Saan ginamit or anong purpose ng loans, no? According to our ka-TGFIs, personal loan, cash loan. I guess it's because part na rin nung changes na nangyayari, no? So we're being we're becoming part of the digital economy, no? So very accessible na ngayon yung mag-loan, no? So via just mobile app, you can already apply for a loan and you can know if you're approved or not in just a couple of minutes, no? So according here, 37% for personal loan, 41% for salary loan, and followed by 15% at least for home loan. Okay? Now, top parties who have taken a loan from, sabi nila, 50% banks, 32% friends and families, and 30% from e-wallet. So tama nga, nagkakaroon na talaga ng yung digitalization when it comes to the use of mobile apps, no? So hindi na lang siya ginagamit for banking, pwede na. Maraming mga ka-TGFIs natin, they prefer to pay their bills via mobile apps and at the same time take their loans via mobile apps. Okay? So on the personal perspective, let's go to the next part of our survey. Okay, doon sa mga ka-TGFIs natin na nagko-consider to go abroad, 79% yes, they are considering to go abroad for maybe for for career change, no? So pwedeng ganun, no? Or sabi nga nila, for job, 71% according to our survey, followed by 46% due to travel. So maraming mga ka-TGFI natin na miss mag-travel pero mataas po ang presyo ng gas ngayon. So expect that airline tickets will also go up, no? So entrepreneurship, so yung mga sa next part of our survey, we also asked when it comes to our ka-TGFIs who ventured into entrepreneurship, sino-sino or ilan yung nag-venture. According to our survey, 56% said yes or no, they did not go to or ventured into to a new business, and 61% said in terms of meron kang business plus job on the job on the side and business job first and business on the side. 61% said yes. Okay, so in terms of measuring financial literacy, okay, 36% said about financial literacy. Sabi nila, they get their financial literacy education from their parents, guardians, adults, relatives. So, as a parent, no, it is important that you get to feed yourself with daily information about investments, finance, no? Kasi nga, according to our surveys, marami pa rin yung nagde-depend talaga sa kanilang parents when it comes to information. Okay? So, about finance. Okay? About money. Okay? 34% said friends and 83% internet. No? So, again, if you're going to use the internet as a source of information, just make sure that reliable po yung ating source of information. Top 3 financial goals over the next 5 years. Okay. So, according to our survey, 47% said they have set up an emergency fund. They became debt-free by 46%, and 43% said that they have saved for retirement. Okay? And of course, ito yung last part of our survey before we end my welcome remarks. No? So, in terms of optimism of our new government leaders, it says 31% of our ka-TGFI respondents, they're very optimistic, followed by 28% optimistic, 23% neutral. Okay? So, to our ka-TGFIs that we us right now, no, when it comes to the issue or when it comes to the topic about financial resiliency, no, it's all about being financially prepared. No, it's all about being financially ready. No, so kumbaga, whatever situation na mangyari, maybe you get to lose a job, wag naman sana, or maybe you get to be in debt, wag naman sana, no? But when such situations happen, no, the question is, what's your game plan? What's your next step? No? So, let's say may mangyari na recession. Again, I'm not saying it will happen, but what if it happens? No? How prepared you are? No? Kasi the pandemic have already prepared us. No? The pandemic have already give us a glimpse, no, of such situation na hindi natin inaasahan na mangyari. No? And a lot of our ka-TGFIs have said that they have prepared, they have an emergency fund, they are still continuing to put their money into an investment instrument that they trust. No? So, if you are just new in the investment scene, no, it's very important that you get to educate yourself on a day-to-day basis. No? Your source of information should not be just one source of information. Kung kayo yung kasama namin ngayon dito, no, do not just use our event as your source of information. There are a lot of information out there. No? As long as you get to educate yourself on a day-to-day basis. And the most important thing, every time that you get to educate yourself financially, no, make sure that you apply it. No? So, lagi natin sabi din to, no? So, walang kwenta yung information na natutunan mo kung hindi mo siya i-apply sa totoong buhay. Okay? Always include it in your day-to-day life, no? So that you get to know kung tama ba talaga yung inubos mo na oras when it comes to learning something new every day. Okay? So, yeah. So that will be our today's welcome remarks, no? So I am very happy to welcome all of you and to all of our sponsors. We have BDO Sun Life, we have First Metro Securities, and all of our partners. No, so welcome and thank you for joining us, for supporting, making this event possible. And to all of our ka-TGFIs watching, no, we are live right now in Kumu. Maraming salamat Kumu for always partnering with us, and of course in YouTube we're also live, no. So maraming salamat po. Again, this is Floyd Witoco. I'm Mr. Investor. I welcome you to this year's Financial Literacy Summit with the theme Financial Resiliency. Maraming salamat ka-TGFI.
Thank you, Sir Floyd, for that wonderful opening remarks. And of course, we're welcoming our online viewers at Ikumaka TGFI. Now that we're all geared up for this event, let us all welcome our keynote speaker for today, who will talk about from financial literacy to capability. Prior to joining the BSP, he was Assistant Secretary of the Department of Finance. He has extensive experience in governance and policy communication. He was head of public policy at Ayala Corporation, and he was also the head of communication at the International Rice Research Institute. He is also the co-chair of the Consumer Protection and Education Committee of the Financial Sector Forum. Now, he is the Managing Director for Strategic Communication and Advocacy of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. I am pleased to introduce to you all Mr. Antonio Lambino II.
Welcome, participants and guests of the Global Filipino Investors 2022 FinLit Summit. We congratulate the organizers for successfully convening this e-learning event. During this two-day summit, we will learn from experienced speakers about personal finance, investments, e-commerce, real estate, entrepreneurship, and insurance. These are building blocks of financial success and resilience. Financial resilience requires us to remain flexible despite the challenges that we are experiencing now and in the future, and take advantage of developments and opportunities to grow our hard-earned money. This is the vision behind this FinLit Summit, and is also the same vision that guides our financial education and financial inclusion efforts at the BSP. As a nation, we are battling an epidemic of low financial literacy. According to a World Bank study, the average Filipino adult can correctly answer only 3 out of 7 financial literacy questions. These include basic concepts on compounding interest, the effect of inflation on the purchasing power of households, and investment risks, returns, and diversification. The survey also found that Filipinos lack specific knowledge to make informed decisions on saving, borrowing, and long-term financial planning. Limited financial literacy often leads to short-sighted and risky financial habits. 5 in 10 Filipinos with outstanding loans borrow from informal moneylenders, making them more vulnerable to high interest rates and the risk of cyclical debt. In addition, 1 in every 100 Filipinos has been victimized by investment scams, resulting in total losses of over 25 billion pesos. To address the need to enhance financial literacy and capability, the BSP forged strategic partnerships with targeted government agencies, such as the Civil Service Commission, Armed Forces of the Philippines, Bureau of Fire Protection, the Philippine National Police, and the Department of Education to integrate financial education in the K-12 curriculum and the regular training programs for teachers. We are also working directly with government agencies to develop capacity-building programs, policies, and tools on financial education for underserved sectors, including farmers and fisherfolk, beneficiaries of the government's cash transfer programs, MSMEs, the unemployed, and overseas Filipino workers. Through financial education and financial inclusion, we gain the confidence and the competence to make sound financial decisions and take advantage of rewarding economic opportunities. Financially healthy citizens are also able to contribute more to the Philippine economy by making sure their resources are put to good and productive uses, thereby helping grow our country's economy. Many of you who are listening today have made countless sacrifices for the well-being of your families. Some are working abroad as OFWs, some even taking more than one job. Many of us are learning how to earn passive income. Others are learning how to augment salaries through real estate and entrepreneurship. We hope that through activities such as this Finlit Summit, more and more Filipinos will learn how to achieve a financially capable, financially secure, and financially rewarding future. We envision this future when financial resilience will be within reach of all Filipinos. Congratulations to all learners and viewers from all over the world who are making a wise investment in their future by tuning in today. Maraming salamat po at magandang umaga sa ating lahat.
Thank you, Sir Antonio Lambido II, for that insightful talk. And moving on to our next speaker. He is a registered chemical engineer turned registered financial planner who advocates for financial literacy and proper financial planning. He is also a multi-awarded financial advisor serving hundreds of clients, a leader growing a team of competent financial advisors, and a content creator educating thousands of people. He co-founded The Bright Millennial, one of the most largest social media communities in the country on the topic of personal finance with over 400,000 followers and members. Let us all welcome Garrett Maralet to talk about becoming a budgetarian.
Alright, ayan. So good morning sa lahat. Good morning mga ka-TGFI and good afternoon and good evening no, if you are on Team Replay. No? So I'm very happy and excited to be with you here. No? Sobrang jam-packed nung session natin, di ba, today and tomorrow. Kita nyo naman yung lineup. So I hope you guys are ready for so much learning. But yun nga sabi ni Sir Floyd kanina, di ba, more than the learning, we would actually want to apply kung ano yung matututunan natin for the next 2 days. Okay? So sa part ko guys, at kahit makakuha lang kayo ng 1 or 2 points, no, okay na sa akin yun as long as you actually apply and it has a positive impact dun sa inyong personal finance. Okay? So before I start, and hello sa mga ka-TGFI natin. Ito kayo mga live chat natin dyan. No? So hello sa inyo guys. Good morning. And kita ko rin yung mga teammates natin. And si Jared, friend ko yan. Si Ariel. Ayan. So, good morning, guys. And before I start, gusto ko lang ulit kayong i-acknowledge. I would want to honor and acknowledge yung mga tao nandito. No? You guys are spending your Friday morning, di ba? Learning about your personal finance. Di ba? How many people can say that? 300 plus. Actually, marami naman yan. Pero you guys are actually way ahead of others, di ba? And that's a commitment to your personal finance well-being. Okay? So are you guys happy and excited also to be here? Are you guys happy and excited? If you are, no, pasalamatan naman natin ng TGFI. Maybe you could just say thank you TGFI dyan sa ating chat box. And ayan. Okay, thank you din po pala kay Sir Floyd and sa mga organizers for having me here. It's my first time to I think it's my first time to guest sa Financial Literacy Summit nila. But I've always been a fan of the community, of the page. So sobrang value adding talaga ng community na to. Very, very helpful, lalo na in terms of financial literacy. Okay? So ang topic natin today, guys, at least for my session, would revolve around the B word. Okay? Would revolve around the B word, di ba? Many people don't like talking about the B word. Ayun natin pinag-uusapan yan. And ano ba yung B word na yan, no, in terms of personal finance? So parang hindi na kayo mag-isip ng kung ano-anong B word. That's actually just budget. No? That's budget. Okay? So yung B word na pag-uusapan po natin today would revolve around the word budget. Okay? And many people, they don't like the word budget. Diba? Ulit-ulitin ko yun para lalo kayo mainis. Now, many people don't like the word budget just because when you hear budget, it sounds restricting. Tama? It sounds limiting. And most people, when you say budget, parang they feel like, pag nag-budget ako, madideprive lang ako. Dideprive ko lang yung sarili ko. Diba? Madideprive ko lang yung sarili ko. But I would want to maybe change the story, no? Change the narrative na when we hear budget, hindi na ganun yung mga maririnig, hindi na ganun yung mga maiisip natin, di ba? It would have a more positive connotation sa mga buhay natin, na yung pagiging budgetarian niya. No? So yun yung topic natin today. That's the title of my talk, Becoming a Budgetarian. Okay, Becoming a Budgetarian. Sino po dito sa mga nanonood, no? Sa mga viewers natin, sino dito gusto nyo maging budgetarian? Meron po ba? Meron po ba? Ay, pwede kayong interact sa live chat kasi hindi ko naman kayo nakikita. Pero I hope, no, sa mga nanonood dito, you guys are looking forward to be budgetarians. Or mas maganda if you are already a budgetarian. Nakita ko yung survey kanina pinresent ni Sir Floy. I'm very happy to see that you guys are aware of how you spend your money. Di ba nakita natin kanina, may household expenses and even the income, may breakdown din doon kung magkano kinikita. So, this is very basic eh. Di ba? The topic is very basic. Budgeting is one of the most basic topics in personal finance. So guys, don't expect to be mind blown dito, no? So yung topic na to, more of, para sa akin, it's more of like a reminder eh. No? More of a reminder lang naman yung mga sasabihin ko ngayon. Kasi even though we understand that budgeting is important, many of us still are not sticking to one. Bakit? Diba? That's a mystery to me. And I know many of you are excited to maybe open a new business, maybe open an investment account, grow their money, and all that. Kasi yun yung exciting, di ba? Nakita ko, dami pala nag-crypto dito, no? So, ano lang tayo, guys? Ano lang, kapit lang, no? Pero nakita ko nga dami nag-i-invest dito, which is good. Those are the exciting part of personal finance. But before we even get to the exciting part, di ba? We need to make sure that our foundation is very much solid. Diba? Like when you are building a house, diba? When you're building a house, you have to make sure that the foundation is solid. And the more solid the foundation is, the higher your house or your building will be. Same with your finances, diba? Mas maganda yung foundation ng finances mo, mas mag-take off yan. So, huwag tayo masyadong nagmamadali. Okay, may urgency and all that, but make sure that we follow the process. And budgeting niya is one of the first steps of doing that. Okay? Dami ko nang sinabi, but I would still want to introduce myself na para dun sa mga hindi pa nakakakilala sa akin. I'm sure many of you first time lang ako marinig to actually talk. No? So hello guys, good morning ulit sa lahat ng mga ka-TGFI natin dito. Again, my name is Garrett. Okay? Full name ko, meron ako 3 first names pero you can just call me Garrett. I am the co-founder of The Bright Millennial. Yung co-founder ko niyan, yung wife ko, no, si Ann Maralit, no. Pero most of the content na nakikita niyo diyan, siya talaga 'yun gumagawa. Ako sabit lang ako dito eh, no. Parang swerte lang ako na siya yung asawa ko. Pero siya talaga si Bright Millennial kung meron mang ganun. Okay. Pero yan yung community namin, guys. If you haven't liked the page yet, you might want to like the page Bright Millennial. We also have a community, okay, na pwede niyo ring pagsalihan. Basically, we formed the group. Okay, we formed the group for millennials, kaya nga siya Bright Millennials, but also for Gen Zs as well. Di ba, na-mention din kanina yan na ang dami na rin mga Gen Zs, nakita ko may mga students din dito. Nakakatawa, di ba? Kasi nung estudyante ako, wala mo na akong pakialam dito eh. Pero happy ako kasi ngayon, di ba? More and more young people are getting into this. Ibig sabihin, you guys are more prepared when you actually join the working force. Di ba? Nagkaroon na kayo ng sarili nyong income balang araw. Anyway, so yung Bright Millennial nga is a community for millennials, for Gen Zs, basically young professionals who would want to have a safe space to talk about their money. Okay? So, agree ba kayo? Hindi ano di ba? We do have events like this, di ba? Very thankful ako that we have events like this to make personal finance more mainstream. But, hindi ba hindi tinutulungan? Diba, ano ka na nun, blessed ka na nun, you have a very good family. Diba? But most of us, walang ganun. So, yun yung objective of Bright Millennial. No? So, join kayo if hindi pa kayo naka-join. Yun nga, I na-mention din kanina ng ating napakagaling na host na I'm a registered financial planner, but originally, I'm a chemical engineer. Na mamaya magkwento rin ako more about that no? When I joined the workforce as a chemical engineer. Tapos napunta ako dito, no? Nasa financial services na ako. I am a licensed financial advisor. I am affiliated with an insurance company. Hulaan nyo kung ano yun. Diba? Hulaan nyo based sa kulay ng slides ko. No? Hulaan nyo, binitype. Pero feeling ko obvious naman. I am also a business unit manager. So I handle and supervise and train 50 advisors right now. And since budgetarian ang topic natin dito, guys, I consider myself a budgetarian. Okay. I consider myself a budgetarian since 2015. Okay. I started working 2014. So bakit 2015 pa ako naging budgetarian? Mamaya pag-uusapan natin kung bakit. Okay? So ano nga ba yan? No, ano nga ba yung budgetarian na yan? Ulit-ulit tayo dito. Budgetarian. So when you Google budgetarian, no, when you Google budgetarian, ito yung una nyo makikita. No? This is an entry from Urban Dictionary. So hindi ako sure kung official English word na ba yung budgetarian kasi ito yung unang lumabas sa Urban Dictionary. Sabi niya, a budgetarian daw is a person who lives on a budget more inspired by philosophical and political beliefs than by financial necessity. So, itong mga tao na to, they choose to live on a budget but dun yung keyword dun. It's by choice and it's based on belief. It's not that they are forced to do so dahil kailangan talaga or parang nafo-force lang sila. So ito by choice talaga siya. No? And when I saw this definition, ang una ko naisip is a quote from Suze Orman. Okay, I know you guys are familiar with this quote. Sabi ni Suze Orman, just because you can afford it doesn't mean that you should buy it. Okay, ulitin natin ha. Sabi ni Suze Orman, just because you can afford it doesn't mean that you should buy it. Okay, nako, ayan na si Garrett, nagnanag na yun na dito, my money, my rules diba? But hear me out, no? It's not to it's not to deprive you nga, no? It's not to take away the fun, no? It's not to make you enjoy less. But guys, there are many more considerations that you need to take into account before you buy something. Not just because meron kang pera. Tama? Agree? Agree ba kayo dun, guys? Hindi porke meron kang pera, afford mong bilhin yan right here, right now, bibili mo na yan. Unang-una, kailangan mo ba yan? Okay? Kailangan mo ba yan ngayon? Okay? Number 2, pag binili mo yan, hindi ba yan mako-compromise yung savings mo, yung investments mo? Nakita ko, ang dami sa inyo, goal nyo ngayon, nakabuo ng savings, makapag-invest, makapag-emergency fund. Pag binili mo ba yung bagay na yan right here, right now, hindi ba mako-compromise yung mga goals mo na yun? And number 3, baka naman yun yung buong savings mo. Di ba? Baka yan na yung buong savings mo. Di ba? So, kung kunwari, sobrang kurot lang naman talaga no? Sobrang lakas mo talagang tawag dito, kumita ng pera, di ba? And you have allocated budget for this, then maybe you can, di ba? But otherwise, you should reconsider. Okay? Reconsider tayo. So let me tell you guys a story, no? Paano ba ako nagsimula maging budgetarian? So yan ako, yung itsura ko, di ba? So mukha akong bata. Ngayon, mukha pa rin akong bata. Buti lang Zoom tayo, yung mukha ko lang nakikita nyo. No? Pero pag nakita nyo ako in person, medyo ganyan pa rin tsura ko. So, I started working 2014. I graduated 2014. Then after some months, nakahanap na rin kagad ako, di ba, ng trabaho. Thank you, Lord. So, nahanap ako ng trabaho sa isang cement company. I was part of nung una, I was part of quality control and then process and then health and safety. So, siguro family background lang no guys. Yung family namin, hindi kami mayaman, and hindi naman kami din mahirap, saktuhan lang, no? My parents were great providers. So gusto ko lang sila i-honor doon, no? But alam niyo yun, parang growing up, I understand naman na sakto lang talaga, magbibigay lang yung kailangan. So alam mo yun, kahit naman alam mo na may ganun kayong restriction, minsan di mo mapigilan na meron ka pa rin mga desires, di ba? Lalo na bata ka pa dami kang desires. So parang yun yung naging mindset ko na, sige, pag nagkaroon ako ng trabaho, nagkaroon ako ng sarili kong income, tsaka na lang ako bibili nung mga bagay na to. Meron bang nakarelate dito? Alam ko may mga fresh grad dito di ba? So, parang sige, ito na, meron na akong trabaho, meron na akong income. So might as well spend money, di ba? Might as well splurge. Might as well buy the things na hindi ko kayang bilhin dati. And yun yung naging problema ko, no? So nagkaroon ako ng ganung desire, okay? Na parang alam mo yun, parang bumawi na hindi ko to nabibili dati, ngayon bibili ko na to. At the same time, I don't know how to handle my money. 'Di ba? So, nabanggit na natin siya kanina na many of us wala namang background on personal finance, on financial literacy. Tama? Hindi yan pinag-uusapan sa school, hindi rin yan pinag-uusapan sa hapagkainan. Actually, pag pinag-usapan nyo nga yan sa family, normally, it would be considered rude. No? Traditionally, so hopefully, moving forward, hindi na tayo ganun. Hopefully, moving forward, mas open na tayo to talk about this. Kasi napapansin nyo guys, on a normal family setup, pinag-uusapan lang ang pera kapag ka problema na. Diba? Pagka nag-aaway na, nagsisigawan na kayo, aaway-aaway na kayo. So hopefully we change that narrative, no? Starting siguro with our generation, with the next generation, mga mas bata dito. Hopefully we change the narrative na we proactively talk about money before it even becomes a problem. No? Anyway, going back to my story, so di ba yun nga, parang I feel deprived, di ba, napaka-entitled din. Pero wala ganun talaga yung iniisip ko nun Tapos, I don't know how to handle my money. So, nung nagkaroon na ako ng income, nung una kong cut-off, payslip, bumili ako nito, G-Shock. Di ba? Para sa akin, mahal na yan that time, yung G-Shock na yan. Parang meron akong phase na natutuwa akong bumili ng mga G-Shock na watch. So, yung G-Shock na yan, I think that time nasa 5,000-6,000 yan. Para sa akin, malaking amount na yun that time kasi fresh grad nga ako Tapos ngayon lang ako nakahawak ng sarili kong pera, ngayon lang ako nakakabili ng mga gusto ko. So, di ba, I consider this as a splurge. Okay, splurge yan. So, yan yung ginawa ko sa first income ko noon. Tapos, akala ko, sige, okay na ako dito, satisfied na ako dito. Siguro, next month, magsisave na ako. Di ba? Next month, di ba, kumita ulit ako, pumasok ulit yung sahod ko. Tingin nyo ba guys, nag-ipon na ako? Pwede kayong mag-participate yes or no? Do you think nag-ipon na ako that time? No, tingin nyo ba yes? Siguro nag-ipon na siya kasi nakuha niya na yung gusto niya Or no, kasi hindi pa yan. Kakasimula lang niya magtrabaho No, kung sinabi mo yes, no, kakamali ka, no? Unfortunately, hindi. No, and when it comes to siguro money, it comes to buying stuff, it's more emotional than logical. Okay. Even if you know that you need to save money, even if you know that you should not buy things, no? Minsan yung emotions mo yung mangingibabaw And our buying decisions are powered by our emotions. Ayan, dami nag-no. Grabe kayo sa akin, no? So, yun powered by emotions talaga So parang after niya, bumili ulit ako ng isa pang watch, bumili ako ng Ray-Ban na shades, bumili ako ng bag, branded na bag. Kung ano na binili ko. So parang feeling ko, sarap, di ba? Parang ang saya nabibili ko na yung mga bagay na hindi ko mabili dati. So anong naging resulta nun? So parang after a year, I reflected. Sabi ko, 1 year na ako nagtatrabaho, tinignan ko yung bank account ko. Parang walang nangyari. Ba't ganun? Ito pala, isa pang background I am not a breadwinner. I am blessed to have parents that are self-supporting. They don't require me. No, not many have that luxury, di ba? Not many have that luxury. So, swerte ako na may ganun na yung parents ko are actually still working and they're not requiring me. So, magbibigay lang ako, support lang, pero hindi yun required. So parang you would think na ang daming sobra dapat ni Garrett kasi hindi naman siya bumubuhay ng pamilya. 'Di ba? Wala naman siyang sinusuportahan. Sa kanya lang yung pera niya. Pero parang after a year of working, boom. 'Di ba? After a year of working, I realized I didn't have any savings. Imagine mo 'yun, 1 year kang nagtrabaho and syempre mahirap magtrabaho, mahirap kumita ng pera, 'di ba? Pero after all that, tabili mo ngayon mga kung ano-ano, nang iba dyan, di ko na, ito yung binili kong watch, di ko na, nandyan pa yan, pero hindi na gumagana. No? Pero many of the things that I was able to bought back then, wala na yun ngayon. Diba? It's very temporary. So, na-realize ko, sayang, grabe, 1 year sinayang ko na oras, hindi man lang ako nag-ipon, kahit pa konti-konti. Diba? And that is when I decided, hindi tama na to, kailangan ko na seryosohin to. Kailangan ko na maging proactive about this. Kasi I understand that kung magpatuloy to, na ganito every year, year on year, magigising na lang ako, paparetire na ako, wala pa akong naipon. No? And looking back, no, ngayon 8 years na ako nag-work 2014 na ako nag-start. 8 years na ako nag-work. Imagine guys, if I didn't have this realization, 8 years na ako nag-work, wala akong savings, wala akong kahit ano. Would you want that to happen to you? Definitely not. Diba ako nasasagot? Definitely not. You wouldn't want that to happen to you. So if you feel like, well, ikaw nandito ka ngayon because you would want to change something in terms of how you manage your money, of your personal finance, of your ideas about money. If you want to change all of that, you need to be angry. No, you need to be angry at your situation, and you need to commit and decide right now that you are going to change things for the better. You are going to turn things around for the better. Okay? So meron bang mga ganun dito, guys? Meron bang mga ganun dito? If that is you feel like hindi ganun kaganda yung takbo ng finance mo ngayon, but you are deciding, you are committing na tama na to ngayon na, simula ngayong araw na to, babaguhin ko na to. Can you type in me sa ating chat box? Diba? Declare mo na sa buong mundo, declare mo sa mga ka-TGFI natin na matatapos na dito and you're going to better manage your money moving forward. Okay? So, medyo delayed lang yung sa chat kasi sa YouTube eh. So, hindi ko kagad nakikita yung response. Pero respond lang kayo dyan. Ayan. So, ayan. Di ba parang yun nga, looking back, tapos yun nga, nagkaroon ako ng 1 year of work na wala naman akong budget. Wala akong na-save because I don't have a budget. So, ito yung mga problems na parang na-realize ko back then. No? Problem number 1 of not having a budget is you tend to overspend. Okay? You tend to overspend. Wala ka namang sinusunod eh. Kumbaga parang no rules ka. Pumasok sa yung income mo, let's say 20,000 income mo, wala kang budget na sinusunod, wala kang restrictions, wala kang limitations or whatnot. Ang tendency natin as people is to spend. Kasi masarap gumastos. Mas masarap gumastos kaysa mag-ipon. Yun ang totoo. Masasarap gumastos kaysa mag-ipon, 'di ba? So even if you have good discipline, even if you have good willpower over money, if you don't follow a budget, you might tend to overspend. Kasi hindi mo nakikita saan pumupunta yung pera mo. Magugulat ka na lang at the end of the month, or maybe at the end of the week, at the end of the month, or in my case at the end of the year, wala napuntahan yung pera mo. 'Di ba? So yun yung mangyayari pag wala kang budget. Would you want that? Problem number 2, your savings are compromised. So, konektado yan sa problem number 1. If you tend to overspend, you tend to, alam mo yun, yung lahat ng income pumapasok sa'yo, lumalabas lang din lahat as expenses, walang natitira sa'yo, wala kang surplus, wala kang net, then your savings would be compromised, obviously. Tama? I mean, many of what I'm saying to you guys are common sense, but I feel like this should be a reminder for everyone here. No? Reminder lang to eh. Kasi, alam niyo guys, many of our wins in terms of financial success, important ang head knowledge, important ang technical knowledge, like yung mga ibibigay sa atin ng mga next speakers, di ba? But even if you have the head knowledge, the technical knowledge, even it's not mechanical. Sabi nga ni Dave Ramsey, di ba? It's not mechanical, more of behavioral ang finance. Okay? So, siguro mag-a-appeal lang ako to your emotions, diba? To your common sense, kumbaga. Problem number 3, you might get into debt. Okay, konektado yan, di ba? You tend to overspend, so hindi ka makakapag-ipon. You tend to overspend, you don't realize wala ka ng pera, but you have other obligations that you need to settle, then you would result into debt. No, you would go into debt. And we don't want that. Especially bad debt na consumer debt. If debt naman yan that you use for maybe expansion of your business, generate income, ibang usapan yun. But dito pinag-uusapan natin yung consumer loans and all that. Okay? So, ayan, nakikita ko yung mga comments. Meron dito sabi, prepared na ako mag-budget pagka-graduate. That's good. Diba? And siguro, just to address that, no, thank you for that comment. Maybe you don't need to wait, no, na makagraduate ka. If you are receiving allowance, no, from your parents or maybe from a scholarship, you might want to practice budgeting right now. Diba? If you have some sort of income that you need to that you use, no, you might as well manage that. No? You might as well create kahit na simple budget lang, or at least track your expenses, no, as a practice. Para pag meron ka ng actual na income, you would know what to do. You would know what to do. So you cannot control what you don't measure. Okay, hindi ko na maalala sino yung original nagsabi nito but hindi ako yun. Pero gusto ko lang siya i-quote, you cannot control what you do not measure. Hindi ata yun talaga totally on money, na parang general idea to, but this also applies to money. Okay? So if you don't know saan pumupunta yung pera mo, how much ng pera mo yung pumupunta sa kung saan, then you won't be able to control it. And if you are unable to control your money would control you. Diba? Your money would definitely control you. So, how do we do it? Diba? How do we actually do it? Diba? Paano tayo magpa-budget? Alam nyo guys, yung pagba-budget, parang pagda-diet lang yan. Una-una magka-rhyme sila. Pangalawa, diba, when you want to diet, when you want to be more fit, you want to lose a few pounds, you want to be more healthy, ganyan, you would need to follow a diet plan. Correct? May diet plan tayo. And yung mga diet plan, iba-iba din, di ba? Iba-iba. Hindi ako masyado familiar kasi hindi man ako nagda-diet. Pero, di ba, from what I'm hearing, may mga intermittent fasting, di ba? If that's a diet. Vegan, may keto, ganyan. Iba-iba. Di ba? There are different kinds of diet plans that you could choose and follow and stick to. Tama? Same with budget. Okay? If you want to budget, di ba pag nag-budget ka, you want to take control of your finances naman. You want to have a better understanding, you want to have better control of your finance, kaya ka naman nagpa-budget. So sa budgeting naman, like diet plan, marami rin pwedeng pagpilian na kung ano-anong budget. Mamaya, mag-share ako ng few examples. Pero yun yung point, no? Iba-iba yung budgeting natin. Now, another similarity that they have, yung diet plan, even if you have that, but you don't stick with that, you won't get the results that you want. Diba? Kung nari gusto mo magpapayat, kaya ka nagda-diet. Diba? Nag-diet ka 1 week lang, tapos wala na after that. Would it work? Would you get the results that you want? Definitely not. No, definitely not. Same with budget. If mag-budget ka ngayon, you stick with that for 1 week, maybe even 1 month, but after that, wala na, then you won't get the more long-term benefits of doing so. No? Wala yung long-term benefits of budgeting if you don't stick with it. Same with your diet. Okay? So, I hope we get the similarity, no? So, parang budgeting is you are trying to, when you diet plan, ang questions mo dyan would be, kakainin ko ba to or hindi? Parang ganun. Kakainin ko ba to? Hindi. Kakainin ko ba to? Hindi. Yun ang question. Sa budgeting naman, sa budget plan, ang question naman dito, bibilin ko ba to or hindi? Lagay ba ako ng pera dito or hindi? Okay? So, that's a similarity of this. Ngayon, gusto ko i-introduce yung concept of spending plan. Ito narinig ko to from one of the speakers din dito sa TGFI, si Miss Salve. Sabi niya, many people are allergic to the B word. Diba? Kaya nga doon ako nag-start eh. Many people are allergic to the B word. Kasi when we mention budget niya, it feels restricting, it feels limiting. So people don't like to budget. Okay? What do people like to do? instead of budgeting. People, they like to spend. We like to spend. So rather than calling it budget, why not to call it spending plan? Kasi, di ba, you're going to spend your money anyway. Might as well be mindful, be intentional on spending your money. Okay? And that would include your saving, di ba? Parang it's part of your spending plan, yung pag-allocate mo ng saving, of course, a certain percentage of your money for savings. Okay? So I know change of words lang yun, pero for many, this actually works. No? For many of my clients, this actually works. Parang they feel like it sounds better. Spending plan sounds better than a budget. No? So, I'll give you a few examples of spending plans. Okay? Ito yung pinaka-common. Okay, ito yung pinaka-common na nakikita ko ina-apply dito ng mga kliyente ko. So, the most common probably would be, ito rin yung pinaka-narinig nyo siguro, is the 50-30-20 rule. Okay, what is that? What is the 50-30-20 rule? 50-30-20 is just the percent allocation of your income. Okay? 50% would go to your needs. Okay? 50% would go to your needs. Ano yung needs natin? Minsan ang hirap di ba? Ang hirap i-distinguish ng needs at wants. Pero basically, your needs are your necessities. That includes your groceries, your utilities, your food, transportation, allowance, and anything that you need to pay off, any obligation that you have that you need to pay off. Okay? 50% of your income should go into this. Now, Gary, paano kung di ba, nag-check na kasi ako niyan tapos nagtatrack naman ako ng expenses ko. Pero more than 50% yung napupunta sa needs ko. Ibig sabihin ba nun, wala na akong pag-asa sa buhay, give up na ako. Not necessarily. Okay? So this is just parang a rule of thumb. It's not really strict, no? So kunwari lumagpas ka sa 50% of needs, you have two ideas, no? You have two ideas to consider. Number one, can you trim it down? No? So, yun one point of budgeting is that you can track your expenses. When you track your expenses, you know where your money is going. When you know where your money is going, you can try and trim down your expenses. You can try and trim down your expenses. Okay? That's one. Okay? Yung first option na yun, that's very defensive. Okay? In personal finance, you can't just save money. Diba? Hindi pwedeng puro save lang. Hindi pwedeng puro tipid lang. Hindi pwedeng puro trim lang. Okay, hindi pwedeng lagi lang tayong defensive. We need to be on the offense din paminsan-minsan. Okay, so how do you do that? Kung yung expenses mo more than 50%, then you need to have income that is 50% lang nun, or 50% nung income na yun, yung needs mo. Okay, example, kunwari, lumabas sa computation mo, ang needs mo based on actual would be 50,000, for example. 50,000 per month. So ibig sabihin 50% lang dapat yun ng income mo. So you would know that your income would be what? 100,000. Okay? Currently you're just earning, let's say 70,000, for example. Example lang 70,000. Okay? So ngayon, you would be aware that you have an income gap of 30,000. So you would know now that kailangan pala maghanap ako ng additional income stream that would give me additional 30,000 so that 50% lang nung income ko yung napupunta sa needs ko. Okay? Kasi when you compromise, kunwari naging 60% yung needs mo, obviously walang ibang pagkukunan yan but the other categories. So mako-compromise yung other categories and it should be the last resort. No, it should be the last resort. Okay? So hindi pwedeng laging save lang. Minsan kailangan din nating add ng income. Lalo ngayon guys, diba na-mention ni Sir Floyd kanina that may mga impending recessions, makita natin yung mga inflation, tumataas sa US ang taas, diba? Parang ilang year high yung kanila. Parang for 4 decades ata, no? Hindi ako sure. Tapos sa atin din, sa local din, tumataas din yung inflation natin. So, we cannot really depend on just one income alone nowadays, diba? So, kailangan, naghahanap din tayo, actively seeking tayo of an extra source of income if we can, if our time, energy, resources would allow us. Pero 'di ba, kung gusto mo naman talaga, magagawa mo naman paraan 'yan. Okay? So yan, tama, increase your income, correct. Okay, so yung other 50%, okay, what do we do with that? Okay, what do we do with that? Based on this rule, on this very common rule, yung 30% daw, you would allocate this on your wants. Okay, you would allocate this on your wants. Ano naman yung wants? Obviously, these are the things that are not really necessary. Hindi mo naman kaya siya kailangang bilhin. Hindi ka naman, walang naniningil sa'yo dito. Okay? But these things actually give you joy. Diba? These things allow you to enjoy life. Okay? Ito yung mga hobbies natin, travel natin, eating out. For many, yan yung wants. Mahilig tayo kumain sa labas, mga gadget, if mahilig ka na magpalit-palit ng cellphone, self-care, mga ritual natin, ganyan. So, yun yung mga wants natin. Now, bakit kailangan meron tayong wants dito? Sabi sa akin yung advisor ko, huwag na daw akong mag-milk tea mag-insurance na lang daw ako. So, bakit naman ganun? Bakit naman kailangan pa mag-wants? Importante ba talaga yan? That's very, very important. No? That's very, very important, guys. Yung mga wants na yan, very, very important yan. If you have a budget that does not have a wants allocation, that is when you will feel deprived. Okay? And when you have a budget, aside from it working for you, another criteria that you should consider is sustainable ba siya para sa'yo? Sustainable ba siya para sa'yo? If you have a budget and wala siyang fun, it doesn't allow you to enjoy life, doesn't allow you to enjoy your income, kahit gano'n pa kaliit yan, you will feel deprived, okay? And you would not follow your budget. You would discard the budget. You would discard the spending plan altogether just because it feels very limiting. No? So very important yan. Okay. Another importance ng having a wants allocation is that, kunwari yan, 30%, sinunod mo yan. For some, medyo malaki nga yan eh. No? Pero let's say 30% talaga yung ginagamit mo. 30%, okay, 30% ginamit mo. So that protects the other 70%. Okay? Kasi you already have an allocation for your wants eh. So you respect the budget, you respect the spending plan, you respect the limits, and then the 70% stays intact. Kung naman yung purpose ng 70% na yun, they are able to stick with that purpose na sinet para sa kanila. Okay? And then 20% is for your savings. Not necessarily savings. Ako nga, I would want to change this maybe to investing. No? So, ito kasi 50-30-20 rule. Yan yung common na makikita mo sa internet. 20% doon savings nalagay, long-term savings. If mas maganda, sana 20% you invest. No, 20% of your money you invest in something. No, and when it comes to investment, syempre hindi naman yun yung topic ko. Makinig kayo no all throughout the 2-day session and you would find out ano ba yung mga magandang investments ngayon. Lalo na ngayon we are in this very interesting times no that we are in right now. And yun nga, kaya nga financial resiliency, di ba, yung team niya yun. So, yan, 20% at least sana for your savings and investments. Okay? So, kung na rin naman sa savings, you are unable to do 20% kaagad, pwede ka naman magsimula ng maliit. Like, kung 5% muna. Tapos, tuloy-tuloy mo lang yan, hanggang masanay ka, and then you go bigger, 10%. Tapos, tuloy-tuloy lang, go bigger, tawag dito, 15% and 20%. No, pataas ng pataas. Ang key dyan is again to make it sustainable. Mahirap din yung abrupt na you force yourself to save big kagad. Minsan di sustainable din yung ganun eh. No? Yan. And then another common or popular technique or planning is yung 80-20 rule. This is a much simpler rule. Kasi dito, ginagawa lang natin, you simply take off your savings off the top and then spend the rest. Di ba? It's very simple, very basic. Kunwari, 20% savings, 80% bahala ka na dyan. Paano mo gagawin yan? Okay? So for many people, this actually works. No, many of my clients, ito yung ginagawa nila. They just want to secure that they are saving and investing 20% of their income, then the rest, kahit wala na, bahala na sila dun. No? So for some people, that works. So this is for those not yet used to tracking their expenses and budgeting. They feel like it's tedious. So hindi talaga naman talaga siya para sa lahat eh. Diba? You have to remember, personal finance is personal. Ang daming speakers today, but I know, even sa talk ko, I know some of what I'm saying does not apply to you. At the same with the other speakers. You just, diba? You know yourself better. You know how you react with money. Then just choose, diba? Alin lang yung mag-work for you. And then another thing, this is for those challenged to stick with a more structured plan. So yun nga, gusto lang nila 20% savings, then 80% bahala ka na. Others would call this pay yourself first plan or budget. Di ba? Pay yourself first. Di ba ang ginagawa niyan? When you get your income, set aside savings, and then the rest you spend. Something like that. Okay? So actually, sobrang dami, no? Sobrang daming budgeting techniques available to us. Magsasawa kayo. Pag nag-search kayo sa internet, you could actually see one of our posts, no, talking about this sa Bright Millennia. So, i-like nyo na rin ako, hindi nyo pa na-like. So, we have a post there, sabi doon, 12 budgeting techniques. So, yung nilagay ko dito, that's just 6. So, naka-collage siya na ganyan kasi we're not really going to dive into this. Pero ang gusto ko lang i-point out dito, napakadaming ways to budget, napakadaming options to budget, and you just have to find what works for you, and you just have to find what would be sustainable to you. Like for example, itong abundance formula, I think I heard this from Brother Buwata eh. So dito naman, it involves the idea of tithing. Now, if that is your faith, di ba, 10% of tithing, non-negotiable yun for you. So 90%, how do you spread that? Di ba? So pwedeng ganyan. Okay, so meron din dito, create your own budget. So, like nakita ko meron nag-comment, sabi ni Ma'am Marjorie, I prefer 60-20-20, di ba? 60 needs, 20 wants, 20 investing, saving, di ba? So, ganun yung sa kanya. So, pwede kayong gumawa ng sarili niyo din as long as you stick to it, di ba? So, ganito yung process niyan. You need to test and then evaluate and then stick. Test a plan. Kung wala ka pang spending plan na kahit anong sisimula ka pa lang, pili ka, alin doon yung gusto mong subukan, and then you test that out. Okay, when you test that out, evaluate if this would work for you. You feel like, alam mo yun, nakakagaan ba siya ng loob? Do you feel like it actually helps you? Do you think like nasusunod mo naman ba siya? Di ba? And if it works for you, then finally you need to stick with it. Okay, you need to stick with it. So you test, evaluate, and then stick with your spending plan. Sticking with the plan. Ito yung pinakamahirap na gawin. Okay? Ang dali lang maggawa ng budget, di ba? Ang dali lang mamili. Alin ba dito sa mga budget na to, sa mga spending plan na to yung susundin ko? But the most difficult, the most challenging part would be sticking with the plan. Okay? Sabi ni William Feder, no? Sabi niya, a budget tells us what we can't afford, but it doesn't keep us from buying it. Ayan. So, sorry na lang sa mga natamaan. Parang kaka-budget mo, alam mo, dapat 20% lang yung sa wants mo, yun yung sinet mo, pero lumalabas pala 50% na pupunta dun sa wants mo, di ba? So, niloloko mo na yung sarili mo that time. So, it doesn't matter if you have a budget or not. What matters is, do you actually follow it? No? Do you actually follow it? Do you actually stick with the plan that you made? Okay? So, why do you stick with the plan? To, siguro, if hindi pa kayo sold dun sa idea, bigyan ko lang kayo ng konti pang push. Guys, dapat mag-stick tayo with the spending plan. Okay? Number one, you can be flexible. When you stick to a spending plan, you know how much you are spending on a monthly basis, di ba? Then you gain control over your money. Okay? Sabi ko nga, if you don't measure it, you don't get to control it. And then finally, you make room for the things that you value. Okay? So, di ba, ano siya? Counter siya dun sa usual natin naiisip that when you have a budget, when you have a spending plan, you don't get to enjoy it. Actually, opposite pa nga eh. When you have a budget, makikita mo may room pa pala dun sa mga bagay na mas gusto mong paggastusan. No? So, yan. So, set compelling financial goals. How do you stick with your plan, your spending plans? You set compelling financial goals. Okay? So parang ito yung nakatulong sa akin eh. Rather than, alam niyo yun, ubusin na lang yung income ko monthly, month in, month out, ubusin ko na lang yan, bahala na, di ba? Kikita pa naman ako next month, kikita pa naman ako next year. I have set compelling financial goals that I would want to achieve, di ba? Maybe ang goal mo is you want to provide a house for your family before you turn 30. So for me, that was my goal. No, now I'm 29, now I have a house for my family where we live in. So parang yun yung compelling financial goal that I had no when I was younger na sige mag-stick ako with a plan so that I can save more, so that I can buy that house, so that pag nandiyan na yung family ko, we have a house. Okay, something like that, diba? So your goals should be compelling enough for you to stick with your plan. Ano ba yung mga financial goals that you have? Meron ba? Baka what? Alam mo yun, baka naman wala. alam ko meron eh, pero for some of us, di natin siya pino-formalize na parang nasa isip mo lang siya, pero not really. Parang okay lang na magkaroon, okay lang na hindi. If ganun yung idea natin about the goal, then it won't become a reality. No? It should be non-negotiable for us, yung mga financial goal natin. And speaking of financial goal, diba, one of the most common financial goal, ultimate financial goal, is for us to experience financial freedom. Diba? Not really retirement nga eh. Financial freedom, that means you are financially free, you get to do what you want, when you want, where you want. Diba? Without thinking of money. So, diba? Retirement kasi parang sabi mo, pag matanda ka na eh. But you could actually retire when you're young, when you're financially free. Diba? If ma-achieve mo naman yan na mas maaga, you can retire na rin. Diba? So, if you want to have that, you want to achieve financial freedom, definitely budgeting is one of the first steps. Because, diba, how do you achieve financial freedom? You invest. Diba? You invest, or maybe for some, they open a business. Maybe for some, diba, ang daming ways to grow your money. But you can't grow your money if you have nothing to grow. Diba? Probably kaya nga ito yung one of the first topics eh. Diba? Kasi you don't have anything to grow if you don't budget, if you don't have a surplus kasi you don't budget. Diba? So let me leave you with this. Sabi hindi ko alam paano basahin yung pangalan niya. Sabi niya, use correctly, a budget doesn't restrict you. It empowers you. Okay? Use correctly, a budget doesn't restrict you. It empowers you. So hopefully this changes the narrative, this changes the impression that we have when it comes to budget, that it's restricting, that it's limiting. It's actually the opposite. When you have a budget, you have more options. It empowers you to allocate more on the things that you value more. Okay? So with that, thank you so much, mga ka-TGFI. Thank you for having me here. I hope that I imparted some kind of reminder, some kind of knowledge to you. That's actually just what I want to add value to you guys. But if you would want to maybe set a meeting with me, set a personal finance consultation with me one-on-one, I'm offering at least 5 slots. Maximum 5 slots. You just have to scan the QR code, tapos set kayo doon. I know may mga financial advisors, friends tayo na nandito sa nanonood dito, no guys. But please, paubahin na natin sa mga non-FAs yung slots. No? If you want to talk to me, diba? Message na lang ako. But yeah, you can connect with us. You can connect with me directly with my page at Garrett Maralit RFP. Siyempre yung the Bright Millennial page. And you can also join yung Bright Millennials group. So with that, maraming salamat po sa lahat and enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Garrett. That was a very helpful talk para sa ating mga ka-TGFI. And of course, to the Bright Millennial community then, no? And at this point, the floor is now open for a quick Q&A. So please comment your questions, mga ka-TGFI, and let me be the first to ask a question. But then again, if you have any questions, mag-comment lang tayo sa ating chat box. And shout out din po sa mga live viewers natin, mga participants sa mga ka-TGFI. Nandito si Angelica Trilles, Steven Moso, good morning everyone from GMBCC, 1DBS Entrepreneurship. Ayan, hello po sa inyo, mga nanonood ng live. Okay, Garrett, the floor is now open for our Q&A portion. But let me first ask the question, what age ba, Garrett, do you think you can start being a budgetarian?
Alright.
Ako kasi parang on and off ako ng vegetarian. Vegetarian pwede pa.
Okay. Ako hindi pwede dun sa vegetarian, sir. No? Vegetarian na lang ako siguro. No? Pero that's a very good question. Actually, gusto ko ngang i-shout out yung kanina nagtanong. Nag-comment lang siya. Sabi niya, after graduation daw, parang prepared na siya to actually do budget. No? Siguro to echo lang din yung comment ko kanina on what he said. I think it's a very good time. Siguro when you have your allowance, no, that is money that you need to manage. Kunwari ganun yung arrangement niyo ng parent niyo. Kunwari bibigyan ka niya for a month or for a week. Maybe ganun yung kunwari hindi daily yung binibigay niya sa'yo. Kunwari monthly or weekly. For some kasi ganun yung ginagawa. So if you have that sum of money, tapos ganun yung arrangement niyo, then that would be a perfect time for you to start budgeting. Diba? How do you expand yung allowance mo para makaabot dun sa buong month na yon? Or are you able to, part of that allowance to actually save? kaya ba yun? So, when you budget, malalaman mo, no? Malalaman mo yun. So, perfect din yun para pagka join mo ng workforce, you know what to do. Na, which I didn't have, di ba? Kaya nga ako nagkaroon ng ganong mistake. Kasi I didn't know how to budget when I joined the workforce.
Okay, thank you for that, no, Garnet. Paano kaya yung mga ano dyan, yung mga talagang mahilig mag-add to cart? Madali pa kayang mag-budget pagka mahilig kang mag-add to cart. Okay, let me pull up a question coming from our live audience, no. Ito. Galing naman kay Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious store. Ang tanong niya is, how would you factor in those kamag-anaks that thought you were already big time and can afford to lend them help, no, or pautang na mostly wala nang bayaran? Maraming ganun eh. Kala nila, ang yaman-yaman mo, ang laki ng kinikita mo. Di ba? So, paano what do you think? How do you handle this kind of situation?
Ayan. Thank you for the question, sender, no? Hindi na, ang hirap
banggitin, no? Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Sender na lang, sender. Ayan. Thank you, sender, for the question. That's very tricky, no? Parang for most cases, di talaga dapat nagmi-mix yung finance and family. Kasi, yun nga finance is, money is very emotional. So parang, kunwari, kung di ka tumulong dyan, they feel like, alam mo yun, parang, ma-hurt sila, parang mag-guilt ka, ganyan-ganyan. So para sa akin, if kaya, no, pag-usapan, no, you open this up, talagang pag-usapan siya, you sit down with them, and then, I know it's a hard thing to do, hard talk talaga yun, kung gagawin niya yun. But it has a lot of benefits eh. No? Kaya lang naman nagkakaroon kasi parang di ba? Parang based on what you mentioned, para siyang unreal expectation of you. And yung mga unreal expectations na yun, assumptions lang nila yun eh. Di ba? In most cases, assumptions lang nila yun. And bakit nagkakaroon ng ganong assumptions? Kasi wala namang communication. So, I know it's hard to talk about this kasi hindi ganun yung nakasanayan at sa culture natin. But it's very important to have an open communication when it comes to money. Now, when it comes to lending naman, I have this rule. No, I've heard this from Jason Law. Baka kilala si Jason Law. No? I don't like lending money. Okay? I don't like lending money. If kailangan talaga ng tulong, I would rather just give. And just give what I can give at the moment. Kasi when you lend money, and nakita nyo nga parang mostly wala nang bayaran, di ba? Hugot. Ang daming ganyan. And when that happens to you, not only does your finance suffer, your relationship also suffers with a person. No? So,
but how do you...
Sige, sir.
Garnet, how do you handle those kind of situations? Siyempre, di ba? Kamag-anak mo yan, kapamilya mo. So, paano mo siya tatanggihan in a nice way?
Parang ako, sir, parang gagawin ko na lang dyan, if I have something extra, again, makikita mo lang yan if you budget, then yun yung freely kong ibibigay na lang as a form of help. Kunwari, nangungutang siya, 10,000. Obviously, yung hirap magbigay ng 10,000. So probably, kung kunwari, kaya ko lang that time is 1,000 or 500. Yun lang ibibigay ko. Ito lang yung kaya kong ibigay sa'yo. Bibigay ko na yan sa'yo. Hindi na yan utang. No? Pero yan lang talaga kasing kaya ko kasi wala sa budget eh. Wala sa budget ko. So may excuse na kayo guys ha. Sabi ni Garrett, di ba, stick lang sa budget. Wala sa budget to eh. So hindi pwede.
Ayan. Agree on that, Garrett. So ikaw na yung magiging dahilan ngayon ng ating mga ka-TGFI na sabi ni Garrett. Okay, Garrett, what are your thoughts naman on impulsive buying? How can that issue be fixed? No? Kasi ako, minsan, di ba, pagka naka-budget, if I have, alam mo nang meron kong extra, para mapapabili kayo, matetempt ka talaga eh. Di ba?
So, impulse buy, yan talaga kalaban ng budget natin, ng spending plan. Di ba? Most of the time, kaya hindi ka makastick with your spending plan is because you saw something new and shiny. Di ba? Tapos ngayon, ang dali pa, di ba? Kahit na nasa bahay ka lang, di ba? Parang maisip mo, siguro nasa bahay lang ako, makakatipid ako, hindi ako nagmamall eh. Andyan si Shopee, si Lazada, on other online shopping.
Add to cart.
Mas madali pa actually, di ba? Mas madali pang gumastos ngayon. Ngayon, yeah, correct, online na. So ngayon, if you want to avoid that, ako ang tip ko dyan, kasi di ba sabi nga natin, yung buying decisions natin are anchored on emotions. So baka, alam mo yun, na-hype ka lang when you saw the item. So for me, ang ginagawa ko, when I see something that I would want to buy, pero alam ko hindi ko naman siya kailangan, I would give it at least 3 days. Okay? 3 days muna. Hindi ko muna siya ngayon bibilin. Okay? Kung nakita ko, ang ganda, parang gusto kong bilhin. Hindi mo na ito bibilin, babalikan kita after 3 days. After 3 days, kung nandun pa rin yung feeling, which most of the time wala na, kasi parang na-hype ka nga lang at the moment, kung nandun pa rin yung feeling, then that would be the time naman that you check your wants budget. Okay? If you see that for that month, di ba, meron ka pang wants budget, meron ka pang fund, then go ahead and buy that. If wala na, then you respect the spending plan. Kasi ba't mo pa yan ginawa if hindi mo naman susundin, di ba? So, pero very useful tip yun na you just
So dapat
it's
a 3-day rule.
Yeah, for some 1 week no? So basta you give yourself some time before you pull the trigger.
Okay. Sige. Actually, there are a lot of questions coming up, no? But since we have a limited time for you, Garrett, let me ask the last question coming naman from Irene Salazar. What tips can you share in setting up an emergency fund?
All right. Ayan, setting up an emergency fund.
Diba kasi syempre, diba, mga 50, may 50%, may 20. So, paano naman yung emergency fund? Papasok ba yung savings mo sa gagawin?
Alright. Kung wala ka pa, ma'am, no, wala ka pa emergency fund, so maybe yung 20% of your savings, you could break it down further. Diba? Syempre, you would want to invest in naman kahit papano. So maybe 10% would go to investing, 10% would go to your saving in the form of your emergency fund. So what works for most people is that you set up an auto-debit arrangement with your bank going to another account, no, as an emergency fund. Maganda kasi if your emergency fund is set up in a different account para hindi mo siya nakikita, no? Parang out of vision, out of your mind, out of your control na, diba? Hindi mo na siya gagalawin. Ano ba yung term na yun? Basta ganun. Pag hindi mo siya nakikita, hindi mo na siya gagalawin. So maganda, automatic, nata-transfer na siya doon. Diba? And for some, they actually put their emergency fund sa mga high-yield savings account. No? May mga ganyan na ngayon. Most of them are digital banks. So you might want to explore that also. Para hindi rin naman siya totally natutulog.
Okay, ayan. Sana nasagot ni Garrett, no, Irene Salazar, yung question mo. Makatulong yung advice and tip ni Sir Garrett. And I think that completes our Q&A portion. No, and before we leave you, Garrett, any parting words for our live audience sa ating mga ka-TGFI?
Alright. Thank you for that, Sir Aaron. And thank you sa mga ka-TGFI natin dito. Thank you kay Sir Floyd. Thank you for the organizers. Thank you for having me here. I hope that I added value to you guys. Siguro very, very important lang yung spending plan, no? Kasi with the theme that we have, financial resiliency, very, very important that we are mindful of how we spend our money. Diba? Mahal na ng bilihin niya yun. So please, have a spending plan, stick with that plan, and then, diba? Kaya natin to. We just weather itong uncertainties na nangyayari ngayon. So with that, maraming salamat po and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Thank you so much again for joining us today, Garrett, and we hope to see you again next time. And now, let us hear from another speaker. Let's talk about insurance literacy. Well, he studied Bachelor of Science in Nursing from Southwestern University, Cebu, and also attained a diploma in Culinary Arts and Hotel Management from the International School for Culinary Arts and Hotel Management. He was a sales trainer for 3 years, and currently he is the Regional Sales Manager of Sun Life of Canada, Philippines Incorporated. Let's all welcome Augustus Manuel Pe.
Thank you very much, Aaron, and a bright morning to everyone, and welcome to today's Finlit session. All right, now before I start, I just wanted to ask a question first, and that question is this: what do you want to achieve for yourself and your loved ones? Napag-isipan niyo to. Ano ba yung top of mind na gusto mong mangyari para sa sarili mo or sa mga mahal mo sa buhay? Now, I've asked this question before in one of our previous talks, and these are the most common answers that we would usually get. Gusto daw ng mga tao, one, they want to have their own home. Some would like to plan for their retirement. and have a really good retirement. Yung nasa beach lang sila, they can just vacation. And speaking of vacation, a lot of people would also want to be able to travel. Whether it's all over the world, whether it's to their dream destination. Maraming Pinoy gustong pumunta sa Europe or these countries na malamig. Kasi sanay tayo dito where it's a little bit warm, di ba? Some also, as a part of their dreams and goals in life, they want to have their own car. Ayaw na nila mag-commute. And for those parents, one of the most common goals and dreams that they would like to achieve is gusto nilang mapaaral yung kanilang mga anak. They want to be able to send their children to the best schools. Now, why am I starting and asking you guys this question? Because it's very important for us to talk about it. Because when we have dreams, when we have goals, we need to make a plan. Because we know that there is a tomorrow. These things are not happening today. Mangyayari ng mga goals and dreams natin bukas at kailangan natin silang pagplanuhan. Because we want our tomorrow to be better than today. Now, when it comes to all of these dreams and goals, your house, your vacation, your retirement, your dream car, your college education, possibly your dream wedding, I'll throw that in as well. What is the most common thing that you need to be able to achieve these goals and dreams? You need money, right? Pera. There is a cost to all of these things. So when it comes to planning, there has to be a financial plan. Because a financial plan ensures that we can carry out the important goals and milestones throughout our lifetime. Now, when we talk about our lifetime, we go through different stages in our life. And here at Sun Life, we have a concept of the 4 life stages. They are you're getting started, you're moving up, you're preparing ahead, as well as you're leaving a legacy. Now, these 4 life stages are defined by not necessarily your age, but ano yung priorities mo in your life and where you are financially. So, normally we start off at the getting started stage. These are those that are still starting out with either their work, whether finding themselves in terms of their careers, and what they really want to do. Think about somebody that's a fresh graduate. Di ba, when you're starting out, ano yung priorities mo pag kakagraduate mo lang? Di ba, that's probably the time that you start out with your first job. So probably for those, there are students here that are just about to graduate, or if you are a fresh graduate, you're still trying to figure out, ano bang gusto kong gawin? Ano ba yung trabaho na feeling ko, may enjoy ko? Probably it makes sense together with the degree that I have. And will give me enough finances for me to be able to live the life that I want. Diba? So, when you're getting started stage, you're starting out pa lang financially. Now, what are the goals and dreams of this person? What are their milestones? Probably, other than the income that they would want to earn for their independence, the actual independence of living alone, probably would want to finally be able to do things without having to rely on allowance when you were a student, diba? So these are your goals, and these are the things that require your finances at that life stage. Now, when you progress to the moving up stage naman, this is a time when you're probably starting to build a family, where you're probably already centered, or your priorities are already centered on more mature goals. Yung mga adulting na tayo, na probably it's time to settle down, buy a house, prepare for, or already start spending for a newborn child. Diba, nagsishift yung mindset natin and priorities natin when it comes to finances. That's when we move up to this different, or the second life stage. And then once we progress even further, we go into the preparing ahead stage, where probably yung newborn na sinabi ko earlier is already starting out with his or her own getting started stage, and it's time for us to start preparing for our eventual retirement. Again, in terms of our priorities in life, mag-shift na naman siya. Kasi hindi mo na pagagastusan yung education, yung allowance, it can probably shift back to going back to the things that, or going back to yourself and preparing for yourself. That by the time that you retire, you're financially capable of retiring. So probably ito na yung time na tatapusin mo na lahat ng mga payments mo, mortgage sa bahay mo if ever there's any. And planning, what are you really going to do by the time that you retire? Di ba mag-shift na naman yung priorities mo? And then finally, when you go towards the last stage, which is our leaving a legacy stage, this is already when you're in your golden years, in your retirement years. When we're retired already, ano yung hindi na natin ginagawa? Hindi na tayo nagtatrabaho. Pag hindi na tayo nagtatrabaho, ano yung wala na? Wala nang active income. So, what will we be doing then? Or how will we be able to have the finances that we're not actively working, but we're still going to be able to earn or have money for us to have a comfortable retirement? Now, see how the different life stages will actually be a factor towards your finances and your priorities and the plans and goals and dreams that you need to have for yourself. Now, consider these when you create your financial plan. Your present, saan ka na ngayon, and your future life stage. What's going to be happening in the next 3 to 5 years? What are certain or expected events that you are looking forward to? When we say certain or expected, these are the things na pinagplaplanuhan natin, the things that we are looking forward to. So sa mga sinabi ko earlier, ano ba yung gusto natin mangyari in the future? Or what are the things that we know will happen? So let's see the education of our children, for ourselves maybe, gusto mo masters, the retirement that I also mentioned earlier. There is a set time of when you want that to happen, di ba? When are you guys planning to retire? The most common answer there is usually by the age of 65 years old. That's the common retirement age, right? Some people would probably like to retire earlier at 60, at 55, at 50. But what will allow you to retire? It's actually not bound on age, but your financial capacity to retire. Pag meron ka ng pera ngayon at hindi mo na kailangan magtrabaho, pwede ka naman siguro na mag-retire, di ba? Wouldn't that be a very easy and comfortable life? But that's not available for everyone, right? So we need to work and prepare for that expected and certain event. Or it could also be when you're creating your financial plan, you need to prepare for the uncertain or the unexpected events, the things that we do not want to happen. Let's say when you're young, when you're working, you're earning, right? So, tatrabaho ka for you to be able to earn, for you to be able to be financially independent. Like I mentioned earlier, di na kailangan mag-rely sa allowance. So, what's possibly going to get in the way of you not being able to earn? That's unexpected. That's uncertain. That's one of the biggest lessons that we've learned because of this pandemic. Probably in the last 2 years, because of this COVID situation that has happened, some of us were not able to earn anymore. Because when we got sick, that prevented us from going to work. That is unexpected, right? Now, on those days, for example, or the time that you were sick or you were unable to work, did you have income? Were you able to earn from that? So these are the things that we need to consider when we create a financial plan. Now, I have 7 bright choices or tips for you to create your financial plan. The first is, you need to set clear goals. What do you want? What do you want to do? What do you want to have? And these goals have to be smart. When we say smart, it has to be specific. Kailangan siyang measurable. It also has to be attainable, realistic, as well as time-bounded. Now, with all the goals that I mentioned earlier, yung retirement mo, yung bahay, yung kotse, yung pag-travel, yung education, all of these have a price tag. And you need to know exactly how much it's going to cost, as well as the timeline of when that goal is going to come. Let's say as an example, to the parents that are listening in right now, probably education is one of the most important things that you're considering and prioritizing. May anak ka right now at the age of 1 or 2 years old, 3, 4, 5, whatever it is, and by the time that they hit college, which is a couple of years down the road, let's say they'll go to college by the age of 20 na ngayon, di ba? Or 18 na ba because of K-12. But by the time that they go to college, how much is the tuition fee of wherever school that you would want to send them to? Now, think about it this way. Ikaw, when you went to college, magkano yung tuition fee mo? Is it going to be the same by then? Definitely not. We have to factor in inflation. So in terms of the price tag for that one goal, kailangan mo siyang i-compute, factoring in inflation, how much it costs now, how many years down the road it's going to be. And that's what you're going to consider for your financial plan for that specific goal. Having a clear life goal will give you a compelling reason to save and not to spend unwisely. Oh, meron akong phone-in question here. Someone asks, okay, there we go. See, Harvey asks, why is it important to have insurance while you're still young? Now, when I was much younger, I never saw the value of getting myself protected when it comes to insurance. Bakit? Probably for most of us that are not familiar with how insurance works, ang most common understanding natin pag insurance sa pinag-uusapan is, pag may mamatay, dyan ka makakakuha ng pera, right? That's the most common and that's the most generic understanding of what insurance is. When there is loss, specifically death, that's when somebody will get paid out. So when I was much younger, it didn't make sense to me. Kasi iniisip ko, bakit ako magbabayad thousands of pesos that if ever something will happen to me, my family, my siblings, or whoever it is that I'm gonna place in the insurance policy is going to receive the proceeds. Para kung nagbabayad, para kung may mangyari sa akin, iba yung makakapag-enjoy kasi siya yung makakuha ng pera, di ba? But then I realized, insurance isn't just about that. There are different forms of insurance. Now, while we're young, as I mentioned earlier, when you're in the getting started life stage, while you're still working, right? Let's say you had a graduated magna cum laude, you're working right now, your job is stable, but then you got sick. Let's say, if ever you can relate, in the last 2 years because of the pandemic, there was a time that you were unable to work because you were one of the people that got COVID. So let's say napa-quarantine ka for 2 weeks, 14 days. That's 14 days where you're not able to work. Insurance doesn't necessarily have to be na kailangan kang mamatay. But think of those 2 weeks, those, let's put it in the weekdays na lang, those 10 days, na hindi ka nagtatrabaho. What did you lose? You also lost the amount of income that you would normally get because those were days that you were unable to work. Now, insurance is a buffer to cover for losses, not just death, but loss due to the unexpected. And that includes illness, hospitalization, disability. So we have insurance policies that, for example, for every day that you are hospitalized, or if you're diagnosed with a critical illness while you're still alive, you still get paid for it. So now for me specifically, I want to make sure that if ever I get sick, if ever I'm unable to work while I'm still alive, definitely gusto kong buhay na buhay pa ako, I would still be able to earn. I would still have income. So a very good example for that is a hospitalization income benefit, for example. For every day that you're hospitalized, there's a certain amount that you will be getting. That makes sense when you're younger, right? It doesn't have to be immediately dead. So hopefully that answers Harvey's question over there. All right, let's continue. Now, when we talk about our goals in life, here are a couple of examples that we have. Let's say because of the pandemic, in the last 2 years, na-deprived tayo from traveling. And some of the goals that you may have with your friends is you would want to travel again. And maybe it's an Asian trip by the end of the year to celebrate finally borders opening and pwede na tayo mag-travel. So let's say by the end of the year, gusto mong pumunta ng Singapore, Bangkok, Vietnam, wherever it is, Korea. Mag-Asian trip ka with your friends in 6 months' time. So let's say you have a price tag of 60,000 pesos. So how do you come up with the finances for you to be able to do this life goal? Di ba normally, again, there's a price tag, there's a timeline. There has to be a plan. So when it comes to that Asian trip with your friends, how are you going to come up with the money for that? Are you just going to pay for it by the time that you're due to travel? Uutangin mo ba siya? Or pag-iipunan mo siya? That is the financial plan that you need to consider when you have these goals with this timeline of when it's going to happen and the price that it entails. Pwede din, doesn't have to be traveling. Maybe meron kang debt or utang sa credit card. Maybe during the pandemic when it started, you didn't have as much of an income or there was an income loss. A family member may have lost work and you had to use your credit card to cover for those expenses. And now you have a debt that you need to pay for. So you're planning in 10 months' time. Gusto mo nang wala ka ng utang. So how are you going to pay for that? Are you going to stagger your payments? Are you going to do installments? Are you going to Huwag naman sana mag-utang para bayaran yung utang, di ba? Iipunan mo ba siya? Are you planning na yung 13th month bonus mo down the line is what you'll be using for it? Again, there has to be a plan for it. Maybe a USA trip with your family in 2 years, maybe a condominium in 5 years. Now, when it comes to the financial plans as well, with these different goals and the price tag that entails, one solution doesn't fit all, or it doesn't work that way na pwedeng pag-ipunan mo yan lahat, pwedeng utangin mo yan lahat. Actually, debt is actually also a financial solution using a credit card, right? You just have to be smart about it. But when it comes to the financial plan, it's not one size fits all. It has to be tailor fit to what exactly you need to work on. Another thing to consider is your life stage. Kaya mo ba siya na bayaran? Does it make sense with the income that you're earning for you to be able to do this? Kasi let's say if you're earning a lot, pag iipunan mo siya, kayang-kaya mo. Or pwede nga, hindi mo na siya iipunan kasi malaki yung sweldo mo, kaya mo mag-Asian trip right away because you're earning a lot. That can work for some people, but not for everyone. Diba? So, when it comes to these goals, we have to plan for them. Because iba-iba tayo. Iba-iba yung financial capacity natin, iba-iba yung life stages natin, iba-iba yung priorities natin sa buhay. So we need to set the goal of what you want to happen, when it's going to happen, and how much it's going to cost. So I have a quick poll that I'd like to ask everyone here of what are you currently pursuing right now? It's probably, I'm giving you the choices already here. Do you want to pursue your further studies? Maybe you have a master's, maybe you have a PhD. Do you want to travel to your dream destination? Do you want to migrate to another country? Do you want to own your own vehicle? Some people joke around, ayaw na nila ng kotse ngayon kasi mahal yung gas. Do you want to own a property? Do you want to pay off your debts? Do you just want to make sure that you have income protection so that if anything happens, you will still earn? Do you want to maybe start a business? Are you preparing for your children's education? Are you working on your marriage? Are you preparing for your wedding rather? I have a friend that recently just got married. So in the last 2 years before the wedding, nag-ipon talaga siya para yung dream wedding nila ng wife niya makamit niya. Diba? Is it a retirement income? Is it that you want to have a health coverage to cover yourself from critical illness? Maybe you just want to start off with your first life insurance policy. Maybe you want to pursue your passions. Arts and crafts maybe that you want to turn into a business. In the last 2 years because of this pandemic as well, everybody started to pursue their passions. Sino dito sa sarili nila ng building or mga village, kung ano-ano lang yung binibenta na pagkain, di ba? That's something that came about because of probably a need for more finances, di ba? Philanthropy, gusto mo bang mag-give back to charity? Or maybe you're already someone that you're at that point in your life where you've already gathered a lot of assets. Marami ka ng properties, marami ka ng ari-arian at gusto mo nang ipamana sa mga anak mo, mga apo mo. What are you planning and what are you currently pursuing? Now think about that answer. And then beside that answer, isipin mo magkano yung kailangan mo para sa goal na yun. Diba? Papaisip ka, diba? How do I make this goal of mine a reality? So that's the first step. Set clear goals. Second, begin a saving habit. Pay yourself first and do it consistently. Now, this is the ideal allocation of when somebody earns from something or when somebody's earning. Ideally, 50% goes towards the essential expenses. Your food, your mortgage or your rent, your utilities, your transportation cost, dapat kalahati papunta doon. 20% ideally should go towards your lifestyle expenses, entertainment, dining out, shopping, vacation, things that you would want for you to be able to enjoy din naman. We don't necessarily have to deprive ourselves of these things that we can enjoy in life, but you have to make smart decisions when it comes to our spending habit. And then 30% ideally should be towards our savings, whether it's for a house, a business, education, retirement, emergency fund. You have to set aside. And I remember my Lola would always tell this to me before. You always need to set aside a little bit of money for the rainy days. Because when an emergency happens, when there's something unexpected that may happen, you need to make sure you're ready for it. Diba? That's the reason why it's called an emergency fund. So begin a savings habit. Be always ready for the rainy days in case of sudden illnesses, natural calamities, in between jobs. a pandemic like we've been through, diba? One thing that I even realized when the pandemic started is think about this pandemic as your retirement. Hindi tayo nakalabas. Wala tayong options na pwedeng pupuntahan. Some of us didn't earn from that. If this was your trial for your retirement, masaya ka ba? Not being able to go out? Or would you have been, or are you fortunate enough that because of this pandemic, or even through this pandemic, you're at home, you're not working, you're comfortable. Pwede kang kumain. Pa-deliver ka na lang ng pagkain. Diba? Now, prepare for emergencies. And when we say emergencies, we need to make sure that we have 3 to 6 months of your monthly, 3 to 6 times of your monthly expenses. Now, here's a pandemic-proof tip, just because you've been through a pandemic. If you're a business owner, consider the financial obligations that must continue despite lockdowns. Meaning your overhead costs, the rent that you possibly have. Diba? If a business stops, hindi naman magsa-stop yung pagbayad mo ng rent if you're renting out the place of your business, right? So you need to make sure that you can still have enough finances to cover for that overhead cost. That is an emergency that can happen at any time. Now, quick fill in the blanks or quick poll. Complete the sentence. My emergency fund can cover blank of living expenses. Is it enough that it can cover 3 months and more? Meaning, kung hindi ka magtatrabaho for the next 3 months, kaya ba with just your emergency fund, your savings? Or will it just be enough for 1 to 2 months? Or, if ever may emergency at wala kang emergency fund, kailangan talagang mahihirapan talaga tayo. Because you were not able to set aside something for the rainy day. Diba? Now, one thing that you can do in case you're wondering, how much emergency fund do I really need? How do I compute for that? You can actually go to our website on sunlife.com.ph. We have an expense calculator that's going to help you in terms of the different expenses that you may have, just to give you a ballpark figure kung magkano ba yung kailangan mong i-prepare. Alright? So that is tip number 2, which is tip number 3 rather, which is prepare for emergencies. Now we go on to bright choice number 4, get insured. And I'm not just saying this because I'm from Sun Life, but because I'm a personal advocate of making sure that if anything happens to you, you want to be protected. Our lives and that of our loved ones are disrupted financially when any of these events happen. Whether it's death or critical illness, it gets in the way of us being able to live normally, comfortably. Diba? It disrupts us financially. Insurance coverage provides money should any of these events happen. And the money cushions the financial impact caused by these unexpected events. It's not meant to necessarily replace, or it's not meant to replace the entire loss, but it can buffer at the very least so that you can still adjust while the loss happens. Whether critical illness, major cost for surgery, for operation, death, immediate and abrupt stop ng income, diba? The insurance coverage is there because it's supposed to help buffer to ease the transition of that loss. Think about it this way. A proceed from a life insurance policy can take care of the following. Final expenses. When a person passes away, ano yung makailangan mo bayaran sa taong ito when they are abruptly taken out of the picture? The medical expenses. Most people get sick first before they pass away. That means right before they pass away, you're accumulating expenses because of the hospitalization. Especially pag it becomes critical, ICU, the medication, for example. And then eventually during death, diba, there's the funeral expenses. Will you be able to have a comfortable wake that's in a funeral parlor? Or gagawin mo lang ba siya sa bahay mo? Meron ka bang ipapakain sa bisita during that wake? Another is, this person probably has some outstanding and pending debts that they're paying for. One thing that I had to go through when a family member of mine passed away, specifically my mom, I had to take care of all of these post-death tie-ups and clean-ups, closing bank accounts, checking credit card balances. There's a lot of things to consider pala when a person passes away. And the actual cost of the funeral. Hindi kasama ang cremation sa St. Peter plan. So, these are the things that a life insurance will be able to take care of. Another is it can continue the income for the dependents. Imagine if somebody that passed away was still pretty young, who also had a very young child. Let's say if meron kang anak ngayon, ilang taon na siya. If something happens to you, will they be able to have a comfortable life? Will they still be able to have the finances for them to continue living? Or mahihirapan ba yung tao na yun? So that is the reason why insurance is very important. Again, it cushions the loss because of these unexpected events. Probably it's for estate settlement, taxes and fees. Yung sinabi kong nasa mga leaving a legacy na, if meron kang pamana, diba that's taxable. Will you have or will your family members be able to acquire kung anong ari-arian or properties that you may want to leave behind without having to pay for the or without having to worry about how they're going to pay off the estate tax for it to be transferred. The proceeds from the life insurance can be used for that. Now, another pandemic-proof tip, especially now that it's more relevant, for a dual income household, meaning there's both breadwinners. It's very common these days na both the husband and the wife works, diba? So if the husband and wife are both working, that means that you need twice the income to be able to take care of the expenses of the household. Usually sinasabi kasi sa akin is, ay hindi ko kailangan ng insurance kasi andyan naman yung asawa ko, andyan naman yung wife, yung husband. Currently you're both working because one person cannot take care of the expenses all by themselves. So imagine if the other person is taken out, anong gagawin ng maiiwan? Magtatrabaho ba siya twice as much to earn, to compensate for the loss of the income for the other? Every breadwinner, every person who is earning needs to be insured and covered. Now, proceeds from your health insurance can also take care of treatment and recovery, changes in lifestyle and nutrition, and long-term or special care. Think about somebody that had a stroke. Think of somebody that had cancer. Diba? The life insurance policy can take care of the expenses for the actual treatment as well as the lifestyle change after that. Meaning, di ba may adjustments to diet, maybe gusto mo nang mag-gym after that, or maybe for someone that had a stroke, other than the treatment itself, kailangan ng aftercare, full-time nurse, full-time assistant, caregiver. That is still going to entail cost. And you don't want to be the person that actively has to earn just for that purpose. That's the reason why we have health insurance policies or insurance that's specifically for critical illness or health. Now, I have another question. How is your personal life and health insurance coverage right now? Meron ka bang insurance to cover for health or for life? Pwedeng it can generously cover my needs, meaning there are some people na sasabihin nila, meron naman ako HMO eh. So I'm covered when it comes to that. Some will say, I have some, but I will need additional coverage. Maybe I just started and it's very minimal. Is the insurance coverage that you have right now enough to cover for whatever critical illness that may happen to you? Again, ayaw nating mangyari yun, but in the event that it does happen, we need to be ready. We need to be protected. Or are you at the last one which says, I really must get started on this, meaning wala ka pang whatsoever insurance protection or health protection whatsoever? Now, again, here at Sun Life, we have different life insurance policies, whether it's critical illness. We even have, as you can see here, pang senior citizen. We have critical illness-centric ones. We have specific for cancer. We have accident insurance. We have all sorts of different insurance policies depending on the needs of a person. Now, step 5, we're almost the end of this. Make money, earn more. You need to have a well-balanced investment portfolio so you can be financially ready for all the milestones throughout your lifetime. Maybe it is day-to-day emergency expenses or the emergency fund, which is just for the short term. Diba? Ano yung kailangan mo in the short term in the next 3 to 5 years? Maybe it's a medium-term requirement or goal. The car that you're probably planning to get, maybe the down payment or the amount of money that you need sa condo na binabayaran mo pag mag-turnover na siya. Maybe a dream vacation or the capital for the business that you may have. Or the long-term goals that you may have, such as your retirement, the college education fund that you may need. When we talk about a well-balanced investment portfolio, what are the ways that we can come up with these finances? As you can see here on the example, pwede ka mag-time deposit, mutual fund, VUL, savings account. It differs depending on the need and the timeline of that goal. Another tip, diversify. Diversification in times of pandemic, if you have easy access to liquid funds to support your needs. Why? Because different financial assets also have different financial returns. Kung savings ka, it's very liquid, but the returns are very minimal. Pag dun ka naman sa stocks, let's say for example, which are more aggressive, probably you have higher returns potentially, but these can also be at higher risk for losses when it comes to the market. So we want to have different financial instruments for us to be able to take care of the different needs that we may have with different timelines. So if you're planning to get an investment with Sun Life, for example, we have different funds that have different risks, that have different potential returns. Now, when it comes to diversification as well, reduce your risk exposure as you approach the deadline of your goal. Meaning, as the goal is much nearer, the risk has to be lesser because we don't have time anymore to compensate if ever the risk puts us in a place na may losses tayo. So let's say for example, magre-retire ka na sana nitong 2022. In the last 2 years, the pandemic happened, the market crashed. Your retirement fund, if it's exposed to a high-risk financial instrument, was probably greatly impacted because of the market crashing or going down. So probably when the pandemic happened, when it started, or if you're going closer towards your goal or your timeline for whatever goal and dream it may be, dun ka na sa mas less risky na financial instruments because they're more stable, they're more secure. All right? So lastly, for step 6, build your plan with a financial advisor. All the things that we've discussed are tailor-fit and specific to a person, and that depends on their needs. And the best person to discuss it with is someone who is an expert when it comes to financial planning. What they're going to do is they're going to help you create and implement as well as review your finances. And it's not just a one-time transaction. Remember, we progress through different life stages and each of our life stages changes. So probably, as we progress, mag-iiba yung needs natin. Mag-iiba din yung priorities natin. Our income also changes. So it's important that you have somebody that you can talk to who will help you create, again, implement, as well as review your financial plans. And choose a lifetime partner. Who's the best financial advisor? What's the best company to go to and talk to? Choose a partner that you know that you can depend on. Now, the good thing about us here at Sun Life is it is and always will be an honor for us to be, as our country head and CEO said, it is and always will be an honor to be the Filipinos' partner in their pursuit of a brighter future today, tomorrow, and beyond lifetimes. We've been around for about 127 years already in the Philippines, so we are definitely one option that you can have in terms of having a lifetime partner. And lastly, stay the course. You're on your way. Work towards your goals and keeping the end in mind. And if you haven't started, don't think about it. Talk to someone right now. Consult somebody and get started with your goals right now. It's best to plan because we know that tomorrow is coming. The decisions that we make today will factor the results and the outcomes of our tomorrow. So again, the 7 bright choices to create your financial plan. 1, set clear goals. Begin a savings habit. Prepare for emergencies. Get insured. Make money, earn more. Build your financial plan with a financial advisor and stay the course. All right, so now we are on to our Q&A portion, and we have a couple of questions that have been sent in. One here from Mitch, and she asks, Sir Jet, I want to have an insurance, but I don't know if I could afford it. How can you help those people like me who wanted to be insured? Now, that's actually a very good question because when it comes to life insurance, there's a misconception na mahal magpa-insure. Now, the thing with the cost or the premium that you pay for your insurance policy, it actually depends kung ano yung coverage na kinukuha mo. It may be cheaper if it's, or more affordable rather, if it's just a basic term insurance. When we say term, yan yung magbabayad lang siya in the event of death, and it only covers for a certain period. It can also be a little bit more expensive pag you're going to factor in different riders or inclusions. Let's say pag may kasama siyang critical illness, may kasama siyang accident or disability na coverage, it can add up. And another thing to factor in when it comes to the cost of insurance is your age. Bakit? The older you are, the more expensive insurance becomes. Why? Because as a person becomes older, the risk for both sickness as well as death becomes higher. Diba, in terms of life expectancy, if nasa age 80 ka na, for example, what are the chances that you're going to live a longer life compared to someone that is much younger, let's say at the age of 18? Diba mas mahaba? So in terms of risk for the life insurer, mas malaki yung risk dun sa mas matanda. So when it comes to affordability, when it comes to cost, it depends. What you need to do is actually talk and discuss to a financial advisor, because one life insurance policy doesn't it's not a generic blanket when we talk about the coverage for people. It's tailor fit specific to that person, their needs, their financial capacity, their income. It has to be, again, this is why we're doing this. You have to plan it. You have to discuss these things. But insurance, generally, we even have policies that can give you, let's say 700 pesos per month, can give you 2 million coverage for somebody that's 30 years old. So insurance doesn't necessarily have to be expensive. You just need to discuss it with the correct financial advisor. Okay, so we have another question here from Micah, and she asks, how will I know what is the best insurance to take? Now, when it comes to insurance, it actually really depends kung ano yung priority or ano yung reason for the insurance. Now, let's say for people that are much younger, insurance isn't just, or I'm sure what they're preparing for isn't their death, diba? Hindi naman yan something na kailangan priority at that time. Probably what they want is an insurance that's tied in with investments because they have goals and dreams for themselves in the future, diba? So usually, ang trend ngayon nakikita natin is the younger generation are getting VUL policies. These are policies that are insurance with an investment component, that while you are protected, there is a portion of the premium that you're paying that's invested for returns, because that's what they're after, to grow their income while they're making sure that they're protected. In my case, one specific type of insurance that I have that's specific to me because of my needs. Just to share something personal, my mom passed away because of cancer. Cancer is one of those critical illnesses that's common within my family. Other than yung mom ko, yung kapatid din niya experienced cancer. So we've had cervical, thyroid, as well as leukemia. O diba, jumakpat talaga kami when it comes to cancer. So that is a specific critical illness that I am consciously worried about that may happen to me. So 2 years ago, I decided to get myself a Sun Cancer Care, which is a critical illness protection that's specific to cancer. Meron pa din siyang death benefit that if I do pass away, regardless of whatever reason, whether it's accident, critical illness, whatever it may be, there's still going to be a payout for it. But specifically, I decided to get that because I am worried that I hope it doesn't happen, but in the event that I do get diagnosed with either a major or a minor type of cancer, I'm going to be able to take care of myself. I'm not going to have to depend on other people. I can get the treatment that I want, get hospitalized wherever I would want, as well as live or be comfortable during my recovery years, diba? So that's something that's specific to me. Probably for you, if cancer isn't a concern for you and your family, probably in terms of critical illness, mas common yung mga stroke, heart problems. If yun naman yung mas concern mo for yourself, probably we would recommend something like a Sunfit and Well, which is a product that's specific to other critical illnesses, not necessarily highlighting cancer. Or pwede din because of your age, you may want to, when you're younger, you may want to get investments. So probably pwedeng i-recommend natin na insurance for you is something with a small insurance coverage, meaning mas maliit yung death benefit, pero yung bulk ng binabayad mo na premium will be allocated more towards the investment part. So we can actually grow your money more while still being protected. Again, when it comes to insurance, it's not gonna be a generic one type that solves everyone. That's a solution for everyone. It's specific to the person's needs, their budget, as well as their priorities in life. So talk to a financial advisor today so that you can get the recommendation of what is the best insurance that you should get. Okay, I do have one last question here, which is if I'll be getting a VUL. I mentioned VUL earlier. How am I sure that my investments will have a sure return? Now, the word VUL, that VUL stands for Variable Universal Life. Meaning, when we say variable, it is unsure. It is not guaranteed. Bakit? When we talk about the investments tied in with the VUL policy, the funds or the investment component is invested in different assets, different companies, for example. And the variability there is because that would really depend on the conditions of the market, diba? One of the things that we've learned because of this pandemic is it's never a sure win. Because of this pandemic, a lot of companies experienced a lot of losses, diba? So if you, for example, put your investments in a company such as property, let's just say, during this pandemic, probably people gave up some of their property. Some people even stopped buying property because they couldn't afford it anymore. So the property sector probably did not earn as much, diba? Pero e-commerce, on the other hand, let's say with the rise of food delivery, online shopping, that's a sector that really was able to boom because of this pandemic. A lot of those companies are even hiring a lot right now, diba? So in terms of the returns, it's not sure. But that's the reason why I mentioned earlier it's important to diversify. Do not put your eggs in one basket. It's good to have different assets that you're invested into so that if ever one of those assets will experience losses, meron ka pang ibang assets that probably will thrive in that market condition. Now, a part of, other than the variability being focused on the losses, it could also be that instead of just sure returns, you can also have greater returns than what you've expected. Imagine if you invested in Zoom, which is something that we use regularly. Before the pandemic started, that was a company that not a lot of people knew, diba? But because of the situation brought about by the pandemic, nag-boom sila. Tumaas yung market value nila. So probably if you invested in an asset like that, you would have earned more. But in terms of returns, it's never sure. But one thing though that based on history is if you are invested for the long run, meaning 10, 20 years down the line, stocks, investments eventually will go up because we factor in inflation, we factor in increases, the expenses from day to day, usually it always progresses towards going up din naman. So it's not necessarily a sure return, but the trend usually shows that in the long run, you will earn from your investments. It depends lang siguro kung ano yung timeline mo sa returns ng investments mo. Alright, so hopefully that answers some of your questions. I know that probably meron pa kayong iniisip dyan na mga tanong when it comes to your financial plans, when it comes to investments, the products, the funds themselves. My tip is, look for a financial advisor that you can discuss these with. They are the best people to answer these questions. All right. Thank you very much for listening to my part of this session. Once again, my name is Jet, and I hope you all have a wonderful day.
And that was Augustus Manuel Pe, the Regional Sales Manager of Sun Life Philippines. Thank you, sir, for that very informative presentation, of course. Now, our next speaker for today will talk about how to assess a loan. Alamin bago umutang. She is a marketing veteran in media and digital services geared toward emerging markets. She has built teams and crafted go-to-market strategies from the ground up, and also has expertise in leading overall business operations. She also has more than 20 years of experience in the fields of telecommunications, fintech, and digital media from emerging Asian markets and European growth segments. She currently leads the marketing and communications group at Home Credit, the country's leading consumer finance provider. As Chief Marketing Officer, she has oversight of branding, PR, social media, digital and trade marketing, and market research. And let us all welcome the Chief Marketing Officer of Home Credit Philippines, Sheila Paul.
Okay, hello everyone, and I'd like to thank the Global Filipino Investor for inviting me to join you in this 2022 Finlit Summit, which the theme of is financial resilience. And my topic for today is something super interesting, definitely useful for at any age, even when you're starting out as a student, as a young professional, and later on, if you haven't heard these basics, you have to find out more about how to assess loans or mga dapat alamin bago umutang. Just to share with you about myself and what right I have to talk about this topic. My name is Sheila Paul. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of Home Credit Philippines. I have been in the marketing and business development circles for over 20 years. I have worked both in local and Southeast Asian as well as European postings in my career, covering multiple industries. Right now, of course, I'm in financial services, but I've also gone through advertising, media, video streaming, even multiplayer online games, digital content, and of course, right now in fintech. With companies within the PLDT group, with Singtel, as well as with Telecom. And you may wonder, seems like, I've had quite a long career, and hopefully as of now, I've already, come across financial stability. But I feel that my claim to fame and my passion for actually educating people about financial literacy is because I was a breadwinner at a very early age. From graduating from college, I am with a small family, of course. My mom was a widow, and I have one younger sister. Unfortunately, we were going through some financial difficulties during my college up to my early career life. And therefore, I actually encountered so many questions and so many challenges when it came to financial security. And I know very well the challenges of taking on debt, and have already tried to learn a bit more through my experiences on how to rise above this. To share with you a bit about our company, Home Credit is actually the country's leading consumer finance, or not from the non-bank sector. It's been in the Philippines for almost 9 years now, because we started in October 2013. But globally, we are available in 10 markets and are over 20 years old. In the Philippines, we are nationwide with our locations across Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao in 65 provinces. And we are not only expanding world-class financial services that enable people to get what they need in life, we are also dedicated to making them digitally literate, responsible borrowers, spenders, and savers. So along with loans comes also the added the responsibility, as well as the need to be knowledgeable about your finances, your spending, and your saving. In fact, we have a financial literacy program which has long been the backbone of Home Credit's advocacy, and we call it Wise sa Home, or How to Be Wise at Home. It really aims to teach Filipinos to be financially responsible when it comes to saving, borrowing, and lending. And of course, in this day and age, be protecting yourself for online security and knowing how to use the latest digital technology. So some of the basics that we're teaching when it comes to financial literacy is about, of course, the basics of borrowing, saving, how to be digitally wise, and how to protect yourself, especially now that the digital transactions and digital use of financial tools are very prevalent. So what are the basics of borrowing and practical tips for applying for a loan? So there are many reasons why people borrow money. We may want something, or we need to buy something. We need funds for emergencies like hospital bills and others. Diba, nauso yan when it came to, of course, the pandemic era. And of course, to pay bills and other reasons. Debt is also a term for borrowing or owing money to people, a group, or an institution. So, marami tayong kilalang nangungutang. And of course, tayo rin, I'm sure you have also encountered in the past. I mean, may times na kailangan mong mangutang. But, borrowing money is not just simply about getting the money we need or a desired amount and being able to pay it back. There's many things to consider when you're borrowing money. So what are the basics of borrowing? Before getting a loan, you need to understand some basic principles. So first, you have to start with a purpose. Why is there a need to borrow the money? Do you need to purchase something or for additional cash or funds? And this purpose for borrowing money has to be actually related to a necessity, hopefully not a luxury or a want. If it's a necessity, for example, kailangan yung bayaran yung electric bill or else mapuputulan na kayo. That's a very important need. If you need to borrow money, for example, to pay for hospital expenses of a relative or someone close to you, then that is also an important need. If you need money for tuition to go to school, because of course education is something super important that you need to have, then that is also very important. But if it's something like I just need to buy the latest sneakers, kasi yung friends ko meron nun, that is probably not a good use of the money that you're borrowing. Or you need kailangan gumiling with friends or may bakasyon, kailangan kong sumama, that is absolutely not a reason for borrowing money. Now, you also need to know the amount that you need to borrow. It should be, this amount is usually for the approval of a creditor. And these come actually with fees. And later we'll explain a little bit about these fees. And you should know also that when you borrow money, for example, 10,000 pesos, more often than not, hindi lang 10,000 pesos yung kailangan mong bayaran. And in some cases, these fees are being deducted from the loan amount. So we'll find out more about that later. Another thing is also that you need to be mindful of the interest rate. And this is an additional amount that is being added to the money you're borrowing. So organizations or creditors have different percentage of interest rates. You have to be fully aware of this before getting a loan. In fact, even if you borrow for a family or friend, when you think about it, there is a cost of money to them for not putting the money in the bank or not putting that money in investment. They're actually losing money by lending it to you. So sometimes it's not surprising that even when you're borrowing from family or friends, that you actually have to pay interest. Some may even charge interest. So we'll find out more about that. So what are the other basic elements of borrowing? Some of it are terms of payment. So this refers to the length of time that you have in returning or paying the amount you borrowed. The other one is collateral. So some creditors or some financial institutions will require a collateral. This is an asset, usually a fixed asset owned by the borrower which is accepted by the lender to secure the loan. What are examples of collaterals? That could be, for example, a house where you pay a mortgage. It could be a car. It could be a mobile phone, for example. You can go to a pawn shop also, or leave a collateral of jewelry. These are considered collateral, and this guarantees the creditor that you will be paying back that loan. Other fees that are attached to it are fees like application fee, processing fees, penalty fees. These are things that fees that you pay if you fail to pay on time, and others depending on the lender. And the repayment. This is a term to define your monthly amortization. You pay your lender regularly every month, depending on your agreed terms of payment. So, for example, to know if the debt is a good debt or a bad debt, you'll have to answer two basic questions. Will the use of the debt improve my condition? Like I mentioned a while ago, is it for basic necessity like food, water, electricity? Is it to improve your condition, education, knowledge, investment? And are the terms of and conditions of the debt fair? So remember this terms and conditions. You have to know all the time the T&Cs that are attached to your debt for you to assess if they are proper and fair. So some people just simply ignore terms and conditions. Mahabang-mahaba, hindi nila babasahin kasi okay na, they're getting the money they need. This is not the right way to manage debt. How can you build good credit? So how can you make yourself, kumbaga, kaaya-ayang pagpahiraman ng pera? One of them actually, and very important, is to open and maintain a savings or a deposit account. So in the future, it is really, if you would like to loan from financial institutions or even open postpaid accounts, for example, with a broadband, mobile company, electric company, usually they will take a look at your credit history. And this credit history is greatly enhanced by having a good behavior when it comes to banking and finances. So definitely having a savings account is going to be helpful for you to keep a good credit standing. You can, and once you have a good deposit and you maintain a good balance at the bank, even if it's a small balance in terms of savings, you can actually start to apply for a credit card or a small loan from a reputable financial institution. So ang mga banko or mga financial institutions, if they know you have a record with them and then that you're making frequent deposits and you're not always cleaning out your account, then generally they are inclined to give you a credit card or a small loan that is based on their assessment of your financial standing. So magkano kayo ma-afford itong person na to every month? That is the credit limit or the loan that I will extend to you. Number two is you stay within your credit limit. So wag po tayong lalampas. Let's not always exceed our credit limit when it comes to, for example, managing your credit card, or at least, ang nipis niyan, para kunyari 80-90% ginagamit natin yan every month. Stay comfortably within your credit limit, and as much as possible, try to clean out your bills on time. And for example, for a credit card, it can be clean, like, wipe out the bill every month on the due date, or revolve only a small amount, and definitely avoid late payments on loans or bills. So, akala ng iba, maintaining a credit standing just means kailangan ko magbayad ng utang on time. But actually, you have to remember also that, for example, if you have a postpaid telecom account, a broadband bill, an electric bill, cable subscription, etc., they're all also contributing to your credit standing. So you need to pay these on time, or else it will pull down your credit score. So avoid applying for multiple credit cards or loans all at once because nahahalata na nangangailangan kayo ng pera. You have to be responsible and only maintain a few loans or credit cards kung ano lang yung kaya ng monthly budget nyo bayaran. So, credit is actually not bad. In fact, building a good credit score or having a good credit standing is a sign that you're a responsible adult. And the better your credit score, the bigger loans you can make in the future. So, for example, gusto na natin bumili ng bigger purchases like kotse or bahay. If you have a good credit standing, this will allow you, of course, to fulfill your dreams of buying a house or a car. And for those, I mean, it's very rare that someone can pay these in cash. Ito yung mga binabayaran talaga on installment. And having good credit will help you have, a bigger loanable amount for big purchases or even small purchases. So, what kind of institutions can help you, get money or borrow money? Of course, you have the universal and commercial banks. You have thrift banking systems. You have even rural and cooperative banks. These are the types who even help, for example, our agricultural sector. And you have consumer finance companies like Home Credit that actually are able to serve unbanked people. Some of the banks, kasi they are only, extending loans to people with accounts in their banks. But companies like Home Credit, of course, we are using your available credit data to be able to extend you loans even without having an account with us. So a lot of first-time borrowers are able to loan with Home Credit. So here's a sample loan computation. So a while ago, if you recall, we said, ano ba kailangan mong tandaan when it comes to basics of borrowing? For example, what amount you would like to borrow. So let's say, for example, here, 40,000 pesos. Okay? You have in mind 40,000 pesos. Ang gusto mo hiramin, meron kang kailangan bayaran, whether it's a hospital bill, for example, or maybe even your upcoming tuition fee, ganyan. Or even a home improvement, diba? Like a house repair. Kasi tag-ulan na, kailangan i-repair yung bubong, you'd like to borrow 40,000. How long do you want it for? So you already have it in your mind. Siguro, kaya kong bayaran, for example, every month ay 3,800. Kasi ang sinesweldo ko ay, sabihin na natin, 30,000 pesos a month. And may binabayaran akong bed space, may binabayaran akong transpo, konting gimmick with friends. And of course, I'm saving at least 20% of that. So therefore, I can only afford siguro mga 3,000 to 5,000 a month on a loan. Then, of course, your monthly repayment is something you can afford. That would be around 12 months siguro for you to pay back. And you have to remember also what kind of interest am I paying, and this interest is actually multiplied to the amount that you're borrowing on a monthly basis, and that's what actually generates additional money that you're paying on top of the principal of 40,000. The total interest will be paying here is about 5,756. Does that seem like a good deal to you? I got the money up front, or I got this money right now to pay for something I absolutely need. And the cost of it is actually over a period of 12 months is 5,736. Hindi na yan masama, diba? Something definitely I can afford and pay for responsibly and on time. But you also have to remember that there are other things that you need to think about when you're getting a loan. It could include processing fees. So, okay, minsan may charge yan 200, 300, 500 pesos for this lending institution to be able to lend you this. There's syempre some other costs involved on their part. Could be origination fees. Ako minsan, I was actually able to get a mortgage for my house. Nagulat na lang ako na merong documentary stamp tax na I did not consider when I made this mortgage, and it only came out nung lumabas yung loan papers. So you need to ask the lending or financial institution, ano ba talaga yung total cost of this loan, not only the interest fees but the attached fees as well, para you have a very clear and transparent picture what these fees are about and what this entails. And sometimes and often you also need to ask them, will this be deducted from the principal of what I'm loaning, or will this be on top? So, importante rin yung malaman para hindi ka nalang magulat, minus 40,000 pala yung mga other fees na kailangan bayaran. Another important thing also to note is yung buyer protection insurance. It could be called payment protection, buyer protection. In terms of a housing loan, it could also be called mortgage redemption insurance. This is important to actually note and pay for. It's actually a small amount lang naman that is attached to your loan, and this is usually, if happens, is used, for example, may nangyari sa'yo, hindi mo na mabayaran yung loan, at least hindi na mapupunta sa family mo, or even you, if you're incapacitated, hindi mo na kailangan bayaran yung loan because you availed of buyer protection insurance. So you may think that this is like an unnecessary amount that's attached to your loan, but actually this is quite helpful, in the event that something happens that you cannot pay for your loan anymore due to, of course, an unfortunate incident that happened to you personally. So some of the quick tips to get approved for loans. It could be a short or long journey, but definitely knowing the essentials will boost your chances of getting approved. So number one, as I mentioned, review your finances and think about your budget. If you're about to take on a loan, isipin mo, afford ko ba itong bayaran on a monthly basis? If I'm able to, take my, for example, monthly income, if I remove the savings on top and remove the expenses next, ano ba yung mga naiiwan na money that can actually allow me to take on a loan? You need to prepare the requirements ahead. Depending on the size of the loan that you're getting or which financial institution you're getting it from, different and requirements check. For home credit, it's something super simple. It's 2 valid IDs. That's all you need to get a home credit installment loan for products or other financing. But for example, for banks, they may require you to prepare some income documents or ITR, as well as other needs. Collateral, for example, is something else you might need when applying for a loan. Improve your credit score. Earlier, we already talked about how to improve your credit score. You also need to know about different types of loans. You should do your own research. Know if you're loaning from a reputable company or institution. And lastly, borrow what you can repay. I just wanted to also share, like I mentioned, of course, when I was younger, I did not know much of this. And definitely, I encountered one point na parang hindi ko na mabayaran yung mga utang ko. Buti na lang, I had someone, a friend of mine, who actually loaned me money to be able to clean out my accounts. But this is not the right practice. Now, most of all, we would like, or Home Credit and myself would like to teach young individuals, all kinds of individuals, that you need to really study and borrow what you can repay. Kasi you do not want to bring down your credit score. You want to be a responsible adult, get good credit that you can use to invest and build on your future. Where and how can you make loan repayments? You can auto debit. That's the best, actually. Enroll in auto debit arrangement and just allow the loan to be deducted every month from your bank account. Of course, make sure that may laman yung bank account niyo. Second is mobile payments and online banking platforms. Also very, very widespread these days. Using, of course, e-wallets and even home credit can also be used to pay other bills, and of course your bank app can also be used to pay bills with home credit and other lenders. And over the counter, ang dami over the counter ngayon, more than 100,000 ways to pay very conveniently. But of course, we actually encourage digital and auto debit arrangements para hindi na kailangan lumabas ng bahay. So some of the tips for repaying loans, early repayment. For example, if you have like some extra money, advance nyo ng bayaran yung loan. It could potentially lead to lower interest or better flexibility for your loans in terms of payment terms. You can actually withdraw from your loan arrangement in case you didn't know you are entitled to do so within the first 15 days. It's called the cooling off period. Pag nagbago yung isip nyo, pwede nyo pa na magbawian. And then next is payment extensions and grace periods. So dun sa mga nag-loan in the past, over the past 2 years, perhaps sa daanan nyo, where there was actually a loan or payment holiday that was given by the government, which we all complied with, Bayanihan 1 and 2. And of course, you can also directly negotiate with your loan institution or financial lender. Sa amin, for example, sa home credit, kung hindi nyo kaya bayaran, better than magtago, it's better that you talk to us and negotiate your payment dates and payment terms, because more likely than not, financial institutions are willing to be flexible. So, wais ka na ba? We'd like you, of course, to follow us on our social media. On Facebook, we are Home Credit PH. Our website is homecredit.ph. We often invite experts to share with us more financial tips. We also are starting a financial literacy program called Payo Para sa Life. Next week, you'll be hearing it on the MBC radio stations before 6 a.m. So bagong gising ka pa lang, on your way to work or commuting, this is something you'll be hearing on DZRH. We will be giving some more financial literacy tips there. So don't forget to watch out for that. And I think that's more or less what I have to impart today. I hope you learned something from my discussion, and I'm looking forward to the questions to be answered, asking me, because I'm sure this is a topic of great interest to a lot of people, especially those who are thinking maybe how to stretch their budget when it comes to, of course, making improvements in their lives or helping out their families. I mean, that's the reason that home credit is really, intent on being part of the Filipinos' lives, because we know not everyone can afford to pay every month, diba? Kung ano yung mga nilalaanan nila ng money. And sometimes you also need credit to make an investment, for example, for business capital, or, like I said, in case of emergencies. So definitely, this is not something to be afraid of, but something you can embrace in case that you would like to use a debt. There's a way to use it responsibly, and borrow responsibly, and pay back responsibly. Okay, I believe we now will take some questions. Hold on. Let me see if we have any questions. So we have a question. If a small business applied for a bank loan to finance the initial franchising process and startup, what factors would be important to a bank or financing company to decide whether to loan the money? Okay, so typically, kasi home credit is not here to, to finance small businesses. Kami kasi we do more personal lending. Our contract is always with the end customer or individual. However, I can share some tips for small businesses. So number one, usually a small business kasi is owned by a sole proprietor, or probably maybe a partnership. Less likely yung mga corporation, although nangyayari din yan. And usually for sole proprietorship or they usually look, of course, at the background of the individual proprietor. So syempre, that's part of it. Having good credit standing as an individual is going to be helpful for you also, even when borrowing for your business. Secondly is that they also want to see, of course, that you are borrowing money, not, on top of, for example, an existing business that you already have. So you may want to show some financial statements from your business. Perhaps you've been running it for 1 or 2 years already. You have to show some positive results in order to be able to, to ask a bank or financial institution to loan the money. So those are, I guess, the two most important things. One is, of course, maintain a good credit standing and try to show good financial statements also when you're borrowing for a small business. So what happens if I do not have the money to pay debt? Okay, thank you very much, Russell. Thank you for that question. So if you don't have the money to pay the debt, it's not the end of the world. Again, instead of, hiding from people, kahit ng mga kaibigan or kamag-anak, that is probably not the right practice. I think it's really better for you to have a direct conversation with the person or the institution that you are loaning from and tell them your situation and negotiate and ask for when you can do your payments. So whenever, for example, you can, if you have, for example, a few months remaining on your loan, sabihin mo, instead of a few months, gawin na lang natin, for example, 6 months, di ba? And then with a lower amount per month. And usually, the lenders will be very open to that. And probably even your friends or family na tinatakasan mo will appreciate that you are talking to them and you're being a responsible borrower rather than nagtatago. So, okay, this is interesting. Actually, usok-uso to ngayon. May nagtatanong, marami po akong nakikitang mobile app na pwede mag-loan. Ano-ano po yung detalye at safe at dapat pong ibigay sa paanong pamamaraan at para maiwasang ma-scam? Okay. So number 1, huwag tayong maniwala agad-agad sa mga naglilipa ng apps na yan. Nakita lang natin sa TikTok. Ako, may nakita ko ilan sa TikTok na, offering cash loans. And also, I've seen a lot, sometimes people just Google loan and then they will, hop on the first website they see. That's not the right way to do it. First, check if this loan provider or financial company has been accredited by the SEC or listed in the SEC. Ang SEC is also listing even the ones that they have barred actually. So it's definitely worthwhile to look if these are listed or licensed by the SEC, or in the case of banks, of course, it's a BSP. Secondly, you should also study whether they are giving the payment or interest or payment terms that are fair, like I mentioned earlier. So yung mga interest, for example, if they're charging 1% interest a day or 30% interest a month, or 40% or 50%, merong mga iba dyan, 10% a day interest. Parang that is already above and beyond, what is legal or fair. So actually, there are rules already by the BSP and SEC on the amount of interest that can be charged for a loan, especially loans that are under 3 months. You need to check whether these interest rates that are being offered are actually within the guidelines issued by the SEC. So kapag sobrang taas ng interest, wag na po natin patulan just because kailangan ng pera, because you don't know, kung saan mapupunta yung mga information mo. And then try to limit also the information that you're giving. Just make sure that you are, of course, giving the right valid IDs, etc. But if you are working with a responsible lender, then you do not have to worry about sharing information, because you know that they are usually protected by data privacy laws as well as the laws of the Philippines in terms of lending. So can I apply for a loan while I'm working overseas? So in home credit, usually we don't allow loan applicants from overseas, kasi we need for you to have in the Philippines some financial or credit standing. But there are financial institutions that are open to overseas Filipino workers. I was actually able to loan for for a housing loan while I was an OFW. And I was just able to give, for example, a special power of attorney to my mom to help me process the loan. And the bank was well aware that I was an OFW. They just asked me for the same employment information as an OFW. So normally, yung mga ganyan, big secured loans like house or car, you can be an OFW, but usually yung mga personal loan or cash loans, normally you need to actually do that in the Philippines as a resident in the Philippines. So, may tanong tayo dito from Danica. Okay, aside from technology or appliances loan, what are the different types of loans offered by Home Credit? So, actually, Home Credit entered the market very popularly for installment ng mobile phones and then expanded to laptops as well as appliances. But baka hindi niya na alam, some of the very popular installment items of home credit include bikes. Sobrang na uso yan ng pandemic, e-bikes. Furniture as well. So yung mga nag-work from home, mga nag-upgrade ng mga desks, as well as monitor screens, equipment. Nako, usong-uso yan. We also finance furniture, work from home and office, work from home equipment, study equipment, and in fact, all the way to beauty. So meron na kami mga dermatology clinics that are being financed. So kung gusto niyo, for example, part of improvement is also magpapaganda. Pwede rin, valid din naman yon. That's also loanable or on installment by home credit. We even have optical as well as dental. So very important for you to take care of your eyes, to take care of your teeth. We are offering as well installment plans on optical and dental. As well as take care of your health, we are also offering installment plans on sporting equipment, gym equipment. So yung mga gustong magpaganda at magpakalusog, that's also offered by home credit. So I think those are just trying to check. Okay, I think there are no more questions from the audience. Again, thank you very much to the global financial investors for inviting me to this FinLit Summit. And I hope you learned something today from me and the folks at Home Credit. Maraming salamat and have a great weekend ahead.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sheila Paul. That was a very insightful talk. No? And before we proceed to our next speakers, we'll be having a short break. But then again, please don't forget to like, subscribe, and share our social media accounts, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube at TGF Investors. And you may use our official hashtags FinLit Summit 2022, hashtag Financially Literate PH, and hashtag TGFI sa inyo pong mga tweets, comments, or Facebook and Instagram stories. And of course, sa mga hindi pa po nagre-register na nanonood ngayon sa amin ng live via YouTube and Kumu, yes, we're live via Kumu, so hello po sa ating mga Kumudizens. We're still accepting registrants for day 2. Register for free at www.tgfiph.com/FinLit2022. Your daily essentials are at your fingertips. Get news worth of your time from the Inquirer mobile app. Anytime, anywhere, always. Scan the QR code to download now. We'd also like to take this opportunity to invite all of you to our upcoming event, the OSHRAP, or Affordable Housing Summit, uplifting the lives of everyone. Join us on September 9 and 10 for an incredible 2-day free summit hosted by the Organization of Socialized and Economic Housing Developers, PH, and the Global Filipino Investors. Learn from the industry experts as they discuss topics about housing construction, home financing, best housing solutions, policy, regulations, industry developments, and more. Again, register for free at www.tgfiph.com AHS 2022. All right, we'll be having a short lunch break, so stay tuned and we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
We put your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metrosec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart, and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metrosec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metro Sec. Easily open your account today.
Life is unpredictable. That's why I decided to get life insurance as a safety net to protect myself and my family. With BDO, I can protect them in case I can't do it myself.
For richer or poor, in sickness and in health. Bro, ang saya maging bachelor. You're happy and definitely you are free. But you know what? When you meet that special someone, you'll know she's the one. Always keep an open mind and open heart, bro. There'll be a lot of adjustments along the way. Mag-share kayo ng lahat ng mga bagay. I mean, bahay, kwarto, banyo, kumot. A lot of things. But you know what? You also share your goals and dreams together. That's what's beautiful. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Kaya while you're young, you need to secure your health and your finances. And not just for yourself, okay? Just like what I have. With a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. With Sun Life as your partner in health, you can be sure you'll be ready for forever. And I'm telling you, it's worth it.
BDO nag-advise sa akin na mag-invest. My investments are growing while I'm still working. That's an incredible feeling of security, of having my investments in a bank that I trust the most.
PJ, 30 years. Aabot ka ng 30 years sa showbiz. Uumpisa pa lang yan. Sa simula ng career mo, maninibago ka pa sa schedule ng taping, sa stress, sa puyat. Pero have faith. Sobra niyang fulfilling. Basta sabak lang. Go lang ng go. Grab every opportunity. Marami kang ma-accomplish. Hindi lang bilang artista at producer, pero bilang anak, kapatid, at oo, bilang tatay. Never stop pursuing your passions, pero take care of yourself. Maraming umaasa sa'yo, kasi tatanda ka rin. Kahit paulit-ulit na sinasabi sa'yo na, PJ, ba't parang hindi ka tumatanda? Kasi pag hindi mo alagaan yung sarili mo, just like that, isang medical emergency lang, pwedeng mawala lahat yung pinaghirapan mo. Protect your health and finances with a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. Kapag Sun Life ang partner mo in health, tuloy lang. Yung passion mo to do more and to accomplish more in life. Maniwala ka, it's worth it.
What is TGFI Premium? A premium access on e-learning like no other. As a Premium Plus member, our exclusive rewards guarantees stock market index fund, savings with access in online banking, insurance coverage, and access to top-tier educational courses. Get it first class with Premium Plus.
put your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metrosec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart, and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metrosec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metrosec. Easily open your account today.
Life is unpredictable. That's why I decided to get life insurance as a safety net to protect myself and my family. With BDO, I can protect them in case I can't do it myself.
For richer or poor, in sickness and in health. Bro, ang saya maging bachelor. You're happy and definitely you are free. But you know what? When you meet that special someone, you'll know she's the one. Always keep an open mind and open heart, bro. There'll be a lot of adjustments along the way. Mag-share kayo ng lahat ng mga bagay. I mean, bahay, kwarto, banyo, kumot, a lot of things. But you know what? You also share your goals and dreams together. That's what's beautiful. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Kaya while you're young, you need to secure your health and your finances. And not just for yourself, okay? Just like what I have. With a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. With Sun Life as your partner in health, you can be sure you'll be ready for forever. And I'm telling you, it's worth it.
BDO nag-advise sa akin na mag-invest. My investments are growing while I'm still working. That's an incredible feeling of security, of having my investments in a bank that I trust the most.
BJ, 30 years. Aabot ka ng 30 years sa showbiz. Uumpisa pa lang yan. Sa simula ng career mo, maninibago ka pa sa schedule ng taping, sa stress, sa puyat. Pero have faith. Sobra niyang fulfilling. Basta sabak lang. Go lang ng go. Grab every opportunity. Marami kang ma-accomplish. Hindi lang bilang artista at producer, pero bilang anak, kapatid, at oo, bilang tatay. Never stop pursuing your passions, pero take care of yourself. Maraming umaasa sa'yo, kasi tatanda ka rin. Kahit paulit-ulit na sinasabi sa'yo na, PJ, ba't parang hindi ka tumatanda? Kasi pag hindi mo alagaan yung sarili mo, just like that, isang medical emergency lang, pwedeng mawala lahat yung pinaghirapan mo. Protect your health and finances with a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. Kapag Sun Life ang partner mo in health, tuloy lang. Yung passion mo to do more and to accomplish more in life. Maniwala ka, it's worth it.
What is TGFI Premium? A premium access on e-learning like no other. As a Premium Plus member, our exclusive rewards guarantees stock market index fund, savings with access in online banking, insurance coverage, and access to top-tier educational courses. Get it first class with Premium Plus.
your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metrosec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart, and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metrosec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metrosec. Easily open your account today.
Life is unpredictable. That's why I decided to get life insurance as a safety net to protect myself and my family. With BDO, I can protect them in case I can't do it myself.
For richer or poor, in sickness and in health. Bro, ang saya maging bachelor. You're happy and definitely you are free. But you know what? When you meet that special someone, you'll know she's the one. Always keep an open mind and open heart, bro. There'll be a lot of adjustments along the way. Mag-share kayo ng lahat ng mga bagay. I mean, bahay, kwarto, banyo, kumot, a lot of things. But you know what? You also share your goals and dreams together. That's what's beautiful. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Kaya while you're young, you need to secure your health and your finances. And not just for yourself, okay? Just like what I have. With a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. With Sun Life as your partner in health, you can be sure you'll be ready for forever. And I'm telling you, it's worth it.
BDO nag-advise sa akin na mag-invest. My investments are growing while I'm still working. That's an incredible feeling of security, of having my investments in a bank that I trust the most.
PJ, 30 years. Aabot ka ng 30 years sa showbiz. O umpisa pa lang yan. Sa simula ng karir mo, maninibago ka pa sa schedule ng taping, sa stress, sa puyat. Pero have faith. Sobra niyang fulfilling. Basta sabak lang. Go lang ng go. Grab every opportunity. Marami kang ma-accomplish. Hindi lang bilang artista at producer, pero bilang anak, kapatid, at oo, bilang tatay. Never stop pursuing your passions, pero take care of yourself. Maraming umaasa sa'yo, kasi tatanda ka rin. Kahit paulit-ulit na sinasabi sa'yo na, PJ, ba't parang hindi ka tumatanda? Kasi pag hindi mo alagaan yung sarili mo, just like that, isang medical emergency lang, pwedeng mawala lahat yung pinaghirapan mo. Protect your health and finances with a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. Kapag Sun Life ang partner mo in health, tuloy lang. Yung passion mo to do more and to accomplish more in life. Maniwala ka, it's worth it.
What is TGFI Premium? A premium access on e-learning like no other. As a Premium Plus member, our exclusive rewards guarantees stock market index fund, savings with access in online banking, insurance coverage, and access to top-tier educational courses. Get it first class with Premium Plus.
your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metrosec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart, and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metrosec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metrosec. Easily open your account today.
Life is unpredictable. That's why I decided to get life insurance as a safety net to protect myself and my family. With BDO, I can protect them in case I can't do it myself.
For richer or poor, in sickness and in health. Bro, ang saya maging bachelor. You're happy and definitely you are free. But you know what? When you meet that special someone, you'll know she's the one. Always keep...
And we're back, mga ka-TGFI, and welcome to the next part of the program on day one of our Finlit Summit. Well, we are halfway done with our first day, pero full blast pa rin with new learnings from our powerhouse speakers. Again, please don't forget to like, subscribe, and share our social media accounts. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube at TGF Investors. And you may use our official hashtags. Finlit Summit 2022, hashtag Financially Literate PH, hashtag TGFI sa inyong pong mga tweets, comments, or Facebook and Instagram stories. And we are giving away 2 sets of Sappy Scribble books valued at 2,000 pesos each set. Raise money, smart kids, with these 5 children's books. These books aim to teach families money values and habits. Sappy Scribble is launching on June 25 at 11 a.m. via Facebook Live. So make sure to follow Sappy Scribble on Facebook or Instagram. And to win, here's what you're going to do, mga ka-TGFI. Number 1, take a photo while watching Finlit 2022 Live, then post it on your Facebook and Instagram with the hashtag Finlit Summit 2022, hashtag Financially Literate PH, and hashtag TGFI, and tag TGF Investors and Sappy Scribble and 3 of your friends. Lucky winners will be announced on our Facebook page, so stay tuned and keep those posts coming. Now, let us welcome Gian Bernardino, and he'll be joining us today to introduce the panelists of our fireside chat, the era of making money from home through social media platforms.
Hello and welcome back. This is day number 1 of the Financial Literacy Summit here at TGFI. My name is Gian Bernardino. I'm going to be your host here today, and I'm going to be the moderator as well. We have an amazing set of panelists here to be joining us in this discussion, so let me be the first to welcome all of you guys. Thank you for joining us. Of course, I'm going to be introducing all of these amazing speakers that we have here today. We heard a lot about being financially literate a little bit earlier on, but we're going to delve a little bit deeper here in this panel of the segment as well now. So without further ado, let me introduce to you the first of our amazing speakers here today. First, introducing Miss Marie Jeffredo Ho. She has over 15 years of experience in brand management, strategic planning, and digital marketing. Prior to joining TikTok, Marie spent a number of years in creative and media agencies in France as well as in Singapore. Thereafter, she joined My Republic, a regional telco, and led the marketing initiatives for their broadband business. She currently leads the SMB account management team in TikTok. So let's all right now welcome for her presentation, Miss Marie Jeffredo.
Hi, Jan. Thanks for having me today. I'm really thrilled to share more with you details about how TikTok can empower any business owner or content creator out there. But before we start, I would like to find out from you guys, is there any content creator or business owner who already started their journey on TikTok? Please put in the comment section the link of your business or your profile. We really like to find out more about it. Our team is inside the comment as well. So please go ahead and get some organic traffic from there. But before we go ahead with the panel, I just want to show you one slide to put some context into what we're going to deep dive later. Can you guys see the slide? I'm not too sure. Yes, okay, great. So often at TikTok, we do get the question like, as a brand, as a business, how do I get started on TikTok? Well, here it is. There is 3 pillars for you to stand out on our platform. Those pillars are literally there to set up the right foundation for you to use TikTok as a growth platform to generate sales. The first one is to create a business account. You may already have your account, but we'll really encourage you to set up a business account. Why? Because it will help to build your brand profile, but most importantly, this business account will give you access to video analytics. Based on that, you can have a very good overview of what types of organic content resonate with your audience and what the demographics are. The second one is the full funnel paid ad solution. So this may seem a bit blurred to you guys, but as business owners, we understand that ultimately the goal is sales, ROI, right? But hence, most of the time when it comes to setting up ads on any platform, whether it's on TikTok or Facebook or anywhere else, we do understand that usually marketers tend to select the conversion objective because you just want sales, right? But at the end of the day, you still need to build awareness prior to generating any sales. Then the third one is creator. So if you are a startup owner, or if you are even a content creator, you may not have any marketing team or agency to support your video creation. But don't worry, we do have in-house program for that. We have the TikTok Creator Marketplace that just launched, which allows brands to go directly in contact with any creator without any middleman. So if you're a business owner, you can find the creator there based on their audience, the type of content that they post. And if you're a creator, you can also list your profile there for brands to start reaching out to you. So I hope this little overview will help you to understand a bit more on how to unlock the power of TikTok, but we'll deep dive later during the Q&A session. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you very much, Miss Miss Marie. Now, of course, we're going to be moving on a little bit further. A couple of you in the audience may be wondering why Miss Marie's presentation might be a little bit shorter. It's because we want to delve a little bit deeper into the questions a little bit later on, which we will be really digging into and getting into the nitty gritty of. But before we go into that, let's hear from our second speaker of the day. And of course, let's introduce none other than Mr. Craig Gutierrez, who has had, at 33 years of age, a 10-year veterancy in the local esports scene. He made his career as a player and a pioneering shoutcaster, these days known as the charismatic founder and CEO of Tier 1 Entertainment, Southeast Asia's premier gaming and esports entertainment company. With some of the biggest digital influencers in the region on their roster and over 1,000 creators total, he and Tier 1 hope to change the perception of gamers and gaming culture in mainstream media. Today, let's all welcome Mr. Craig Gutierrez.
Hi guys, everyone. Thank you for having me. I actually prepared some slides for this also, but it's a bit longer than what was presented earlier. So if you can share some slides so that we can get into the questions later as soon as possible. So for me, I think for those who don't know what Tier 1 is or who don't know what's happening in gaming and esports, I think I truly believe that our story is a 0 to 1 story. And for multiple reasons. And I think to get into that 0 to 1 story, let me get into the next slide. So basically, this is one of my favorite quotes of all time. It's out of a book made by Peter Thiel. So it's said in that book that everyone else takes it from 1 to N, but we take it from 0 to 1. Meaning, innovation truly comes from starting something from zero and then creating something out of nothing, right? And for me personally, Tier 1 was just an idea between us founders And what it is today is really different from what became about 5 years ago. So, next. Basically, for Tier 1 story, you can go into the next slide, please. So, for Tier 1 story, for us to be able to share that, we want to be able to also share you the esports story and how have these developed for the past year. So, just to give you a rough idea of what esports look like, I mean, you've heard about the numbers for sure, you've heard the stories, and you've heard a lot of people telling you that esports is the future and that there is a future in esports. However, I think to be able to show that and the growth of what esports was for the past years, I want to be able to show you some pictures that will show just that. So first in this picture, it's a 2011 World of Legends, World's Championship for League of Legends. So this only happened inside a convention center, basically, and this was it. Next slide. So in 2017, a couple of years ago, this is what it looks like in that time. So imagine in just 6 years' time, this is what basically happened, right? Next slide. So this is basically the Dota 2 Championship back in 2011. It also happened inside a convention center. It was just one of the booths, basically. And then next, please. In 2017, this is what it looks like. It happened in Seattle, if I remember it correctly. Basically with an arena full of people, with multiple thousands of people watching online. Next. So some may say that this is only happening around the world, but actually, no, this is actually happening in the Philippines as well. The picture on the left is an event we organized back in 2012 in SM North, and on the right is a picture of the Manila Major, one of the biggest sport events in the world in 2016 that happened in the Mall of Asia Arena. So, next please. So for Tier 1, just to give you an idea of what we came about, we thought of really creating a company that will pattern towards the K-pop companies of Korea, because we truly believe in the Filipino talent and we believe in the Asian talent, and we believe that gaming can be developed the same way music and dancing was developed by the Korean entertainment companies like your YG, your Big Hit, and JYP. So because of that, next, of course, when we put up a talent management company, we needed our first believers, because without the first talents, without the first roster of talents, we wouldn't really be able to have a chance to prove ourselves on how we can take the next step in terms of how gaming influencers were managed back then in 2017. Of course, fortunately for me, one of my co-founders was Alodia Guosheng Fiao. So basically, she was already on board from the get-go. Her sister came in, Ashley, and I think 3 of our biggest acquisitions during that time was Kong TV, who you know today with 8 million subscribers. But during the time that we got him, he was around like 1 to 2 million subscribers. I'm not 100% sure of what was the exact number. We had Bianca Yao, who was one of the most prominent talents in Dota 2, and Ariel Garcia, who we just happened to find in one of the computer cafes in QC. So we started with that roster, and basically from those first 5 believers, we were able to develop what Tier 1 was today. So next. So from the first believers of Just Talents, we now have multiple investors, institutional at that. One of the biggest names that we have is Warner Music. We have Kayak from Japan. We have Octava from Singapore. Gobi is from Hong Kong. And from the Philippines also, we're talking to their counterparts as well. Atlas is from Singapore also, and then Bitcraft. Some of them are from Germany, some of them are from LA. So this just goes to prove that institutional investors believe in what we can do as a company in terms of developing the next generation of superstars in gaming and esports. And it's not just the investors. We also have platforms like TikTok, Facebook Gaming, Netflix, Spotify, the gaming brands and the non-gaming brands who have really invested a couple of, X amount of dollars to be able to really show their support and their belief in what we're doing. Next. So right now, with Tier 1's market, Tier 1's market is 213 million gamers in Southeast Asia and in Japan. And currently, there are 693 million total online population across those markets. And basically, we believe that in the next years, the number of gamers in those areas are going to be so much bigger than what it is today. Next. So let me run to what Tier 1 is doing today versus what it was just doing before. So basically, when you look at the Korean entertainment companies, right, it's not just the talent management per se. It's the multiple verticals that they've created that became products and services that they do in the company. So for Tier 1 Entertainment on the left is on the top is basically the umbrella company. We have tier 1 talents who we call the superstars of the gaming space, the streamers, the YouTubers, the content creators, the TikTokers. And on the right, those are our blacklist players, our competitive team. And we also have fan bases called we call the 1% and blacklist agents, and at the same time, we have a production arm called Tier 1 Studios, a retail arm called Blockbox, and of course, a marketing campaign called 0 to 1, which aims to produce multiple types of content in order to showcase the talents that we have. Next. So these are some of our Tier 1 talents. In these pictures are basically Dexy Diaz, Bianca Yao, and Regine. We present them not as just your typical gamer that you know, but basically as celebrities because we believe that they are the true celebrities of this generation. Next. So these are some of the other pictures that we've made in terms of the 0 to 1 campaign. Next. And of course, these are some more pictures. Next. And basically, currently we have 120 million now combined following on Facebook, 22.8 million on Instagram, and I think around 15 million on YouTube by this time. And next, please. So we're not just managing talents anymore. We've really moved from just talent management to being a company which is in the intersection of media properties, esports, and creators. So thus, we're now creating multiple shows around our talents so that we can showcase them and really go straight to the community through these shows. Next. So one of the biggest media property that we've introduced last year was called the Gaming House, in which is the PBB counterpart of gaming in the Philippines, in which we put them inside a house for 90 days, and whoever comes out of that house basically is the winner by the end of the 90 days. So, next. These are some of the pictures of the Gaming House. Next. And these are the top of, those were some of the top 4 people. And last but not the least, to end my presentation, Blacklist is one of our biggest success in Tier 1 entertainment. So some people don't even know what Tier 1 is, but they don't know what Blacklist is. So Blacklist is basically the esports teams of Tier 1 entertainment. We own them 100%, and we are present in multiple games. But 3 of the most successful games that we have so far are Free Fire, Mobile Legends, and CODM. Next. So in the recent years, we really have won a lot of things in mobile esports. And because of that, we are now the number 7 most popular esports team in the world in terms of viewers. And as much as there are multiple social media machineries out there, I truly believe that popularity in esports is measured by your viewership. It's because when people watch your games, then that means they're entertained beyond what is posted, beyond what is marketed. It's really the pound per pound performance of your team and your capability to be able to win in the leagues that are present today. Next. So these are some of the pictures from the year of championships. We've won 2 MPL championships locally. We won the Malaysia Cambodia Free Fire championship. So the team that won was basically our Malaysian team and not the Philippine team anymore, just to prove that we can win in 2 geographies. Next. And we also have won 2 world championships, 1 in CODM and 1 in ML. I mean, that's about it for me. I don't want to take too much of this event's time, but yeah, thank you very much for listening. And if you have any questions to me or to the company, you can just message us on Facebook, or if not, subscribe to my YouTube channel. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gutierrez. Now we're going to be moving on to a little bit of a different portion of the show. We're going to be having a little bit of a chat with both of our esteemed panelists here and starting a little bit of a conversation, sort of probing their minds and digging a little bit deeper into the topics that we wanted to dig deeper into. So the first thing I do want to go at is I do want to remind our panelists there will be some questions that will be directed towards one panelist, maybe 2. If so, I will direct it towards you. If it's towards both of you, I'll lead with one, and then feel free to follow up right after the other one. So I'm going to start it off right here. I'm going to lead it into this quick question. I feel both of you have such good expertise on, and my question would be this: which social media platform do you think is best used to start up a business? I'm going to lead into this one with Ms. Marie. So I'm going to start with you here. Again, to rephrase the question, which social media platform do you think is best for a startup business?
Well, actually, any social media platform that is allowing you to reach your audience is great, to start up your business. If you are a gamer, obviously you're going to start on Twitch, right? And then you can move on to YouTube. And then from there, you can show the behind the scene of everything on TikTok. And then you can build your brand persona on TikTok, for example. So there is no specific platform that is better than another. But if you look at some brand that literally got created on social media, like Daniel Wellington, the watch brand, they got created literally on Instagram, right? Because at that time, such brands were created when social media were still uncompetitive. And today, TikTok is an emerging social media platform that allow you to become popular or trendy very quickly, as long as you can play with the right trend or even create them. That's why we do see some brand emerging on TikTok, or some brand profile like, Bella Porsche, right? She became literally a superstar overnight because she had the first mover advantage. She just started to go and post it there. And then one day, one of her content became popular. So I hope that answers.
Yeah, if there's anything like you'd like to add as well, Mr. Gutierrez, same thing goes to you.
I think for me it's simple, right? I believe in the saying that content is king and distribution is queen, and I think she really nailed it right in the head in a way where, as long as your platform reaches your audience, I think that's already good. But I think instead of really focusing on which social media platforms you create your content in, it's also very important to know what type of content are you putting out, right? Whether it's about leadership, it's about your business, it's about your products. I think being able to create content that attract your target audience is as important as the distribution network that you're going to get into.
Absolutely. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to sort of springboard off of that question. You mentioned as well, it's not really about which platform, but do you feel like, just to build off of what you said, do you think this is the best way to build fans on social media? You think, and what about you, from your personal experience, what could you share with us about building that brand on social media?
I think the most important thing that I always tell my streamers, I'm not the biggest personality in Tier 1, obviously, but at least something that I learned from the biggest personalities is you just need to show your 1%. Because a lot of people want to showcase everything that they have in their personality, everything that they have in their lives. But at the end of the day, you don't get attention with diversification. The only way to get attention is to be able to get attention is to be able to double, triple down on what your best fit is initially, and then you can move on into diversifying your content after that. But I feel like in order to get that claim to fame moment, you need to be able to showcase your 1% first and then get to the 99% after that. That's my advice, I guess.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that. And that's just going to lead me to my follow-up question here for Ms. Marie then. We're going to go on, and this one actually, I feel like it's something, this is something that we actually did prepare a little bit for, but I feel like it's exactly what we do need to be asking right now. We're talking about content creation. How do we exactly start by making these videos, especially for those newer people in the industry who want to sort of just get started and get their foot in the door? How do you go about and start making those videos, Ms. Marie?
First, I think you should do it by passion and should do it because you really like what you do. Do not start just because you want to be famous or you are hoping to get brand to start sponsor you. The example of Track is very good in the sense that they are gamers which are passionate about gaming, and then ultimately they go and build their profile on other platforms to showcase their 99%, as you mentioned. So I think that's the first thing, right? They are good gamers, first of all. Then they go and build up on the rest of their personality from there. So I would say first you should tell the truth. You should show the expectation versus reality. I will give you a simple example. Like we see a lot of ads, whether it's at the cinema or on television, where we see, the ads to dye your hair at home, right? The L'Oreal type of ad, you dye your hair. Everything is perfect. The girl put the hair dye on the hair. There is nothing on the face. Everything is perfect. But what's the reality of this, right? When you're at home and when you do it yourself, then it's a mess. There is things everywhere. And then that's the reality. And that's why TikTok is so popular today, because we show you the reality and the authenticity. So that's why when you start and when you want to make content, it's actually very simple and easy. You just start to take your phone and then start recording things, and then the worst that can happen to you is actually that you will get ignored, right? Then it's good that you have my slide here. There is another way for you to make content and then also to build up from there and then start making ads. We do have a lot of tools at TikTok that can help you sell your product and services online. So the first one will be the TikTok Ads Manager. It's your one-stop hub for all your campaign management needs. So you will discover there a lot of easy-to-use tools to create and manage ads on TikTok from start to finish. It's very simple. If you are familiar with running ads on any other platform like Facebook, this should be relatively instinctive for you. It's really a step-by-step process. So as a business, if you want to kickstart your journey within TikTok, first, you need to select your marketing objective. What is the type of audience that you are looking to target, your budget, upload a video, and off you go. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And you mentioned a little bit as well about design and just directing the sort of content to the right place, to the right target market. This is a follow-up question to that one as well. Let's sort of move into this next one. And this upcoming question is going to the both of you. But before I go into that, I do want to remind you guys that we do have some questions from the audience as well. If any of you are watching from a home or at work and you guys want to ask some questions to our esteemed panelists, please feel free to do so here in the comment section, either on YouTube. A little bit of flash in my area, but we'll get that sorted out. Yeah, if you do have any questions, please feel free to ask them in the comment section as well. We will be directing them to our panelists here as well. So now let's move on here and start talking about directed content. Personally, I'll start with Trike here. Since you've, over the years, and earlier in your presentation, you mentioned a lot of these brands that you've been working with over the past years to grow Tier 1 into what it is today. So I'm going to start this off with Trike, and then feel free to follow up, Miss Marie. How can you make content that makes brands want to trust you and your organization, to build that trust, to build those connections? How do you make that kind of content? Mr. Gutierrez, you've had a ton of this over the years, and we'd like to hear your thoughts on this.
I think I can't speak in behalf of our commercial team and our whole company. But basically, at least for me personally, this is how I see it. I see content creation as, in a way, a pendulum, where if you go into the right of less politically right, then you're getting more viewership, right? That's why there are some content creators that gets a lot of issues and they get millions of viewership. They go into they curse and they get millions of viewership, because at the end of the day, there are some people who really gravitates towards that type of content. However, as you move into the left part of the pendulum, which is your better image creation, sometimes you don't get the same numbers because it's too polished, it's too clean, it's too politically right. So I think balancing out, the pendulum, to be in the middle, or deciding on how to go about your content is very, very important. I think my guidance to that is always, if you are thinking of the lens of a brand, how will you entrust your brand to this person if he or she can't even take care of their own brand, right? And that's why in Tier 1, we always make it a point that we don't fold and really take the shortcut of just getting the viewership as soon as possible through, things that will get you there fast, but you lose out on the image that you can create and that you can be on a positive note, right? So I feel like generally my answer is just be careful of how you present yourself. Be truthful with what you're saying. And I think if you don't have anything to hide offline, then it's easier to be politically right online. That's all I can say.
Absolutely agree with you there, Mr. Gutierrez. I'm going to start and move on to Miss Marie for this one. For TikTok, trust is absolutely immense, especially when it comes to getting these advertisements, these companies to sort of advertise on TikTok. What about your thoughts on this one? How, again, to reiterate the question, how can you make content that will make brands trust you as a platform?
Yeah, so it goes back a bit of what I was saying earlier, is to be true to yourself and be passionate, right? Telling the truth, expectation versus reality. And we do push creator on our platform to be the most authentic possible. And why do brands come on our platform? Basically, is to be in touch with those creators that are telling the truth, and then they are just providing the reality of what it is to use a certain product. There is some content creator out there who have literally lost their soul because they push content that were done not for the audience, but for the revenue that it would generate, right? And the word of mouth have never been more powerful nowadays. This is how buyers usually get to choose a product over others, right? Because they see the video, they see this girl trying this eyeliner, and then they say, oh my God, yeah, she's doing it this way. Then I'm going to go and buy it, right? And the same thing, if you're a content creator out there, if a brand reach out to you and tell you, can you change your background? Can you change your setting? Can you change your lighting because it's not professional enough? I would suggest to not do it. I would suggest to stay true to yourself, and then do not accept any brief out there. If you know that this product, you're never going to use it at the first place, this is not something that you should just accept for the fame or anything. So that's why platform like TikTok really are promoting specific push to some creators, is because they remain true to themselves, exactly as said earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to build up on that question as well here. You mentioned sort of when you're creating videos, having that perfect lighting may not be 100% essential, but what can you start out with? What do you recommend, like for, let's say, people who are just starting out, trying to be authentic, like you just mentioned? What's the best way to reach what's the best way for these individuals to reach their target audience? Is it building the same kind of creating content of the same kind of interest? Do you have to have a large budget to do that? Or is this something that you can just try to be authentic with? What are your thoughts, Ms. Marie?
Well, it depends what your brand is trying to showcasing as well. Let's say you are tier one entertainment. Let's say they have their TikTok account. Then they can showcase what is the best setup for gamers, what is the behind the scene before a stream session or before a competition. So this is the kind of thing that you want to see, the behind the scene, the things that we are not being able to see on any other platform, right? And then we do have, if you're a business owner and then you really want to push such types of content on your profile, we do have a format called Spark Ads. So basically, you can go out there and then build any types of organic content and then push it as an ad. We also call it Boost, right? So at the same time, you can also go into the content creator marketplace, as I mentioned earlier. You see this particular girl showcasing a shopping haul, and then she's showing this brand new keyboard that she just bought and how she liked it. As a brand, let's say I'm Razer, I can go and contact this girl and say, hey, I really love the review you have done about my keyboard. Can I use your ad and showcase it as can I use your video and showcase it as an ad on my own platform? And most of the time they're going to say yes. And then Razer can go directly and discuss with them about the rate and how they're going to use this video on other platforms as well. But this is how powerful it is, that on TikTok is not just brand pushing a brief to content creator and then it's just polished, it's so perfect. It's the other way around. The content creators are already doing the content, and as a brand, I go there, talk to them and reuse it as an ad. And you see how powerful it is.
Thank you, Ms. Marie. Absolutely, so enlightening. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. As a startup creator myself, it's not exactly the easiest for anybody who could find it so daunting when there's titans like Bella Porch out there. How do I get my foot in the door? And that information you shared with it just makes it that little bit less intimidating. Now let's go ahead and move on. I do have a question here for Mr. Gutierrez coming up next. So I do want to hear a little bit more about the personal experience of your experience, right? Especially with the whole process of starting Tier 1 from the very beginning. Could you share with us a little bit of your journey in building your brand and presence in the community? I'm sure this would be very valuable for anyone who's just starting out.
I think in terms of our story, it is really, there's a lot of luck involved, I guess, for what I can say. I mean, when it started out in 2017, the goal was just to be able to build a management company that can take care of talents like us. So during that time, we started out with like 9 to 12 people, and then from there, from our small office in High Grounds, we were really growing really quick, because what we realized back then was, from the initial design of just managing 24 talents, the market just came out because, and we realized that a lot of people wanted to be managed. Like Amplify, which is one of our incubator programs, was something that we introduced after the idea and after the concept of Tier 1 and after following all the roadmap, because like what I said, initially we only wanted to support 24 talents. But what we realized is that there are so many aspiring talents, there are so many unique opportunities out there for the creators, and thus we extended our opportunities to 1,000 people more today. And we're not just in one country now, we're in 6 countries. And I think the biggest thing that I can share with everything that happened is that it's very, very hard to go into a startup journey without the right allies and without the right culture. I think doing the foundational stuff like weekly alignments, mancoms, execoms, town halls, making sure that you have proper 1v1s with your staff and your key, whether they're key or ranked and file. All of those are very important, because any feedback is important when you're starting. And I think being able to filter out the noise from the feedback and learning from those feedbacks and ignoring the noise is what's really going to get you from 0 to 1. But getting you from 1 to 1,000, it's a different story altogether.
Absolutely. I'm going to ask a quick follow-up. You mentioned something about filtering out the noise right there. And I agree with you. Given in this day and age, that there's just so much noise in the background that, any kind of volatility or hate can be spewed online with the power of animosity online. It's just so easy to be able to throw things out like that. How do you think it's best to filter those out? And I agree with you 100%. Those things should be filtered out at the right amounts, at the right stages. But what is the best way that you've perhaps learned to deal with them?
I think for me, it's really about transparency. Because if you are transparent to your stakeholders, then they'll know what you're about. They'll know what you're doing, basically, and what is the direction that you want to go to. There are, of course, times when people call you out in public for you to be able to explain a certain matter or another matter. But for me, like, even if where you are in life, you're not obliged to explain what you're doing to everyone, literally everyone, right? I think your stakeholders are important, but at times you just gotta let them focus on the output, show them what is the direction you're going, and then just be consistent on what you're about. Because intentions will always be revealed through time, and as long as people see that even in the longest time, you stay consistent, you stay with your intentions, I think they're gonna appreciate that. And the rest will be noise, just because when you're trying to do something, people will naturally just ask questions, people will naturally just doubt. And I think the best answer to all of those doubts are just outputs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gutierrez. I will move on to the next part here of this discussion, moving this panel a little bit forward as well. I do want to hear from Ms. Marie. Going back to your earlier topic, we talked about creating videos that are applicable to certain demographics to reach the right audience. But my question is here on in this information age, it's so hard to know if you're getting the right content to the right kind of audience. How are we going to know that we are delivering the right kind of content, to our intended target audience? Is there a way that we can possibly know these kind of things?
Yeah, actually, when it comes to ad, you will find out pretty quickly after 2 to 3 weeks of running your campaign. The TikTok's ad manager will automatically optimize towards the best performing ad based on your campaign objective. So once you pass the landing phase, which is about 50 conversion, I'm sorry, I'm going into detail here, but if you have any question, my team is in the comment, they can answer. But after about 50 conversion, we can start to look at the results, and then we can see what is the benchmark and what we can aim for. And then, we do have also a lot of creative tools to help you ensure that you are creating the content that really suit the platform. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marie. We're going to move on now as well. We still haven't. We do actually have a question from the audience here, and I think this does quite relate to what you just said here. This one is from our YouTube comment. Mr. Mudrit has asked this one. Is asking, how would you recommend creating segmentation and reaching the right audience? I mean, I know you already touched on that. You already sort of gave a little bit on, but what about the segmentation aspect? Would you please enlighten us on this?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mudit, for the question. In the comment, I just saw this. What we will recommend first is to not limit yourself too much when it comes to the targeting. You know, I know if you are used to other platforms like Facebook or Instagram, you tend to like going into the targeting option and put as much detail as possible in order to narrow the audience, thinking that it's going to be cheaper. But actually on TikTok, you can change the way you do things, and you have to start broad. You need to understand what is your audience actually that will resonate with your content, and you need the algorithm to really work a little bit of time in order to find that specific audience for your content. So go broad, don't limit yourself too much, wait those 2 to 3 weeks of learning phase, and then from there we can go into optimization and then tweak the audience until you find the right formula that will give you whatever your objectives are. We can be brand awareness, reach, or even sales or app download, for example.
Thanks, Ms. Marie. I'm going to go back and circle back a little bit, and sort of this next question is now coming to the both of our panelists here. But before that, again, reminder, if you do have any questions, anybody in the YouTube section or in the comment section on any of our platforms, if you guys have comments, please make sure to direct and address those questions to any certain individual, to any of our panelists that you have in mind when you're asking these questions. But let's go ahead and move on to this upcoming question that we do have here today. Are there any particular tools or applications that you might have used in selling your products and online services? This one goes out to the both of you. I'll start with Mr. Trike first. I'll start with you. But have you used any helpful tools or applications that have maybe boosted your brand or boosted your business that anybody should be aware of in our audience right now?
I think automation is very important, especially when you're scaling, right? But I think in terms of social media platforms, TikTok is a very, very important platform for us. And not to compare social media platforms, but just to give you like the rough data of what our Blacklist International team has in terms of social media was, I believe in 2021, we were one of the most engaged esports team. In fact, the number one most engaged esports team on Facebook. And we were able to reach around 50 million people. But something that we realized back then was we looked into the most engaged social media teams in TikTok, and we saw numbers of 250 million. And that's when we kind of like saw the potential of the organicness of TikTok and the reach that it has today. So that's why we were in TikTok before, but actually this year we're doubling down on our marketing plans for TikTok because we see how the millennials are consuming TikTok differently from any other platforms out there, and thus like being able to be there today and creating as much content as possible is something that's key, at least for us. I think on another note, in terms of automation, we're using Kazoo HR, we're using NetSuite for finances, we're using Basecamp for project management. And I think all of these automation tools are very, very important, especially if you want to work online and if you are operational in multiple geographies, right? Last but not the least, Discord has been one of our lifesavers throughout the pandemic. Just being able to recreate our office rooms in Discord, being able to have meeting rooms in Discord, and getting any person, whether what geography they're from, to jump into a meeting room in a split second, I think it's a gift, in my opinion, right? So yeah, I mean, those are some of the platforms that we've used for the past years, at least from what I remember today.
I absolutely agree. Discord has sort of been the go-to for a lot of companies, especially during this pandemic. And it's very, I'd say one of the key to successes, I agree with you, has been to be able to shift to an online platform and make these companies really be able to thrive online. But let's go now to Miss Marie. I know we know you're speaking here on behalf of TikTok, but what about you? I'd like to get your thoughts on this question as well. And just to refresh your memory, what are the helpful tools or applications that you may be able to use in selling your products and services online?
Okay, so sure, you should just start by using your phone, right? Just start creating content nonstop all the time. If you're a business, behind the scene, what's happening inside the office, how do you are packing your product before it gets shipped, how it gets received, do a new I don't know, description of what is the new product about. Just build up some teas, for the people out there, and then showcase it obviously on TikTok. Then if you want to go to the next step, then it's time to build your business account and then head on to TikTok Ads Manager and then start making ads out of it, right? And then start finding some content creator that you can potentially work with. So in terms of tool, actually nowadays with the world that we are living in, there is so many tools for you to even create videos. In TikTok, we do have our own creative tool, as I mentioned a bit earlier. Yeah, this one where you can go just put you can even put a static image and make it into something a bit more animated, even though it's not what I recommend to record video. Is much better than static images, but we do have some tool in-house that can really help you to kickstart your journey within TikTok. And then from there you go to the TikTok's ad manager, and then you start building your ads, your audience, and then you just start, the idea is just to kickstart the thing, and then you have the first mover advantage. And the worst thing that can happen to you is that nobody see it, and then that you get ignored, right? So yeah, that would be my advice.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marie. We are running a little bit low on time here. We only have time for a couple more questions. Since we know that both of you have a lot more things to do today in your very busy schedules. A couple last questions here. One of them I'm going to address to Trike as well. We know very much that you are completely familiar, especially at the beginning of your career, with the concept of bootstrapping and sort of just whatever you have on hand just to start a business, you can get it going. Ever since the beginning of your career in shoutcasting as well. Here's the question: what about those who are sort of just beginning with limited time, and how do you earn money as just an upstart, learning with a limited time and without paid promotions? How would you go about starting these things and sort of start making money in these platforms?
As a creator or as a startup? Sorry, just to clarify.
Sorry, apologies. As a creator, I didn't make that clear.
Okay. I think as a creator, when you want to earn as soon as possible, you're already in the wrong business. I feel like, or you're already on the wrong career, because if you start this career from a point of view of wanting to earn, it's just hard to succeed like that, because the content that you will create will always follow the money. And I think for you to be able to be an influencer, you need to be good at something that people can resonate to or people can relate to, right? So I mean, if that's something that you can master, then I respect that. But I think the fastest way to get there is go live, play games, get some stars. That's it.
Absolutely. And I suppose for the very last question that I'm going to ask of you, Trike, for the people who are looking for a little bit of inspiration here in the audience here today, what are the biggest challenges that you might have faced over the years, and how did you overcome it? I know this is a very interview-sounding question, but yeah, go ahead, please. What are the biggest challenges that you may have overcome, and how did you overcome them?
I think the biggest, there were thousands of challenges. For us to be able to build the company to what it is today, from 9 employees to 150, from one country to 6, there were a lot of challenges, definitely. But I think the biggest challenge is to really ignore the doubters. Because a lot of successful people say to ignore the doubters, but it's not as easy when you're starting out. When we were starting out and when we launched the company as a talent management company, people were like, why will you need a talent management company? There aren't even careers for esports and gaming. And then you'll put up a talent management. But we did it, right? And we've created more outputs, and we've created more success stories than other talent managements out there, and thus people started to believe. But even with that, when we entered into esports teams, people were questioning, can they really produce winning teams? They're just all about entertainment. They're just all about streamers. It's just all about creating content. And now we produced a team that won everything in 2021. Now that we're saying that you want to be in Asia, people are saying, no, you just have to be in the Philippines. You can't go beyond, the Philippines. You can't go beyond Malaysia, Myanmar, because those are the two markets we're in today. And I think fighting the noise and fighting all of these doubters, it's the right thing to say in public. But there will be nights when you kind of like ask yourself, are they right? Can you really do it? And I think the answer to that is really to find good allies and surround yourself with the right people who believe in you and who will tell you that despite of all the noise, despite of all the doubts, they will tell you, whatever happens, we're here. Whatever happens, we believe in our vision and we will get there, no matter what. So I think if you're surrounded with the right people, despite all of the challenges, despite all of the doubts, those will dilute because there's just so much hope around.
Hope is the word of the day here, as I'm going to absolutely agree with you there, Trike. The future is very hopeful, especially for esports in the country. Now, I'm going to have to go ahead and close off this panel session. But before I do, I'd like to get some final words, final thoughts, of course, from our esteemed panelists. Miss Marie, if you would do the honors. Right after that, apologies. Let me get this in order. Miss Marie first, and then Sir Trike. Please go ahead. Any final thoughts, any final words that you'd like to share with our audience here today?
Sure. To bounce back on what Trike just said, I think either as a content creator or as a business owner, you should embrace the failure, and why Tier 1 is here today, I guess, is also because of consistency. They believe that what they do is great. They have the passion of showcasing what they love the most. And it's the same thing on TikTok. People are consistent in posting, and then they just try. They put themselves out there, and then one day things seems to pick up, right? Because the algorithm is there also to help and to see that you are pushing content that resonates with a specific audience. So as a business owner, I would just really invite you to start playing with the platform, go and try it out, go to the ask.tiktok.com, set up your business account, and then our team will be there to help you out along the way. We'll not do it for you, but we're gonna help you along the way. We want you to learn, we want you to try. And I think that's the best thing that the TikTok platform can offer you today is to try and learn, move on from there, and then hopefully get great success and then generate any KPI and ROI that you want for your brand. And as a content creator, it's the same thing. Continue to be consistent, stay authentic, relevant, bring joy to people around you, and then go to the TikTok creator marketplace, list your profile down there in order for brands to be able to find you as well and to work with you guys. There is a little, is on the other side, a little here QR code. Please, you can scan this QR code and you can be in touch with us, with our team. We'll be very happy to help you out and to start your journey on this wonderful platform. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Miss Marie. And again, final thoughts from you, Mr. Gutierrez, before we wrap up the show. I think you're muted on our end.
Thank you. I want to thank the organizers. I want to thank Gian for hosting us. Thank you very much to my fellow panelists as well for sharing your thoughts on multiple things about TikTok. And I think I want to end with this. Basically, there are a lot of things that are said today on how one can be successful. And I think for me personally, I'm not sure if we're a success story yet because our story hasn't really truly ended, right? But when we started out year one, my endeavor was really to be able for the future generation of gamers to not experience what I experienced. Because during my time, if you wanted to be a pro player, you can only join tournaments once a year. That was it. If you wanted to be a streamer, you do it for free and there won't be any entity that will guide you. So for me, I really did everything that I could so that I can pave a better path for the future generation of gamers, and hopefully for every generation that comes, they really carve a better path for the next generation and the generation after that. So if you're not in gaming, if you're doing something else and you want to change the landscape of the ecosystem that you're in, let me leave you with this quote. This is one of my favorite quotes of all time. You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. This was by Buckminster Fuller, an inventor. So what we're doing here in Tier 1, and the reason why we're pushing a lot of boundaries, and that's why we're doing a lot of new things, is not because we just want to, but because we want the old model of gaming just being something like a hobby, or gaming not being taken seriously, to be obsolete altogether. And hopefully with the multiple strives that we're doing, we get to that reality as fast as possible. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gutierrez. And yeah, that is where we will end our session here today after all those really, really refreshing and very insightful moments delivered to us by our panelists here today. Once again, I'd like to give a very big thank you to the ever amazing, of course, Ms. Marie and Mr. Craig Gutierrez. Thank you so much for joining us. I've learned so much, and I'm sure the audience has as well. We'll close it off there. But before we go, I'm going to pass it right back to our host. Again, thank you everybody for tuning in. We'll continue with the rest of the program, but I'm going to leave it all in the hands of our host, Aaron. Thank you so much again, Gian, and to our panel speakers, Marie and Strike. That was very meaningful discussion for all of us, mga ka-TGFI, and I hope you've learned a lot from them. Siyempre, hindi tayo mawawala ng surprise today. We'll be giving away 6 250 worth of GCash credits. And again, to win, here's what you're going to do. Take a photo while watching Finlit 2022 live. Post your photo on your Facebook and Instagram with the hashtag Finlit Summit 2022, hashtag Financially Literate PH, and hashtag TGFI. And then tag 3 of your friends at TGF Investors. So mga ka-TGFI, aside from the Sappy Squirrel books, we also be giving away GCash credits. So take a selfie now and keep those posts coming, okay? So moving on to our next speaker this afternoon. She is the first ever Filipina to win the coveted Miss Tourism Worldwide title in 2018. And while she's best known as an international beauty queen, she has evolved into a published author as she launched Lost You, Found Me in May 2022, and a serial entrepreneur consulting for tech startups all over the country. But even with all this evolving, her advocacies are felt even more so as she steps into being the CEO of the social startup. Over a decade later, after a handful of awarded titles and a social enterprise built from scratch, she spends her time working with business owners, giving them a way to thrive in the digital space through her firm. Let us all welcome Zara Carbonell to talk about how to build a profitable business in 2022.
Hi everyone, this is Zara Carbonell. I am very thrilled to be here with you. I hope that everyone's just as excited as all of us, your speakers for today. And today we will be talking about how to build a profitable business in 2022. As you can see, it's quite specific as times have changed. The ecosystem of building businesses have too, and today we will be talking a little more about that. So as mentioned, I am the founder of the social startup. It's my pandemic business, baby. It was born in 2020. And our goal here is practically to teach you everything you need to know when it comes to starting an online business. As we know, in 2020, our lives have changed. The whole world was flipped upside down, and we needed to find a way not just to recuperate, but to strive for success while we were in very unprecedented times. So at the social startup, we also mentor budding entrepreneurs to help them build viable and scalable businesses with the resources we have online. So that means to also include freelancers who are turning their side hustles into their full-time jobs. So we cover strategy, communications, and social media marketing at the Social Startup. And these are the foundation of everything we will be talking about today. Okay, so 2022, what can we expect? So there has been a massive shift, as I mentioned, in businesses. For businesses, we're all about the product. They were all about the output. And right now we are transitioning to the experience economy. So what does that mean? Okay, so before, the goal of businesses would be to turn themselves into a brand that will create the best product. We have the best laptops, we have the best chips, we have the best blankets, the best pillows. But now it's more than just having the best product, because you can have the best product, but if that does not come with the best experience, then it will dilute the purpose of your business. So businesses now don't focus on being the best, they focus on being the best for you being their client persona or a more specified target audience. So as you can see, there are two very different ways of marketing that you see on your screen. So the first one is a billboard on a highway. The second one is a social media campaign, right? So essentially their goal is to do the same thing, raise awareness and bring more people to their brands, and their services are quite similar, not saying they're identical, but they are similar. But the things that we can note between these two brands are the first one, meaning the billboard, no? It is displayed in front of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, which is great, right? But what it doesn't account for is the kind of people that actually see this billboard. Are the people who are looking at this billboard really looking for a family doctor? Are the people looking at this billboard able to afford the services of this brand? Are the people looking at this billboard actually reading the contents of this billboard? So how many of, let's say, 5 million people who've seen this billboard before actually converted, actually went to this brand for their services, right? As compared to the second one, which was a social media campaign in partnership with Kylie Versosa, they took a very specific route. What does that mean? That means they didn't put it on a billboard to be seen by 5 million people, but they tapped on a celebrity or a key opinion leader, which is Kylie Versosa, and used her social media reach and following to bring traction to their brand, which is Consulta MD. So the difference here being, Kylie Versosa is very much known for her mental health advocacy. She is the founder of Mental Health Matters, so there's a very clear synergy between the two brands. Okay, and everyone following Kylie Versosa already knows this about her and are already engaged with her platform. So instead of throwing a wide fishnet and hoping something sticks, they're looking at a more direct, a more specific approach to get people who are interested in mental health and get those people to their platform, which is Consulta MDs. So we can see a lot of brands already taking the more specific route, which means they're spending less on big TV commercials or billboards. Not to say it doesn't exist anymore, but what I'm saying is there's a bigger budget allocation that we can see on social media and key opinion leaders around the world. Okay. So how do you then build a brand that fits into the experience economy? Easy, solve an actual problem. Okay, so you can see 4 different brands in front of you. What do you think they have in common? So Consulta MD, Caillou Beauty, Spanx, and Hope in a Bottle. So what they have in common is purpose, impact, and a solution. So that means they are creating products not just for the heck of creating products, but because there's an ideal or there's a very specific pain point that they are trying to address, which makes their product and their services very purposeful. That also means there's a specific target audience that they are trying to reach, which then builds impact. When you think about Consulta MD, their goal is to give affordable medical access to every Filipino. That means their goal is to be able to reach far-flung areas and Filipinos in far-flung areas so that they can consult a doctor anytime and from anywhere. The second brand is Caillou Beauty. This is a new makeup line launched by TikTok stars. So the problem that they are addressing is the lack of color shades and palettes available in the market for Filipina skin. And that is their goal by delivering Caillou Beauty. The third one is a brand by Sarah Blakely. Its goal is to invent and enhance products that promote comfort and confidence in women. So the very first product, obviously, that they launched was the Spanx. So it's for women to be able to wear, tight-fitting jeans and tight-fitting dresses and white trousers without feeling uncomfortable with the seams of their undergarments. And the fourth brand that we can see is Hope in a Bottle, wherein it is a bottle of water, but compared to all the other bottles of water, this one donates 100% of its profits towards building public school classrooms. So again, purpose, impact, and a solution. Okay, so deep diving into the experience economy, what are the things that we have to consider? Again, number one is, what problem do you know how to solve? So it matters a lot that you have some experience when it comes to solving this problem. So when you identify a problem, of course, you can't jump in and say, I'm going to solve this if I know nothing about it. For the social startup, we knew that a lot of Filipino businesses were going down because they didn't have the digital media acumen, and that was something we were good at. As digital natives and as someone who's been consulting for tech startups, I knew how to take very complex information and make it easily digestible. And I knew how to shift from a brick and mortar business onto the digital space. So this was something that I knew I was already good at, and that was a problem that I could solve with this expertise. The second one, who are the people who need your help? So again, we are diving deeper into target audience, because before, when you think target audience, okay, how old are they, what social economic class do they belong to, what gender do they identify as, but now we dive into something more specific. What do they do on their free time? How do they spend their money? How do they spend their time? Who do they spend their time with? Where do they hang out? So how do we know all of this? Market research. So from your target audience, we're going to dive into a client persona, meaning once you've come up with this person in your head, ideally 3 people in your head, then you think of any person you know in your life, or a celebrity, or an influencer that you can attach to this client persona. So when I think fit an active mom who has a 9 to 5 but still side hustles. So there's a very specific area of people that I'm thinking of right now. I'm thinking of active mama, Marlene Capones, Marga Banaga. There are people that you can think of right away. So if you can think and drop the names of these people, then it's not focused enough. The third thing to consider is, how can you get them from where they are to where they want to be? Say for the social startup, the client persona that we are working on are side hustling moms, side hustling fit moms, right? And where they are right now is having a full-time job and about to launch their business on the side. But where they want to be is for that side hustle to turn into their full-time jobs, and for it to be less hands-on so that they have more time for their kids, for their family, and for themselves. So how do I get them from point A to point B? That is where your roadmap comes in. That is where your social media strategy comes in. Okay, how do you position yourself as an authority? How do you create content that is consistently churning? How do you create content that your audience wants to hear? Because if you've unlocked that niche, then you'll be able to keep creating content without you putting too much time and effort and energy into it. But again, this is just very specific to the social startup, I do want you to think of your own businesses and think of the roadmap that you offer your clients. How do you get your clients from point A to point B? And the fourth thing to consider is, what do you need to make that happen? So different businesses call for different resources, and sometimes it comes in network, sometimes it comes in capital, sometimes it comes in building a physical store, sometimes it also comes in just building an online branch. So think of what you need to be able to execute this business. Once you've figured out the answers to 1, 2, 3, and 4, the next step would be to market the hell out of it. You know, the founder of Angkas PH, George Ruyeka, said that regardless if you have the most amazing product, if you don't market it and market it well, then it would have been pretty useless. How do you then market effectively and cost efficiently? Let's be real. A big barrier to starting your own business is the cost of marketing, is the cost of building that business. And so here are a few tips that you can take into consideration if you want to start marketing your online business effectively without breaking the bank. Okay, so step 1 is, again, know the people you need to help. So instead of looking for your target audience or target market, I suggest you deep dive into your client persona. Who are these people? Give 5 examples, 5 names that you can attach to that ideal client, and think of 3 of those. So for the social startup, it's very specific. Number 1 would be freelancers. So these are graphic designers, writers, content creators, social media managers, right? So these are the freelancers that we're trying to help. The second one would be 9-to-5ers who are starting a side hustle. So these are people with day jobs who are about to start their own business on the side. The third one are budding entrepreneurs. So these are people these are people who know they want to be an entrepreneur. They know that they don't want to live in the corporate world, but they don't know how and where to start. So these are the 3 people that we call our client persona at the social startup. We've literally named them. The first one is Bettina, the second one is Chelsea, and the third one is Victoria. Okay, so the second tip is know where they are. If you have really niched down to your client persona, you will then have a bigger idea of where they are. And the people that we are trying to reach, they are usually in summits like these, or number 2, they are in freelancing platforms like Upwork. Number 3, they are also in Facebook groups, Facebook support groups for freelancers. And so what you want to do is identify where they hang out, where they spend their time, their energy, and then meet them there. Because if you are trying to be discovered by your ideal persona or your client persona, they are not going to go out of their way to look for you. So you have to meet them where they are. Number 3, how do they speak? This is very important. As a comms major, understanding the semantics used by your client persona is vital. If the people that you are trying to talk to are very high up there when it comes to business, I'm not sure Sassy and Becky will work for them. But if you're trying to talk to more millennials and Gen Z, there will also be a disconnect if you speak too formally with them. So you have to understand who they are, where they are, and how they speak. What words ring a bell in their minds? What words are an automatic no in their minds? So understand that. And the last step would be, how do they live? Okay, so this one is quite important. Your goal when it comes to building a business that fits perfectly in the experience economy is integrating your product and service seamlessly into their lives. So you don't want to drag someone out of their lives, go out of their way just to experience your product. You want it to fit in as naturally as possible. So if you are looking for fitness influencers, and let's say you are a beauty brand, you would think that there is no connection, but there are, meaning you can look into women fitness influencers and say, here's a gym workout look. If you want to look good, feel good, here's something that you can add. It's just one step. Or you can also look into fit moms and say that taking care of yourself is not selfish. And so here's a 1-minute routine you can do before you take care of everyone else. So there should always be a seamless plug into their lifestyle. You have to understand what they do. If you know that they go to the grocery twice a week, how do you then integrate or incorporate your service or your product for that? And there you have it. I hope that these tips really helped you think of your business and craft a profitable business in 2022 in your minds. And eventually, I hope it launches soon. For additional tips, do follow us on social media. That's at thesocialstartup.co. You can also download and accomplish the Brand Anatomy ebook for free. And of course, everyone who downloads this will also get a free family health plan from Consulta MD, because your health matters. So thank you so much. I hope that you learned a lot. It has been my pleasure being here today. This has been the founder of The Social Startup, Zara Herbinel. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Zara. That was a very helpful tip to our TGFIs. Now, for those of you who want to read The Lost You Found Me by Zara, you can just scan the QR code you can see on the screens. And by the way, she'll be also giving you a 20% discount on limited edition copy. All you have to do is send her a message on Instagram at Zara Carbonell and type the code LYFM20 in the message. Again, thank you so much, Zara. And moving on to our next speaker, who will talk about Safe Zone, how to detect fraud and scam before investing. Well, she is the founder and the president of Empower and Transform. She's also the resident financial advisor of On the Money, a personal finance show aired on the ABS-CBN News channel, where she has a regular segment called Salvi Says. She is also the managing producer and head writer of the said show. She's the media's most prominent scam buster, setting aside concerns for personal safety to take on individuals that are defrauding the public. Let us all welcome Maria Salve Duplito.
Hello, ka-TGFIs! Thank you so much for watching us today. I know this is an important annual event for all of us, and it is my privilege and my honor that you are listening to my pink hair face today dahil napakarami natin pwedeng matutunan together in this event. So this year, Floy has asked me to talk about scams again. Maybe because sobrang dumadami na naman sila, at pangalawa, dumadami rin tayo. Naluloko, nabubudol, at nauubos ang ating kapital dahil sa maling pag-i-invest. Lalo na pag tayo ay kabataan, talaga naman, kasama ako doon, pag tayo ay kabataan, minsan talagang hindi tayo marunong pumreno, friends. Or meron kayong kaibigan na hindi marunong pumreno at kailangan ninyo malaman ang mga isi-share ko sa inyo today. So tandaan, maiksi lang po ang talk ngayon, kaya makinig ng mabuti. So, ang pagwa-warn sa mga tao about scams has been a part of my advocacy for almost 30 years now. Yes, matanda na po ang inyong ate. Pero kasama yan sa laban ko kasi na-experience ko na po talaga yun sa buhay ko na may mga tao na sabi nila, Miss Salve, ready na talaga kami magkita nung nanghihingi ng investment sa akin at ibibigay ko na dapat ang cheque or ang cash. Kaya lang nakita ko ang inyong report, kaya buti na lang hindi nawala sa akin ang pera ko. Because right after I report certain things, namamatay ang scam o kaya ang negosyo na yun. Kaya I see that as a very important responsibility being part of the media. So, bago talaga ako magsalita about scams, pinag-iisipan ko siya, inaaral ko siya, at napakarami kong iyak bago ko siya talagang ilabas. Because, yung trabaho namin, di kami pwede mag-fake news. Kailangan talaga may proof bago kami magsalita. Pero, over the years, I have seen, at binilang ko lahat ng scam, tinignan ko lahat ng news reports, almost 70 billion pesos na po ang nawawala sa mga Pilipino dahil sa scams. Kaya kailangan very, very careful tayo. If you can see on your screen right now, these are just some of the list of updated scams na pinakamalalaki ha. Wala pa ito sa kalingkingan ng listahan ng SEC. Nilista ko lang yung super lalaki at napakaraming biktima. So if you're one of those people who invested in these companies, I am sure napakaraming nyo ring iyak. Kaya kailangan tulungan nyo na ako. At ang iba pang maraming financial literacy advocates dyan para mag-warn sa ibang mga tao. There are 104 investment advisories in the SEC website for 2021 alone, ha. Isang taon lang yun. At patapos na siguro ang pandemya, kaya kasagsagan pa din ng mga scams, kaya talagang kailangan mag-ingat tayong lahat. So, I want you to go to the Securities and Exchange Commission and check it first. Kapag kayo po ay hindi nag-check dito at naglagay kayo ng pera sa scam, wala na pong ibang taong i-blame, kayo lang. Kung nagpabudol pa kayo, kasalanan nyo na po yan, mapapalo ko po talaga kayo. Because no one is uninformed these days. Nakakapag-Facebook ka, nakakapag-Instagram ka. Kung hindi ka makacheck sa SEC website, anong tawag doon? Sorry, may kaaway. Pasensya na, pagmamahal po ito, kaya po ako medyo tumataas ang boses sa ating lahat. There are a lot of, I'll just run through some of the very, very common scams nowadays. May SIM card fraud, pati po BSP. Maraming warning tungkol dyan. Kaya sinasabi ko sa inyo, wala na po talagang excuse ngayon sa mga nagpapascam. Alright? Tapos meron pang unauthorized online lenders. Pinagbawal na po ng SEC lahat ng online lenders. At hindi na rin po pwede na yung online lenders ngayon ay sobrang taas ng interest sa kanilang pautang. So, please lang, huwag tayong magpapabudol. Maging wais po tayong lahat. Tatandaan, pwede po kayong mag-file ng complaint against lending and financing companies na feeling nyo either number one, binenta ang inyong information, or pinapahirapan kayo sa pagbabayad, or hindi man lang kayo kinakausap. Yung mismong nagtatry ka talaga na magsabi na hindi ko pa kaya ngayon pero kaya ko bukas or next week, tapos hindi ka talaga pinapansin, or minumura-mura kayo on social media, and all of those things, you can file a case against them, file a complaint. That is your right. Kahit na kayo ang may utang, meron pa rin kayong karapatan. Tandaan po natin yan. Next, skimming and jackpotting. Napakadami po nito during the pandemic dahil everybody was online. So kumbaga, parang biglang lumaki yung market ng mga scammers. Lahat, si lolo, si lola, si whoever, we needed to be online because there was no other way to make financial transactions. So, lumaki market nila, gumaling sila. Bakit nga ba kasi? Yung mga masasamang tao, parang mas lalong ginagalingan. Kailangan galingan din natin. Okay. Ito pa, card cloning. Napakaganda ng hangarin natin to be financially included. So, pa-credit card na tayo at na-realize natin, pwede naman pala. So, but you know, even if you use your credit card in all the right ways, minsan naka-card clone tayo. So ngayon, ang dami natin kailangan bayaran na hindi naman natin na-enjoy. Kaya diba, nakakaloka. Kaya we have to be very careful. Again, I don't have to tell you how to avoid this, pero you educate yourself. Kaya tandaan natin po kung ano yan. Ito talaga, ang pinakamasaklap na kaaway nating lahat. Ponzi and pyramiding scam. My gosh! Talaga naman, meron palang taong pinanganak na maitim ang budhi at ang ginawa na lang buong buhay ay mag-isip ng negosyo kung saan wala namang legitimate na ibibigay sa ibang tao. You know, you just get somebody's investment, pay it to another person. You don't have any legitimate products. Alam mo, kahit na mukha kang MLM na legit, kung talagang ang product mo ay sobrang mahal, pwede namang balhin yung ibang produkto at a fraction of the cost. Question na your business model. Tapos, kung kumikita lang ang mga tao, hindi by selling the product, but by recruiting other people. Naman, friends, kailangan pa bang i-memorize yan? Tatandaan na natin, yung dalawa pa lang na yun, red flag na siya. Kaya, magkaroon tayo ng some sort of financial education para alam natin, wait, ano ba tong business model na to? Kumikita ba yung kumpanya sa produkto o sa recruitment? Doon pa lang, guys, dapat alam na natin. Kung yan, in-offer mo pa sa ibang tao kasi gusto mo lang kumita ka at mauna ka sa ibang, kasama ka na doon sa ibang mga tao na maitim ang budhi in my book. So, yes, if that's you, I am looking at you and judging you. Sorry, bakit ganito ako magsalita? Ang dami kong kapeng na inom. Okay, so text scams and phishing scams. I can't believe meron pa ring mga tao na nadadala sa mga ganito. Pagsasabihan ka ba naman, Guys, meron ng mga naging milyonaryo. Asa na yun yung bagong nang sa scam na naman sa akin? Oh, hottest news. May nanalo na worth 15.5 million. Grabe ka. Linky PH Bingo Plus 1. For only 1 peso, pwedeng baguhin buhay mo. Triple chances pa ang winning. Install now. Baguhin ko kaya yung mukha mo. Galit na naman ako. Guys, anything that gives you false hopes, papaasahin lang kayo nito. Sino ba naman yung gusto ng super, kasi naman parang easy money, 1 peso, tapos magiging 15 million yung peso, yung pera mo. Parang ang sarap, pero mag-isip-isip naman tayo. Kung yun lagi easy money ang hanap natin, easy out din yung pera na yan. At hindi pa yun. Baka easy out na sa'yo yung pera, nasa kulungan ka naman. Kasi po, tatandaan natin, lahat ng mga tao na nag-offer ng scam, kasama ka na sa kulungan nung gumawa ng scam. Yan po ang sabi ng SEC. You are also liable just for inviting other people kahit hindi ikaw ang nagsimula ng kumpanyang yan or ng scam na yan, liable ka pa rin. Okay, tatandaan din natin, yung mga spoofed websites na yan, pwedeng kunin ang inyong identity. At pag nakuha na, uutang yan sa bangko in your name, bibili sa mall in your name, huwag naman sana manligaw sa ibang tao in your name, but you don't want your identity to be taken by somebody else. That's a nightmare. Ang identity natin, yun ang pinakang kayamanan natin, hindi ang bank account. Kasi sobrang daming pwedeng magawa in your name. So please, ingat po dyan. Ibig sabihin, kahit na may magagandang offer, if it means clicking on something that you don't understand or you don't know where it is, ako nga kahit minsan legit, hindi ko pa rin kiniklik eh. Ayoko lang talaga may ibang salve duplito na mangungutang dyan for me. Okay. So, of course, NTC is tracking, Globe is tracking, Smart is tracking. All telcos are very, very parang strong now in their policies when it comes to making sure that people's identities are not stolen. Okay, marami pang warnings from the central bank, katulad ng mga fake documents na yan. Pilipinas talaga naman, ang bayan kong Pilipinas. Please, 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 let's not be gullible and let's not also do stuff that will defraud other people. Nakikiusap na talaga ako sa scammers kasi naawa na talaga ako sa mga kababayan natin. So, final question, di pa naman final. Malapit na po tayo matapos. Alin po ba daw yung mas masakit? Mas scam sa pera o sa love? Pakilagay po sa comment section. Gusto ko pong makita kahit hindi ko kayo makakasama in person because I will be in Palawan tomorrow during the Philippines' first ever Philippine Youth Convergence, and we'll be talking to students. Ano po ito, kawang gawa para sa bayan. That's why I will be missing you, and this is a recorded video. Pero gusto ko po talaga malaman kung sino ang nanalo. Mas masakit po ba ang mas-scam sa love o mas-scam sa pera? Yan po yata ang pinaka-importanting katanungan ngayong araw na to. Okay, pero ito po yung talagang foolproof na way to find out kung ang ino-offer sa inyong scam ay, ang ino-offer sa inyong investment ay scam o hindi. You always think about this. Kung totoong kumikita siya ng 30% per day nang walang kapagod-pagod, bakit kanya pinag-aaksayahan ng panahon para i-recruit? I mean, if you have all of this great information and the returns are this big, you keep it nga to yourself eh. You don't tell other people about it. You're quite, we're quite selfish with that, di ba? Pero, pinag-aaksayahan ka ng panahon, so another red flag yan. Okay, so anything that's too good to be true, red flag number 1, uulitin ko lang, I know you guys know this already, but sometimes, kailangan talaga i-remind. Recruiters will silaw you with sports cars, houses, travels, cash, and in maleta. Yun po yung mga pinaglalawayan ng ating mga kababayan. I mean, when you're watching TGFI, I consider you some of the most financially literate people already. But if you invited someone over who's listening to all of these for the first time, I hope they take a screenshot of this and they try to remember this. Huwag po tayo masisilaw agad. Kasi yung mga bagay na yan dapat pinagtatrabahuhan, hindi nakukuha sa isang iglap lamang. Diba? At ito, red flag number 3, pag hindi ng mga tao ma-explain kung saan nanggagaling ang kita ng kanilang investment or ng kanilang negosyo, layuan na natin yun. Alam mo, karamihan sa mga scams dun sa listahan na in-explain ko kanina, a lot of people said in interviews na the business models were a bit too technical for them. Commodities futures, Bitcoin. Hindi ko sinasabing lahat ng Bitcoin ay scam ha. Yung iba lang ginamit din yung Bitcoin para magtayo ng mga scammy operations. So if there's something that you don't understand, don't invest in it. Ganun din naman sa ibang mga bagay and in general in life, if there's a person you don't understand, huwag nang ligawan kahit na sexy at mayaman, friends. Okay, napakarami na po nitong hugot na to. Very quick lang po tayo para hindi kayo antukin sa aking presentation. But I really love how TGFI grows every year. And I am very happy to be a mentor of TGFI. I hope that you continue to grow, help each other in your community, especially in protecting each other from scammy operations. I predict that in the coming future, the red flags and the thin lines between good investments and scammy investments will blur. Dahil pagaling sila ng pagaling, in the investment world, it becomes more complicated. But always remember this, all of the things that you heard today, they will stand the test of time. Always remember them so that you won't be budol victim. Thank you, everybody. And if you have any questions, you know where to go. You can always ask me directly. Just go to my social services, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Kumu, and TikTok. And I don't know, maybe through TGFI, we can do a quick chat soon. So thank you, everybody. Have a nice life. Have a nice year. Have a nice, beautiful, beautiful sunrise. Bye, guys. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Salve. We've learned a lot from you. Well, kung ako papipiliin, mas kama ko ng pera or love, pera na lang. Sabi nga, what is money? Paper only. All right, so again, if you do have any questions to our speakers for today, please feel free to type in our chat box, and I'll try to pull them up later during our question and answer portion. And now, our next speaker will talk about building a brand from the ground up. Well, she is a scholar graduate of Draper University for blockchain and entrepreneurship, followed by Tezos. Currently an advisor for many blockchain and tech companies, and now leading as the co-founder of a gamified and open internet culture metaverse, Playsoar. Today, she is the founder of the award-winning blockchain crypto, DeFi, NFT, IoT, AI, and metaverse PR firm Block Tides. Let us all welcome Myrtle Ramos.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the warm welcome, Aaron. So, yep, this is actually a different talk coming from me, myself, because I really notice a lot of problems when it comes to brands, especially in the blockchain space. So, let me tell you a story first. So, way back 2017, I took a leap of faith when it comes to having my own business. So it's really a leap of faith. It's scary. I'm in the corporate ladder for 8 years. And one day I told myself, I'm already tired. I'm already tired when it comes to, hold on, guys. Someone is calling me. All right, I'm already, can you still see my screen?
Yes, Myrtle, go ahead.
Oh, hold on. Where is it now? There. So way back 2017. So there I took a leap of faith, and then I told myself, I'm already tired. I want to have my own business, because I attended one blockchain event here in Manila. The audience is not connecting at all when it comes to the topics and, of course, engagement. I want to make it different. I want to make it fun. I want to make it more lively and, of course, valuable when it comes to the sponsorships of clients and companies. And then, yeah, it's all magic. We actually done a lot of things because I've done one thing. it's all about brand building at first. So this information that I'm going to share to you is actually all of the things that I've learned when it comes to how to build a brand from GoDaddy. So I learned this from GoDaddy actually. So if you're actually familiar with GoDaddy, you can create websites. They're a hosting provider for websites. And yeah, so I noticed I'm dealing with B2B, which is business to business projects, clients, and small businesses actually. And they're really having problems when it comes to their logos, how they represent themselves, and at the same time, their personal branding. I told them, would you even trust a company without a branding? So that's the major realization. And then I built Block Tides. And then with the breakthrough that we have when it comes to the business, during pandemic, I also took a leap of faith. Events are closed, right? There's no events at all. The main business that we have, the core business, actually shut off. I innovated. I told myself this, I will not let this pandemic actually take away my purpose. So I've done the live series. I've made a one-stop shop for blockchain and crypto companies because since I already know being a community manager, social media manager, how to deal with people, how to deal with the community, I made Block Tides a one-stop shop for marketing for companies, which is really effective when it comes to growth hacking. So first that you need to know is basically if you have a business. I know most of you are interested to have a business. First is ask yourself, what business do you really want? What's your passion? According to Steve Jobs, right? If you really love what you're doing, you will never get tired. So meditate, ask actually pray, and then ask yourself, what do I really want? For example, you want to travel. So I also want to travel. That's the reason why I'm attending events. So it made possible when it comes to the blockchain and crypto space. I already traveled 8 countries. So always ask yourself, what do you really want? And then I really love connecting to people. So that's the second realization. And at the same time, I love to connect to the community and I want to educate when it comes to mental. At the same time, the purpose is to help them when it comes to financial literacy. There's a lot of people who really don't know about investments, and then they're going to blame a lot of people when their money is going to be burnt, right? So that's the purpose. So find your purpose. If you know Ikigai, that's what I'm following. And then at the same time, know what you really want before you make a brand, of course. And then all of the creative juices will definitely go ahead. And hold on, guys. We'll definitely go ahead and hold on. All right. So there. Sorry for that. And then the second thing that you want to ask yourself is basically, is this really the life that I want? So because it's going to be a lifestyle already when it comes to the things that you want to do. So me, I'm enjoying my own time here in my house. I can travel wherever I want because that's the thing that I already unlocked. Knowing what I want to do, and your purpose. So in building a brand, of course, there's a lot of, because one thing you'll ask, how is the people going to trust you, right? So that's the first question. Let me just go ahead and take the next slide. Okay, there you go. I have a lot of windows using. Okay. All right. So what is really a brand? So for me, it's actually a soul. It's not advertisement. It's not social media or design. It's actually how people will trust you. At the same time, what's your relationship when it comes to the community? the delivery and values. So always ask yourself, for example, what what are the things that you value the most? So if you want to build a coffee business, what are the values that you want to actually make it possible for the employees that you have? So first things first are the values, really. So when it comes to the delivery, it's how you deliver the message, the purpose. Again, find your purpose, find your ikigai, and the relationship that you'll have with the community. So that's the thing, or these are the things that I really made it possible, is to build the brand first, your mission, your vision, your purpose. How can you make a difference when it comes to actually, there's a lot of people who just wants money. It's really not possible. So I actually saw one TGFI post that money comes after. So I really love that post, because if you actually want to find your passion, find the things that you love, money will actually chase you. And then when it comes to the brand, it's not about what you say about yourself. It's all about first impression last, especially how you handle yourself out there. So it's what others say about you. For example, I have block tides. What will they say about block tides? Oh, they're a marketing firm who had an award because they care about the community. So that's the first impression. So that's the brand already. It's not about marketing, it's also about mental. So how you think inside yourself. I'm into spirituality, so how you think inside first will reflect your reality. So that's the best thing that I want to share. So of course, people want stories, right? So it's actually the emotional target when it comes to building a company. So how can you make an impact? How can you be different in this world full of copies, right? Because in the traditional businesses, for example, Samgyeopsal is not very famous before. But because of the Korean culture hype, we love Korean culture, a lot of Samgyeopsal is already there. You don't know which one to choose. So I love this one, which have a brand. So basically, find yourself how you will stand out from the rest. What makes you unique? What's your best selling point? Actually, the best selling point that you can offer to a lot of people is your personal branding as well. So sell things that money can't buy. So this is really ironic because, of course, this is financial literacy. But think about the money last, but build the one that you want when it comes to the passion, purpose, and everything will follow. So, what is the secret sauce? If you'll search block tides, I really wanted to make it more unique, futuristic, even without the metaverse before. That's already our design. And then comes after now, it's the hype of the metaverse. It's the universe. I really love what do you call this? The universal astrology. So that's what I realized. It's just like it's all about the design, the words, the values, the story that you portray to the community. So first is know how to position yourself, and you need to actually think like an empath that about worldview. If you want to be global, at the same time, Airbnb, I really love this app because this is all about exploring the world, right? So how can you make your consumers or your customers feel that they are actually inside your company? So that's the first value. So brand ambassadors, I really love. Actually, we're going to have a brand ambassador now for Block Tides. So we are more into inclusivity, diversity. So we need to enable and encourage a lot of people how you can share your story, right? So of course, there's a lot of things that you can do for the campaigns that you have for you to be able to portray this. And of course, this one, you don't sell what you think you sell. So we cannot sell anything or everything. You have to think first before doing it impulsively if you want to start your business. And at the same time, what's the secret of success? Success is really um, defined by different things, because for other people it's money, for other people it's actually uh, helping people, making a difference. So it's different. We all have different paths. All you have to do is really ask yourself what you really want. So this one, all of the businesses that you can see, Florida sells time when it comes to, of course, how can it make it possible when it comes to saving your time. And then when it comes here, sells ego, right? So when it comes to Red Bull, so it's all about the feeling, to be honest. So this is also incorporated when it comes to the law of attraction, how you can manifest things. All you have to do is imagine, feel, and of course have that empathy when it comes to the people who's going to perceive your brand, right? It's all about understanding what you provide, what you can provide for them. So when it comes to this, of course, you need to consider a lot of things: the timing, the profile, the location. So that's the connection. That's the reason why McDonald's also have a connection when it comes to kids. Even you yourself, you love McDonald's because they have a branding for all types of ages. When it comes to the market, right? So that's the purpose of McDonald's having the branding. Once actually, there's also a branding in cryptocurrency already when it comes to McDonald's if it's the bear market. So their brand is already there as a legacy. So think of that always. And of course, consistency when it comes to the communication. And of course, this is different, guys, okay? Branding is really different when it comes to content making. When it comes to marketing, digital marketing, it is very different. So the keywords here are not unique in quality, but of course, it's all about timing and relevance. And yeah, so getting people to share the hard relevance is your best bet. So during pandemic is really the time that we help a lot of people when it comes to doing giveaways, providing mental health. So it's really the timing that is really perfect. So it's not about just doing marketing just for the purpose of, I don't have a content. Content is king, and you need to consider that associating branding at the same time. And then, of course, tell stories. It's all about telling stories. Why Axie became so popular? It's because of the story, how they changed the lives of people, right? So when it comes to this, it's really not all about marketing. It's all about telling stories, how you'll make a difference in each Filipinos sa community. So that's really the purpose of it. And of course, advance of storytelling test. You can see it here. The ultimate nonsense detection machines. Does your grandmother get what you do? Gets ba ng mga magulang nyo yung ginagawa nyo? Now, actually, my family are into blockchain and crypto. So you need to get the message how you can simplify it to understand what you are doing. In traditional businesses, it's very easy. But in our case, it's crypto, it's blockchain. How can I portray that? How can I make my daughter understand what blockchain and crypto is? So that's the purpose of doing branding. You have to realize a lot of things. You have to consider a lot of things. And yeah, so this one is actually from SlideShare. But this one is really the purpose of my talk today. So when it comes to building your brand, guys, you need to really consider what are the things that you really love doing. And at the same time, what is your passion? What are the things that you're, for example, in sa 24 hours a day, yung hindi ka mapapagod kahit na super pagod ka na, ramdam mo yung pagod pero masaya ka. So that's really it in doing a business for me. And this is not a financial advice. This is for me to help aspiring entrepreneurs. And at the same time, it's all about quality also. Because you cannot just promote yung walang quality sa logo. It all boils down to the website, to your logo, your social media handles. Because the world is changing now. We have to accept that everything is now digital. You have to innovate, you have to be flexible. And also, what's important is your personal branding. So, branding is a big word when it comes to the marketing aspects, but it's really important for you to have your own personal branding too. So, yeah. Any questions? I'm free to answer all of it after this. Thank you so much, guys.
Okay, so thank you, Myrtle, for that very wonderful presentation of yours. No? And at this point, I believe since already asked that or opened our session with for the Q&A, so I'll try to pull up questions coming from the audience. But before that, I would like to shout out some mga online viewers po natin watching right now via YouTube. So shout out po kina Ann Marjorie Ramos, no, Jopay Mags, nag-hashtag sila Myrtle ng Block Tides. Ayan. Ian Garcia, hashtag Block Tides CGFI, and then Doy Binds. Okay, so I'll pull a question coming from Moy Santos Cruz. Hello, Miss Myrtle. What's your favorite aspect of being an entrepreneur?
I love to fail. Because, yeah, it's the reality. So since we've learned that from Draper University for entrepreneurship, so it's all about happiness again. So it's all about loving what you do, and at the same time, it's all about accepting that you will fail most of the time, and then accepting all of the lessons. It's either you'll win or you'll learn from me. So don't be afraid to fail, especially with my staffs. I told them, don't be afraid to make a mistake, because it's either you'll learn, to be honest, or you'll just ignore the precious moment that you need to grow, So that's the purpose for me.
Oh, thank you so much for that, Myrtle. No, talagang you would not get that success in life if you would not fail from anything, di ba? So with that, I would like to give another question coming from Benedict Shi. Madam, Madam talaga. Okay, Madam, do you think that social media marketing is the best way to help you build a brand? Diba parang right now, Myrtle, diba, we're greatly influenced by the social media. Parang day by day, no, talagang ang laki ng we're into the digital world. So ano ba yung ito bang social marketing na to? Is it really the best way para makapag-build a brand?
Yes, to be honest. As I mentioned earlier, we're all already digital. All of our daughters are using iPads, the mobile phone. Even the campaigns, the presidential, they use TikTok to promote themselves. So you really have to be flexible enough for you to innovate. At the same time, yung tipong ano ba yung algorithm netong platform na to? Makaka-reach ba to sa mga tamang audience, sa young generation? Because you really need to target the young generation. But importantly, nandyan rin yung mga middle ages na 20 to 30, and then 30 to 40. So sa kanila, it's really important for them to physically, right? So yung offline events. So it's possible now. But the most important thing now is really your online presence, your website. Yes, website is really important, guys. So if you really want to go global, your website says a lot about your business. It's like your ID already. So if for as a business owner, okay, your website says a lot when it comes to the quality. So what will be the impression once you go to my website? What's the feels? So I told you about everything, that it's all about feeling. So that's the purpose of it. Online presence, lahat na i-sign up mo for your business For example, Pinterest, Instagram, lahat yan pasukin mo. Because you can learn things one by one each day kung hindi ka marunong.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Myrtle. No? Sabi nga, you're missing a lot. No? If you're not digitally connected, if your business is not online, di ba?
Maiiwan ka.
Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, maiiwan ka when it comes
to...
di
ba? Yeah. Well, you mentioned a while ago about the young generation. No? And here's a question related to what you've said earlier. Question coming from Patricia Bones. If in your personal opinion, Ms. Myrtle, what are the suitable and most effective approaches and tools to educate the young generation about building a good personal brand? Well, aside from, of course, social media, what else do you advise?
Since yung social media ngayon, it's really about their emotions. So target the emotions, how you can help them, how you can empower them. Because, there's a lot of suicidal rate, to be honest. This is the reality. That's the reason why I'm telling this. So you need to empower them. Because yung mga limiting beliefs natin nung bata pa tayo, we need to remove everything when it comes to the mental health, kung ano yung paniniwala nila sa sarili nila, that they're not enough, So you really need to make or send that message that you are here for a purpose, you are worthy, you are always enough. So it's all about empowering them. How you can tap them at the same time is really their emotions.
Thank you for that, Myrtle. Here's another question coming from Rika Conana. Hello, Ms. Myrtle. How do you stay on top of industry trends? Yeah.
Industry trends, I actually am not thinking of competition. So competition is not in my vocabulary. It's all about creation for me. So when you want to build a business, if you want to stay on top, be unique, don't mind the competition. It's all about how you can create beautiful things from a chaos.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, there are a lot of questions coming in actually, and comments as well. Sabi nga ni Ann Marjorie Ramos, wait for the perfect timing. And from Layla Claire, the power of storytelling. But a question coming from, Michelle. No, Ms. Myrtle, can you give us 3 important rules, or I don't know, rules or tip to keep in mind when building a brand? I don't know if you were able to discuss it already, during your presentation. Are there any rules for this?
Rules when it comes to branding? Is that right?
Yeah, building a brand.
Okay, so when you brand yourself properly, again, the competition will become irrelevant, just like what I'm doing. So even a lot of people, the staff that I'm doing, this company is already copying what we're doing. Me, it's okay, because it's how you actually set the trend. You are the one who's unique. According to Coco Chanel, I think that's all about being copied. So if you're being copied, you're already successful. And then the second rule, to be honest, consider yourself, again, yun nga, do what makes you happy. Life is too short for you to be able to dwell on things na hindi mo ikakasaya, especially if you really want to be successful. And best tip, if you want to seek yourself, master yourself first. Know yourself. Kung gusto mong magawa ng business, you can do it simultaneously. If you master yourself, if you know the skills and weaknesses that you have, you're gonna be unstoppable.
Wow, thank you for that. Ms. Myrtle, sabi nga ni Rika Pananan, that was a wonderful answer, Ms. Myrtle. Thank you so much. Ang dami po nag-hashtag ng block tides. Myrtheology.
Actually, ginawa nilang brand sa akin yun. Sabi ko,
Myrtheology?
Yeah, it's the study of me. Actually, Instagram name ko lang siya. And then one staff, ginawa niya consistently. Naging brand na siya. Hindi ko alam bakit.
ang dami mong fans dito na nag-hashtag ng Nerd Theology. Watching from Africa, no? I don't know if this girl is from Africa talaga na. Watching from but again, guys, we are worldwide. So we're not just from our online viewers, not just from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, but we are worldwide, guys. So keep those questions coming. So here's another question coming from Natalie Gray. Masugid nating follower participant. I have a question, Ms. Myrtle. I'm curious. What goals are you still working towards achievement?
Actually, may nagtanong na neto sa akin. Ano pa ba yung mga hindi ko raw na-achieve? Which is really...
Parang lahat atan.
Which is really hard to answer. Actually, nag-pause ako for a while for me to be able to answer that. To be honest, my goal now is to create a lot of opportunities for Filipinos and those who are really in need. So that's the purpose. We're gonna be having a building, and then we're going to be employing like 300 plus people already soon, by July. So that's the reason why I'm busy. So yun ang hindi ko pa na-achieve. Actually, na-achieve ko naman na yung pagtulong sa iba, but I really want to achieve to be a corporation. So it's already happening. And yung goals naman kasi, for me, goals is really experiences. It's all about, it's not about money for me. So I do invest in experiences. For example, I want to ride a jet ski. I want to do paragliding. Gusto ko. Yung mga bucket list ba? So yun ang goals for me. So I do have 300 things sa notebook ko according to Steve Harvey. Kilala niyo ba si Steve Harvey? So, yung goals na yun, sinulat ko 300 things. Marami pa naman siya. Pero lahat siya para nang mapupuno.
Okay, so you've mentioned 300 things. Ilan na doon yung na-accomplish mo? Ilan na yung na-fulfill mo doon out of those 300 on your bucket list?
Actually, 10% na lang.
Oh, really? Wow. Huh? Yeah. That's nice. 10%. Actually, like how many more? Can you at least enumerate 3 of those?
Yung mga natupad na?
Yeah. No. Yung ano pa? Yung hindi mo pa na-achieve.
Okay. I want to have my own foundation for the orphans.
Wow. That's really good though. And again, thank you for sharing all your knowledge, no, yung support and expertise mo to everyone. So I think that would end our question and answer portion. And before we let you go, do you have any parting words or last words for our mga ka-TGFI?
Don't be afraid. So a lot of people have self-esteem issues, depression, insecurities. Work on yourself, because this is the main issue. There's a lot of people comparing themselves to other people, the success that they have. So all you have to do is heal yourself, know what you want, because we all have different paths. Believe in yourself and you will be unstoppable, guys. So I will say this to you. If you're listening, I believe in you. So that's my last message.
Thank you so much, Myrtle. Again, that was the CEO and founder of Block Tides, Myrtle Ramos. Again, to our online viewers at Pumangka TGFI, you may use our official hashtags, Finlit Summit 2022, hashtag Financially Literate PH, hashtag TGFI sa inyo po mga tweets, comments, or Facebook and Instagram stories. And moving on to our last speaker for today. Napakabilis to. I do hope you've learned a lot from our speakers for today, and we still have day 2 tomorrow, guys. But right now, I would like to introduce to you guys our last speaker. So he is an economist and a capital markets professional with extensive experience in the Philippine equities market. He has been in the industry for over 10 years and is currently the head of Market Education Department of the Philippine Stock Exchange Incorporated. He's also a PSE certified securities specialist, a course he completed at the Ateneo Graduate School of Business. Currently, he is the program director for the PSE certified securities specialist course, which the exchange conducts with partner universities. So let's all welcome John Garcia, to talk about what is a bear market and how you should invest in one.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the Global Filipino Investors for inviting the PSE to speak in your FinLit Summit 2022. So today I'm tasked to discuss about the bear markets and how we should invest in one. So I will be showing you some data about the market. Just to give context about how the PSE performed in the last 20 or so years, and also to see how bear markets normally play out, or how bear markets, I would say, behave, during such market cycles. So let me share my slides. The title of the presentation is What is a Bear Market and How Should You Invest in One? Siguro after this presentation, ang mas gusto ko maging takeaway natin is if indeed we are in a bear market, because I will answer that question later. Are we in a bear market? And if we are indeed in a bear market, how should we successfully invest in one? Kasi investing is one thing and successfully investing is another. So I hope na you investors, through educating yourselves, will become more successful in your investment journey. So tama itong ginagawa ninyo, attending summits, conferences, and even webinars to further improve your knowledge about investments. So just 3 things that I would like to discuss today. Very brief lang ang presentation. We'll talk about the historical performance of the PSEI. Then we'll talk about the bull and bear markets. And I'll give a little market outlook and some, in my opinion, recommended investment strategies in this current market situation that we're in. Okay, so here I'm showing the slide giving us the data of the PSEI from the base February 28, 1990 to its all-time high noong January 26, 2018. So since February 28, 1990, the PSE rose from the base level of 1,022.05 points to its all-time high of 9,041.20 points. No, nangyari ito noong January 26, 2018. So this clearly shows that the market has grown throughout the years. 1993 was actually a strong year as the PSEI reached the 2,000 and 3,000 milestones in that same year. However, itong malakas na momentum of the PSEI had to take a step back in the late 90s and the early 2000s. Nagkaroon kasi ng mga bear markets during that time. These bear markets I'll discuss more about in detail later in the presentation. Now, if you go through the table, interestingly, you'll also see that the PSEI broke through most of the number of milestone levels, no, yung 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, and the 8,000 level during the term of the late former President Noynoy Aquino. So hindi naman to political, it just so happened that nangyari siya during the term ni President Pinoy. We also take note that the all-time high noong January 26, 2018 happened naman during President Duterte when we reached that all-time high. So if you see anyone missing, nagkataon lang naman na wala tayong naging milestone level during ng term niya. But don't get me wrong, she is a good economist, a very good economist. You all know kung sinong president I'm talking about. But anyway, moving on to the next slide. So I have here a graph showing the PSEI's performance from 1996 to 2021. So at the top, makikita ninyo that the market's total return per year as indicated by the up and down arrows, di ba? Yung ating red and green arrows. So just counting by the color itself, makikita natin na there were more years that the market performed well than it declined. So look at the chart, ano? It's worth noting that 15 out of 25 years actually recorded growth. No, kung titignan mo, yung market even booked a gain of as much as let's see. As much as 63%, which happened in 2009, erasing the biggest loss or reversing the biggest loss ever of 48% the year before in 2008. So makikita nyo, ito yung loss na yan. Later, we'll show kung ano nangyari dito. To some of you na naabutan na yung panahon na yan, I'm very sure aware kayo kung ano nangyari dyan. If you know what happened during this time, just type it in the chat box. Okay, so the overall picture, if you look at it, ito naman yan, the overall picture, it actually tells us that the market is really on an upward trend during this 25-year period. Okay, so moving on to our next slide. Right. Yeah, so ito naman, I'm showing you the domestic market capitalization and also the total value turnover. So parallel to the index performance, makikita natin na both the domestic MCAP and the value turnover are also on an uptrend. So anong ibig sabihin nito? This just means that the stock market prices and the market liquidity continues to grow. So not only na tumataas yung presyo, but also activity in the market is increasing, which is a good thing. And that's actually supported by the next slide. So you'll see here the foreign versus the local share in the market. So with the yellow color representing the local and the blue color representing the foreign. So I won't go through the 90s and the early 2000s. Let's just go dito sa 2010 to 2021. You will see that steadily, no, kahit there was a time na bumaba ang local participation, but recently, especially in 2021, we see that there is an increase in the local participation in the market, which is a good thing. Kasi if you follow our official Facebook account, you'll see there that every week naglalabas kami ng weekly market recap. Nakikita nyo na net foreign selling tayo year to date. Pero kahit net foreign selling tayo year to date, salamat sa mga local investors natin keeping our market resilient because there's still buyers in the market. Now, if you go naman dito sa retail versus institutional share, very interesting din that nag-increase ang ating representation ng retail. This is in terms of value traded, ano? Because if you look at count, nako, definitely mas di hamak na marami ang retail kaysa sa institutional investors. But more importantly, we look at yung representation nila in the value turnover. So you can see that from 2013, ang retail representation natin sa overall value is only 23.10%. At umakyat ito to 31.08% in 2021. And hopefully, mag-continue itong trend na nag-i-increase ang retail investor participation in terms of market value or trade value. Okay, so ano ba ang naging driver ng retail growth? Well, thanks to online trading. No? Online trading has made retail investors more actively participating in our market kasi the market has become more and more accessible to everyone. So as you can see, just the data from 2008 all the way to 2020, from 444,000 investors total, we actually have grown that to close to 1.4 million accounts. So, and if you look at the 1.4 million accounts, much of the growth is because of the online investors. So, kudos to online trading, right? Okay, so while we are not immune from external and internal headwinds, the PSE strategy continues to drive and support market development. We consistently, kahit mapagal, but consistently have grown the number of listed companies here at the PSE. And if you notice lately, the PSE has been very active in enticing more and more of our local businesses to list at the PSE. So our marketing team has been doing a very good job in promoting listing at the PSE. And about capital raising naman, 2021 was actually a banner year for us. The total capital raised in 2021 is actually close to 235 billion pesos, overtaking our record high in 2012 of 228.33 billion pesos. So maraming nag-tap and nag-raise ng capital through the PSE. And thankful din kami na the investing public, institutional, retail, local, and foreign, have been supportive of these capital raising activities. So just to give context on what's happening. So now let's really get right into the webinar proper, or the topic that's requested by our friends from TGFI, the bull and bear markets. Let's first define what a bull and what a bear market is. So a bull market, or also known as a bull run, this is a long, extended period in the market where stock price continue to rise. No, walang single metric dito na tinitignan. Ang basihan lang talaga dito, the stock prices rise at least 20% from its most recent low. Then you consider that a bull run. And the rise in the prices is sustained. So does it mean dire-diretsong tumataas? Not necessarily. Merong time in the bull run na bababa yan. It can be a market correction. It can be a simple retracement. But looking at the trend, it really is going upward. Now, gaano katagal ang mga bull run? Well, iba-iba no? But a bull market is considered over. Ito na lang, no? We consider a bull market over when the stocks start to go down, no? Yung prices naman starts to decline, steadily decline, okay? So falling at least 20% from their most recent peak. And that is when we consider the start of a bear market, especially if the 20% drop is sustained and matagal kasi ang recovery doon sa previous peak, then we can consider that to be a bear market. So simply put it, the bull run ends when the market has changed fundamentally. So kapag yung ano ba mga pwedeng maging causes ng bear market? Well, one could be sa mga economic factors like inflation, pagtaas ng presyo ng bilihin may have an impact on the businesses and may have an impact on the price. Or it can also be market sentiment na more investors feel pessimistic over investors that are optimistic about the market, or even about the future. So those are the things that affect markets. So whether it's bull or a bear market. So if it's a bull market, you have the bulls winning over the bears. You have yung mga optimistic investors winning over the pessimistic investors. We can put it that way. And if it's a bear market, you have the bears winning over the bulls. You have the pessimistic investors winning over the optimistic investors. Now, let me just bring back the slide I shared earlier, the one showing the performance of the TSEI for the last 25 years. Notice the two green arrows here. Let me get the laser pointer. Here and here, all right? So those two green arrows over the course of the last 25 years actually are the two instances of a bull run. So one from 2003 to 2007 and another one from 2009 to 2014. So I'm lucky to have experienced at least one of these two. The other one, I was too young to experience. Nag-aaral pa yata ako nito, no? But I've been hearing about the stock market already, pero di ko pa naiintindihan back then. So history tells us that no two bull markets are the same. So kung mapapansin natin, yung first bull run actually lasted for 5 full years, okay? While the second bull run here lasted for 6 full years. Now, even the growth is different. So for the first bull run, the PSEI had a 5-year compounded annual growth rate of 28.9%, whereas the second bull run had a 6-year CAGR of 25.3%. So hindi porket ang nangyari sa nakaraang bull run ay ganito siya kahaba and it earned this much, you would be expecting na if ever we get to be in another bull run, ganyan na naman katagal, magtatagal yung bull run natin at ganyan din kataas ang magiging increase. It doesn't work that way. All right? Now, I'd also like to share this slide where corporate earnings reflect that they grow in tandem with the PSEI. So they are generally consistent with the rise of the PSEI. So looking at the bullish years from 2008 to 2014, the corporate earnings increased from 199.24 billion to 582.15 billion. So that's from 2008 to 2014. So this is very, very consistent with that bull run chart that I showed in the previous slides. So of course, it makes sense. Ano? Alangan naman na tumataas ang market na it's not fundamentally supported by the company. So how can there be a bull run if there is no fundamental increase in value of the companies being traded in a particular market? Now, another aspect that I want to share with you is that the economy, in this case, the Philippines GDP figures, are also aligned with the bull run. So if we add the Philippines GDP figures into the graph, we can see that these bull runs actually took place during the time of strong economic performance. Makikita ninyo that our GDP growth or our GDP has consistently been growing during the time of bull runs in the market. So lalo lang itong pinatutunayan yung kasabihan or yung sinasabi nila na the PSEI or the stock market is the barometer of our economy. So a strong stock market actually reflects a strong, healthy economy of a particular country. And it also proves to be true during mga crises. Just like this time here, negative growth tayo after a slump right here. Okay, and of course, dito lahat tayo makaka-relate, no? 2020, COVID-19 pandemic, nag-crash ang market, GDP actually negative growth tayo last year, particularly because of the lockdowns, walang lumalabas, walang nagtatrabaho, walang production. So of course, the economy wasn't moving as how it was supposed to compared to the previous years and even the year after, in 2021. All right? Okay. Now, another factor that actually contributed to the good performance of our market in the last 25 years, but not the entire 25 years. I would say in just the recent few years, because I personally saw how the Philippines got, slowly upgraded by the credit rating companies to becoming investment grade in 2013. So we actually started enjoying investment grade ratings from Fitch, from Moody's, from S&P's since 2013. And how did we reach that? It's the collective effort of all administrations leading to 2013. Kasi nakita natin that the administration was the previous administrations were able to service debt, nababayaran yung mga utang, unti-unting nabawasan yung mga utang to the point that our debt to GDP ratio was actually very, very low and maganda siya. So kumbaga sa tao, maganda yung credit standing mo because you are credit worthy. And if you are credit worthy, you become investment grade, you have more investments coming in your country, may it be foreign direct investments or foreign portfolio investments. So when we talk about stock market, yung mga foreign investors natin dito, these are foreign portfolio investors. Okay? Now, ano ba yung mga drivers ng ating economic growth, no? Yung drivers ng ating pagiging strong economy. Malaki ang pasasalamat natin. Well, number one sa mga IT BPO companies, no? Yung mga ating shared services, yung mga talents that does work here for clients offshore. Okay yan. Of course, yung mga OFWs natin, yung mga remittances ng dollars. I have here some data that I can share. I mean, latest data brought the cash remittances to a full year total of 31.42 billion US dollars. That's actually a 5.1% increase compared to the 29.90 billion tally posted in 2020. So even in 2021, continuous na tumataas yung ating dollar remittances. And just to put everything in context, in 2003, remittances was only at 7.58 billion US dollars. So you can imagine yung continued na pag-remit ng dollars of the OFWs in the Philippines has actually helped a lot for our growth. Ngayon yung ano naman natin, yung national government debt natin, malataas na, no? We are actually close to right now, I think 13 trillion pesos. That's very high compared to the 9.8 trillion in 2020, and of course back then yung debt natin was even much lower. Yung ating debt to GDP ratio is over 60%, which is above critical level. We compared that to the debt to GDP ratio back in 2019. Before the pandemic, we were just at 39.6%. Pero if you go naman all the way back to 2003, yung debt to GDP ratio natin before was actually higher at 71.1%. What does this all mean? We still are in a healthy position according to the economists, those that can see the data firsthand, because they believe and they can prove that we can still service the debt. So that still make the country more credit-worthy in the sense. Pero we need to have that capability to consistently maintain servicing that debt if we want to maintain enjoying itong investment grade ratings that we've been enjoying since 2013. Now, if you look at the inflation situation naman, comparing it against 2008, we are still in a better place. Inflation expectation, we're continuing to, it's continued to be anchored to the target level. But there are some factors that will push the inflation rates to be higher than compared to before. In the next slides, I'll be sharing sa inyo bakit. No, even our central bank, they have also reiterated their priority to continue supporting the improvement of the economy, but they can only do so much. So, alam naman natin that the BSP has already increased rates by 25 basis points. But how did the market react to this? Well, actually 25 basis points is already expected. So, factored in naman na siya by the market. So speaking of inflation, it has a contribution to the bear markets. I actually have a slide right after this one that will show yung relationship of inflation and the bear markets. But for now, let's start to digest the different bear markets that we've experienced in the past. In the late 90s, di ba, 1993, kanina pinakita natin ang strong ng PSEI, but matapos nun, wala nang milestone levels. Because we actually experienced a bear market in the late 90s, in 1997. Everyone knows about the Asian financial crisis. From the high of 3,447.60 points, bumaba siya by 69% to 1,082.18 points in the span of from 1996 all the way to 1998. Now, then this was followed by another bear market in the later 1990s, no, noong 1999 all the way to 2001. So dalawa ang cost ng bear market na to. you all know we had the local political crisis, EDSA-2, and then we also had the US tech bubble. Tapos nagkaroon pa tayo ng mga dito, if I remember correctly, mga threats sa mga terrorism. So yan din ang mga naging problema. Now, this is a more recent example. In 2008, we experienced the global financial crisis. Now, tungkol naman ito sa mga subprime mortgages, yung property bubble in the US, where the market dropped by 56% from 3873.5 to 1704.41. And fast forward to 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic came. We've seen the steepest, and I say the steepest, the steepest drop in the shortest amount of time, from 7,369.78 down by 37% to 4,623.42. And if you can see, this is what happens during the bear market. We observe rising inflation, and of course, with rising inflation comes higher interest rates, and with higher interest rates, potentially economic decline. Okay, let's try to understand. Tumataas ang presyo ng bilihin. It can be two ways. It can be demand-driven, it can be supply-driven. So if it's demand-driven, then that's okay. Pero if it's supply-driven, that means tumataas ang presyo ng bilihin pero hindi naman tumataas ang activity ng ekonomiya. Hence the term stagflation. So to prevent this from happening, yung mga banks, yung mga central banks would increase the interest rate so that mabawasan yung money supply in the market and hopefully ma-reduce yung consumption, ma-control yung presyo ng mga bilihin. And the chart here actually shows the different rate hikes done by the Fed following the different bear markets in history. You have here, of course, the rate hikes in the early 2000s, the rate hike that happened after the global financial crisis, and of course, more recently, the rate hike that we're expecting to see all the way up to the end of 2022. Okay? Now, bear markets over the years, ano bang good news? Well, bumababa ang market, it bottoms out, and eventually recovers. But yun nga lang, wala rin itong fixed na schedule. So bear markets over the years have varying lengths and levels of decline, and of course, different din yung kanilang path to recovery. So when we talk about high, this is actually the most recent pre-crisis high, to the point after which the market started to fall. Now, when we talk about low, this is defined as the lowest PSEI closing level between the pre-crisis high and the recovery level, or the point after which the market started to rise. No? So, if we go through each of the bear markets, what happened in 1997 to the 1998 Asian financial crisis, nag-devalue yung Thai baht, and this triggered the crisis. So the Philippine peso and the other foreign currencies followed suit. They had similar devaluations as well. Asian economies were at a huge fiscal and trade deficits. Mataas ang foreign debt to GDP ratios for countries in Asia, including the Philippines. So during this period, the PSE index actually declined by 68.8%. For 20 months before bottoming out. Now, doon naman sa 2000 political crisis and the tech bubble, so after a 150% rally in 1999, the Philippine stock market suffered a severe downturn due to a political crisis and the bursting of the US tech bubble, yung mga .com bubble. The rise of terrorism also contributed to the bear market. You have the geopolitical conflicts that led to the 9/11 World Trade Center bombing. In 2001, US had the war with Afghanistan, and in 2003, US-Iraq war naman. So these geopolitical tensions actually prolonged the bear market. Now, the market finally bottomed out in 2003 after falling 62% over the 3.5 years. So ito, mahaba naman ang length niya. Now, looking at the 2008 global financial crisis, this started with the US subprime mortgage crisis and expanded into a credit crisis. Nagkaroon ng failure yung Lehman Brothers in September 2008. So the PSE index crashed 57% over 13 months, bottoming out in October 2008. No? Tapos na-retest yung level na yan in March 2009, also coinciding with the final lows of the US stock market. So 2020 COVID-19 crash, we call it the COVID-19 crash because it happened so fast. No, this was sparked by the COVID-19 pandemic. Alam natin that the pandemic has infected millions of people worldwide. Maraming namatay, and it was so drastic. It was so fast. There was no sign of slowing down the virus. We are facing something that we haven't experienced rather, because there were pandemics in the past, but we are facing something that we haven't experienced in our lifetime. And this really spooked the market. The market dropped so steeply from Feb 21, 2020, when the US CDC announced that there is indeed a global pandemic. The market dropped to as much as 37% to 623.42 points in March 19, 2020, triggering a lot of circuit breakers. And I'm sure if you've been invested in the market back then, you've seen history as it unfolded. So, and you also have to take note, we are in the slide, we're showing 4,623.42 as our lowest. Pero the intraday low noong March 19 was actually all the way down to 4,039. So, grabe. It was indeed the black swan of our age, COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, after a crisis comes the recovery. And if you look at the right-hand side of the slide, you will see that the markets recover from past crises. They have a proven track record to recover from past crises, and even establishing new highs. Now, during the 1997 Asian financial crisis, it took 105 months to recover and hit the pre-crisis high. Noong 2000 political crisis and US tech bubble naman, it took 60 months. Noong 2008 global financial crisis, it took 23 months. Now, noong COVID-19, we're looking at two figures here. We're looking at the pre-crisis high, or the level that the market was at its highest before the pandemic was actually announced. And we're looking also at the all-time high, which is yung 9,000. So if we just look at the pre-crisis high, yung 7,369.78, the market actually took 20 months to recover. And on November 8, 2021, we closed at 7,396.22. Now, to the all-time high of 9,058.62, how long are we going to get there? We will just all have to find out. Okay, and hopefully that comes sooner than later. But those are of course our hopes, because looking at how the market is performing and where we are at today, you can see that there are still a lot of volatilities. Malikot pa rin ang market. The benchmark PSE index has been trading the 6,400, 7,100 range in the last month. And when I say in the last month, I mean May. And as of end May 31, as of May 31, 2022, the index closed at 6,700 174.68. That's actually down by 4.9% year to date. Okay, so though we have yet to return to pre-pandemic level, to reach that height again is definitely something to be pleased about, considering that the index has risen by a remarkable 46.5% from our low, yung 4,623.42 right here. So you can see na, you know, kahit hindi pa ito yung talagang gusto nating level na ma-achieve, this is actually something worth celebrating already. Assuming that you've invested, sometime along the way here, then, you should be happy with the market right now. And this is likewise helped by the narrow PSEI decline, nabawasan natin yung decline ng index from the decline measuring from the all-time high kung dito tayo sa 4,623 at the level where we are at nung May 31, you can see that that's actually around 25.21% lower from the all-time high, which is not really that bad. Now, if we look at where we are as of end of May compared to the highest close since the pandemic, so the highest close since the pandemic was recorded on Feb 9, 2022. That's 7502.48. We're actually just down by 9.7%. It's very far from the technical definition of being in the bear territory. So if you ask me, are we in another bear market? My answer there is no. So what we're seeing now is probably a market correction towards what I hope to be our road to recovery. Now, could we see another bear market, especially with the rising inflation caused by the ongoing geopolitical tensions between Russia and Ukraine? I certainly hope not. Sana hindi na tayo pumasok into another bear territory because of what's going on. I know everyone's concerned about the rising oil prices, and we of course want to have that end sooner than later. Okay, now with those things in mind, now that we've given context to the PSEI performance in the last 25 years, we've studied the different bull and bear markets that happened throughout the said period. Let me give you some market outlook and some investing strategies that you can take away after this presentation. So, yung mga analysts natin have projected that the market will rise in tandem with the economic recovery. So hopefully, itong mga rising oil prices, yung inflation na nakikita natin will just be speed bumps on our road to recovery, and hopefully the PSEI reach the 8,000 to 9,000 level soon. Because yan talaga ang measurement natin ng recovery. But we remain to acknowledge that there are a lot of factors that will slow down our recovery. Of course, the threat of the pandemic is still here. We still see rising cases because of new variants coming out. And we just hope that more Filipinos get their vaccinations, more Filipinos get boosted, because really yung response na pagla-lockdown is not sustainable. So we really have to learn to live with the pandemic. So having a vaccinated population who has achieved herd immunity, at least we can still go on with our lives, have the economy moving, and with that, have a faster recovery. Now, yung national elections naman that recently happened, it's very crucial to say the least. Election-related spending has boosted economic activity, kaya lang may inflationary risk din yun. Right now, we're not really sure if boosted economic activity would be something that we really want, considering that we have the threat of rising prices of basic commodities. Now, the good news is we remain to be under alert level 1. A lot were speculating that as we come near the election or after the election magkakaroon ng lockdown uli. Thankfully, hindi nangyari yon. And I'm also happy that the election was a success. And it's clear that the Filipino have given its mandate, pumili na ang Pilipino ng bagong leader. And the elected leader might not be my personal choice, but I'm still happy, by the way, kasi having a credible electoral outcome is very important. This will boost investor confidence in the Philippines. And now our president-elect has the very, very difficult task of charting the local economy to recovery. So many volatilities in the market. But we're happy to see also the economic team of the new incoming administration forming, and everyone, I think, is relieved to see those names. So I hope maging positive ang effect sa market, and I hope that their economic policies also prove to be successful. Now, talking about inflation, the threat of high inflation is still there. There is that rising commodity prices, oil in particular. Yung invasion of Russia and Ukraine is not really helping. We know that Russia is the second biggest exporter of crude oil and the world's largest natural gas exporter. May significant impact ito sa mga oil importing countries, including the Philippines. So, of course, rising oil prices will have a domino effect to the different commodities in the local economy. Now, the BSP, for its part, have already increased interest rates by 25 basis points to 2.25%. This is their way of curbing inflation. So having higher interest rates will reduce the supply of money in the market, therefore reducing consumption to hopefully control inflation. Problema lang, this measure also reduces the money that may be invested in markets, including the equities market. So the good news is the 25 basis points is somewhat already expected and factored in by the market. So hindi naman tayo masyadong naapektuhan. So given this, given the following, given these four scenarios that we are facing right now, ano bang mga sectors ang magandang tignan? So I'm sharing them at the screen. You look at the consumer sector, you look at the media and telecoms, you look at the banks, you look at the energy, and eventually the property sector. Now the property sector may slow down a bit, but yung commercial leasing activities kasi nagre-recover na. People are going back to their offices. People are starting to go out to the malls. So the REITs remain attractive to the investors. Banks will enjoy from the higher interest rate environment for sure. And we all know media and telecoms, work from home, our reliability on the internet has been higher than ever. So yeah. So all of these things, these are the sectors that you may want to look at. Now, key strategy moving forward, guys, if you ask me, just stay invested. If you haven't invested, start investing. In this day and age that we live in, cash is no longer king. Money that you keep in the bank will lose value over time. Sabi nga nila, if you want to preserve the value of your money, you have to grow it at a rate equal to inflation. And taas na nga ng inflation, lalagay mo pa sa bangko. I'm not saying that you should not keep money in the bank. You should have an emergency fund. But after the emergency fund is set, if you have excess funds or you have money to start growing yung excess funds ninyo, then you should look at ways to grow that money, invest that money. Kasi inflation is really the killer. It will erode the value of your cash. Now, why should you stay invested? Well, just look at the GDP numbers, the GDP figures. The Philippines has the fastest first quarter GDP growth for 2022, surpassing our neighbors and even China. Diba? So, ano na nga kasi yung sinabi natin kanina? Diba? Economic growth and the PSE index, both are directly correlated. So, kung tumataas ang GDP growth, then meron itong positive effect sa market natin. So I mean, that's one thing that we should look forward to. Ano ba ang mga pwedeng makatulong sa paglago ng ating ekonomiya? Yung mga economic reforms na ginagawa ng government natin, and of course, our competitive advantage. Kanina, I shared with you yung mga growing, hindi na nga stable growing OFW remittances and even our resilient BPO sector. So yan ang talaga mga new heroes natin. Now, the FDI, we're still lagging behind. Kasi ang main factor why investors are not directly investing in the Philippines probably is the high cost of power. So kung ma-reduce ang cost of power, we may see more FDIs in the Philippines. So while I say that you stay invested or start investing, so you do so by investing in high value companies. So blue chips are trading at relatively low prices. So what are blue chips? Ito yung mga PSEI constituents natin, the 30 of the biggest and most actively traded companies. I'm sharing the logos in the screen right now. Kung hindi ka makapamili saan dyan mag-i-invest, you just want to replicate the index, the fastest way to do so is to buy or invest in an ETF or exchange traded fund. Right now we have one, the First Metro Philippine Equity Exchange Traded Fund or FMETF. This is basically an index fund that is listed in the market. It tracks the PSEI. Okay. Also, don't forget the second liner. So yung mga mid-sized companies are also worth looking into. Recently, the PSE launched the PSE Mid-Cap Index. So there are 20 companies here, mga mid-cap companies. Yung mga wala sa PSEI pero second liners, ayan, nandito sila. And I highlighted the top 3 constituents in terms of year-to-date price gains. So nakikita nyo naman, the returns are actually very, very enticing. And of course, since we are in a volatile market, stock prices are not expected to go up every time. Malikot yan, taas-baba. So develop a portfolio of passive income. So invest in dividend-paying stocks. So meron tayong dividend yield index, nilabas ito kasabay nung PSE Mid-Cap Index. So 20 companies din ito na high dividend paying, no? And if you look at the top 10 constituents in terms of dividend yield, ayan, naka-display sila sa screen right now. I actually highlighted 5 companies. So ano tong 5 companies na to na hinighlight ko? Hindi naman sila talaga, arranged sa top 10. I highlighted them because coincidentally, they are also in the top 10 constituents of the dividend yield index in terms of price gain. So you see, if you select companies that carefully select companies, you can enjoy both price appreciation and dividend income. So it's really just you, the investor, doing your homework. And if you open accounts with very good stockbrokers, with good research teams, they can help in the screening process for you. And of course, the PSE continues to come up with products, just like the 2 new indices, to help the investors with their screening when they select companies to invest in. And of course, finally, I'd also like to discuss yung REITs. They're a new asset class. Bakit maganda mag-invest sa REITs? Well, the BPO, like I said earlier, one of the drivers of economic growth, and the BPO in the office sector, they are the most resilient property segment during the pandemic. So I'm just sharing here yung 6 na REITs that we have and the data as of May 31. So you can see the price increase of the REITs, well, except for one. But you can also see here yung mga dividend yields nila, actual dividend yields for 2021 and yung mga annualized for those that weren't able to do a full year 2021 dividend payout. And yung ine-expect naman natin na actual dividend yield for 2020. All right, so I guess I covered a lot. Medyo nag-overtime ako, pasensya na, but I hope it was all worth your time. Key takeaways lang, the Philippine stock market has evolved and grown in the last 3 decades. Kitang-kita nyo yan. Data and numbers, they don't lie. Meron tayong mga bust cycles, mga bear markets. They happen, they don't last very long. And if you compare yung bear markets, bull markets, we have more markets or even more years na mas up ang market kaysa down. No, and finally, I just want to reiterate that economic growth, development in technology, and the continuous reforms here at the PSE are some of the key reasons why you should keep on investing. And with that, guys, I'd like to thank you for listening, and just sharing here the screen right now. Our social media accounts, follow us on social media, and if you need to get in touch with us, the contact info are at the screen. And I will be joining the TGFI Finlit Summit live to take your questions after they play this presentation. So if you have any questions, I'll be there. Thank you.
Again, that was a very refreshing topic for our mga ka-TGFIs. Well, thank you, Sir John, for that very informative presentation, of course, that you were able to show us, how our economy is doing good. And again, going back live on screen, Sir John, for our Q&A portion. By the way, guys, if you have any questions for our speaker, just comment on our live stream. And Sir John, again, there are a lot of questions coming in, but let me pull in our first question coming from Benedict Shi. Ang tanong niya, Sir John, is, given the data in your presentation a while ago, how we will know if it's still worth investing in the stock market?
Okay.
Paano malalaman yan, Sir John?
Well, thank you, Aaron. Also, thank you dun sa nag-send ng question. My short answer to your question is yes. It is worth investing in the market, given the data presented in the talk earlier, and even considering what's happening in the market right now. Tandaan natin what's causing the volatility in the market these days. It's inflation. Yung pagtaas ng presyo ng bilihin. Philippine inflation in May stood at 5.4%. The central banks are raising the interest rates to help curb inflation. Last Wednesday, nagtaas yung Fed ng another 75 basis points or 0.75% to address the inflation problem. They're expecting the rates to further increase sa pagtapos ng taon. So it shows really a sign of an economic slowdown in the US. Ano naman ang sitwasyon natin dito sa Pilipinas? Well, we've seen the highest GDP growth in the region for the first quarter of 2022, and I hope that will be sustained in the second quarter. Inaantay ko rin yan. I'm very anxious to find out yung GDP numbers natin for Q2. BSP nagtaas ng 25 basis points nung May. It's the first time they did that since November 2018. Following itong Fed rate hike, potentially baka magtaas din sila this June. But our economy, I think, is strong enough to weather mga rate hikes. And the good news is we're not seeing any signs of the Philippine economy slowing down. You should expect more volatilities in the market. Nakita nyo naman, talagang the market has been trading sideways. Support levels are being tested, and pero always keep in mind the fundamentals, the economy, and how the index reflects the performance of the economy. So if economic numbers are continuously reflecting good figures, then investors should have something to look forward to towards the end of the year. I mean, ask yourself, would you rather keep your cash in the bank and let inflation destroy the value of that cash, or look for bargains in the market and ride the recovery?
Thank you for that very informative answer, Sir Jono. And you mentioned a while ago during your presentation that with regard to our newly elected officials, that they're here to take the lead again for the next few months, years, with our economy. Now, in relation to that, Carissa San Pedro asked, Mr. Garcia, do you think that the Philippine market will still be resilient in the next coming years, especially with the incoming new government officials?
You know, our market has always been resilient, and I just hope that the incoming government will have that additional push na mas maging resilient pa yung market natin. It all depends on the economic plans and policies of the incoming administration. Sa initial pronouncements nila, they are focusing on fiscal consolidation, poverty alleviation, and infrastructure spending. So I hope they implement this fast, and I hope that when they do implement this, they follow a prudent practice in national budgeting, wherein yung pagpopondo sa mga projects ng gobyerno would come from internal revenue. So tax reforms will have a lot to do in market resiliency, and it will also have an effect sa re-rating ng Pilipinas. Wag naman na sana tayong magdagdag ng external debt. That is something that I think we shouldn't be doing right now. But for the most part, I'm hoping that the market will continue to prove its resiliency, especially with the incoming administration.
Thank you for that, Sir John.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Sir John. At ang comment ka ni Marjorie Elago, emergency fund lang iwan sa banks, pero savings, i-prefer na i-invest na lang. Di ba?
Agree! Tama yan.
Tama naman.
Tama. Oo.
So, wag natin
Approve.
hayaang iwanan lang sa bangko namin, alam mo yun, na idol, no? So, invest po natin to sa stock market. Now, moving on with other questions coming from, let me pull up a question coming from Patricia Dones, no? May I ask, what is the best stock to invest right now? Ano nga ba, Sir John, ang best stock to invest right now sa Philippine market?
Yeah, marami kang choices, Patricia. But considering nga na volatile ang market ngayon, the analysts are saying that we should expect a recovery of the entire market towards the end of the year. We're looking at mga 7,000, 7,200 PSEI level. Yan yung if we are at that level, 7,000 to 7,200, we would be trading at 17 times PE, which is around the normal range of the PSE. Kaya lang, the direction from where we are right now, 6,331.56 tayo nag-close today, to where we want to be, it won't be linear, hindi diretso yan. So there will be ups and downs, volatility. So look for stocks that pay good dividends. So yung mga mataas ang dividend yield. Kanina sa presentation, nagbigay ako ng mga examples, hinighlight ko pa. Kung sino yung mga stocks na mataas na ang dividend yield, maganda pa yung stock price performance. So that can be your starting point. And of course, no, at the end of the day, Patricia, it's your choice as an investor. You buy the stocks because you become a part owner of the business. So do you believe that with the current condition of the market, the economy right now, yung mga particular stocks na tinitignan mo would thrive in this environment? So at the end of the day, it all depends on the investor as well and the confidence of the investor. And another point that I want to emphasize is we are in a volatile market. If you are thinking of doing short-term trading, I would discourage that kasi mahirapan ka. But if you are investing for the long haul, this is the time, we are at the time na kung hindi ka mag-invest ngayon, say 2 to 3 years from now, you will look back and tell yourself, sana namili ako ng mga panahon na yan ang bababa ng presyo.
Okay, thank you for that, Sir John. Sana nasagot ni Sir John yung katanungan ni Patricia. So with that, here's another question, Sir. Though I have a personal question though. No.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sir John, will there be a bear market anytime soon?
You know what, kanina, no? I was citing yung data natin ng as of end.
Sabi mo kanina, medyo parang we're in a good...
Layo pa. Sabi ko, nasa 9.7% tayo. And I just looked at the closing today, and we are actually down by 15.61% from the post-pandemic high, yung 7502.48 nung nakaraang February. So technically speaking, wala pa tayo sa bear market, wala pa tayo sa bear territory. We are actually sitting on one of the support levels. 6,300 is a support level. If this support level breaks, yung 6,300, ang next nating direction will be all the way down to 6,000. So we should closely watch this space. So any indication of a weakness in the market is actually an opportunity for investors to pick up. Now, we are getting close to negative 20% from our recent high. If we touch it, does it mean bear market? Not necessarily. But if it sustains, then potentially pwede. Pero I'm hoping not. And kaya nga very keen ako, Aaron, on the GDP numbers for second quarter. It's na, isa yan sa mga binabantayan. And of course, the inflation. Inflation remains our major catalyst in this market right now. So, bantay tayo sa presyo ng gasolina, presyo ng energy.
So, pantay pa yun, yung pagtaas ng gasolina ngayon.
Oo, bantay tayo kasi yan ang mga tinitignan natin eh. It will have an adverse impact on the equities market definitely. Tapos yung peso, isa pa sa mga kailangan nating tinitignan, yung pagbaba ng value ng peso. May positive and negative impacts yan sa bansa.
So you're saying, sir, na itong trend na to is not going down deeper pa?
If it breaks 6,300, then the next test is 6,000. We closely watch this space to see if is this the time to start picking up, to start building position, or at least recalibrating our investment portfolio. Because if it breaks 6,000, then yan yung worst case, Then I can say baka pumasok sa bear market. Pero right now, nakikita ko hindi eh. Kasi ilang beses sinubukang i-test yung 6,300 na level and we're still sitting on 6,300. So I hope not, Aaron. I hope not. Cross fingers.
Okay, thank you for that insight, Sir John. Now, here's a question coming from Nini. Hi, I am a newbie trying to learn about stock market. Just want to ask, in a bull market, are there many who will buy stocks if the price is high? How do we know when it is the right time to sell? Thank you.
Okay, well, in a bull market talagang yan. The bulls are parang out strengthening the bears, Mas marami kang buyers over sellers. So, ito yung time that the market is somewhat getting into the euphoria na everyone's happy, everyone's making money, kahit anong binibili nila, kumikita sila. I've seen it. I've been in at least one of the last two bull markets. So, parang lahat magaling. So, when is the best time to sell? When you're making enough to match your investment goals. So, yung iba, gusto lang nila up by 20%, benta na sila. Yung iba naman, they keep half of the investment and then yung half ibibenta na. So, they realize half of the gains and then yung half they keep para naman if the investment continues to go up, edi meron pa rin sila. So, really depends on the strategy. Now, if you're investing long-term, I'd like to quote si Miss Salve Duplito, is a good friend. Siya kasi, hanggat hindi ko kailangan, di ako nagbebenta eh. That's what she says. So, I think that's another consideration also for you, Nini. Naka-mute yata si Aaron, hindi ko siya marinig.
Okay. Sorry for that. Thank you again for Sir John for that. No, ang dami pang tanong, but I'll get a few more questions coming from our audience. A question coming from kanina pang active tong mga magtanong, si supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Ang haba, no?
Ang haba.
For those people po who wants to invest but is not a risk taker, ano pong maire-recommend yung investments na pwede sa kanila? Ayan.
Okay. Look for, definitely hindi stocks. So, yan ang sasagot ko sa taga-PSE ako and I'm telling you that. So, look for funds. no? Yung managed funds, professionally managed funds. The good thing about investing in mutual funds or UITFs, you have professional fund managers that will handle the portfolio for you, number one. And yun namang magi-interact sa'yo, you have professional financial advisors who will really sit down, get to know you, and ask you kung anong mga investment goals mo, and at the same time, susukatin niya yung risk tolerance mo. And with that, magsasuggest sila ng magandang investment product for you. But ano yan yung risk tolerance kasi ng isang tao, hindi yan fixed. So, nagbabago yan throughout. So, habang lumalalim at dumadami ang learning and knowledge mo about investments in the financial markets, tumataas din yung risk tolerance mo kasi naiintindihan mo na how the market behaves. And with that, from investing in managed funds, nag-graduate ka na to directly investing in equities, in fixed income, and personally managing your own portfolio. So, baby steps yan sabi nga nila, we crawl before we walk before we run. So, do it one step at a time.
Okay. Well, having said that, Sir John, a follow-up question coming from Love XP. So what platform shall we use to buy stocks? And how much is the minimum investment for beginners? And a follow-up question then, paano nga ba, sir, mag-invest sa stock market?
Okay. So, opening an account muna is the first thing that you have to do. So, there are a lot of stock brokerage firms. So, these are companies that engage in the business of brokering stocks. So, they buy and sell the stocks for their clients. Dalawang klase yung stockbroker. Meron kayong traditional, yung tinatawagan, and sila nag-execute ng order for you. And then you have the online. So, sa ating mga retail investors, mas gusto natin yung online kasi we have access doon sa market data and tayo na yung nag-execute ng order. So, especially if you're on the go. So, that's the first step. Open an account with the stockbroker. So, either traditional or online. Minimum investment, I just want to clarify, there is a minimum account opening depende sa broker. Some brokers require 5,000, some brokers binababa nila, nagpo-promo 2,000. Yung minimum amount na yun, that's just to open your account. Pero the amount that you will give, say 2,000 or 5,000, you can use that same money to buy stocks, to invest in stocks. Now, the minimum investment for a particular stock will depend on the price of the stock, and we follow a board lot system here at the PSE. So, may particular na presyo, may katapat na minimum number of shares. So, a particular price times the minimum number of shares, then that's the minimum investment. Depende yan So, it can go as low as a few thousand pesos, and it can go to as high as, say, 10,000 pesos and pataas, depende sa stock. Now, for you, for a stock transaction to make sense na makatipid ka sa transaction cost, then your hurdle is 8,000 pesos kasi may minimum commission tayo na 20 pesos per transaction and the commission rate is 25 basis points or 1/4 of 1%. So for you to be at par doon sa 25 basis points at when you're paying 20 pesos to your broker, dapat ang bawat transaction mo is at least 8,000 pesos in par. Yun. That is if you just want to maximize yung broker commission. But of course, you're not limited to 8,000. You can invest as low as 1,000, 2,000 pesos a month. That's not a problem.
Pero ito, sir, yung sinabi niyo minimum investment, let's say nag-invest ako, for example, I'm a beginner, nag-invest ako ng 5,000 pesos sa stocks. Pwede bang mawala yan? Pwede kang, alam mo yun, biglang, yung investment ko na 5,000, wala na bigla. Kasi bumagsak yung stocks.
Hindi siya mawawala bigla. But if potentially pwede siyang halos maubos into halos wala na siyang value, that is a possibility, but hindi siya mangyayari bigla, Aaron. It will take time. May mga iba kasing stocks na fundamentally nagbago na yung company behind that particular stock, so investors started selling that stock, and if you're left holding the shares, then yung value ng investment mo pwedeng bumaba. Pero hindi siya mangyayari overnight. No, it's not gonna happen that fast. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Dahil dyan, no, nag-reply si ang haba talaga. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Sabi niya, thank you po, Sir John. Okay, yes, sabi ni Marjorie Elago, yes, just take advantage of the low prices today.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Ayan, I'll get the last question coming from Nelson Olavier. What are your insights in the state of market in crypto right now, if possible, even fundamentally?
Well, it's hard to talk about fundamentals in crypto because we know that a lot of crypto products are highly speculative. Pero meron naman yung mga stable coins na naka-attach na sa mga currencies talaga. So, ako kasi hindi pa ako ganun ka totally sold sa crypto as an investment instrument for now. It is a very new product, still being developed in most markets, and I don't think we're ready for that yet, no, dito sa Pilipinas. Now, insights, nakita nyo naman ang volatility sa crypto napakataas. Wala sila nung mga limits, yung mga static threshold, dynamic threshold that controls the movement of the price, unlike in the equities market, no, dito sa atin sa stock market. So, if you are the investor na hindi pa naman ganun ka-knowledgeable about the financial markets, baka mabigla ka kung diyan ka magsisimula sa crypto. Marami akong mga nakikitang stories na ang laki na ng nalugi nila sa crypto. Even one country, I forgot the name of the country, wherein the head of state talagang gung-ho siya sa crypto and namili na maraming Bitcoin at a very high price. And ngayon, yung research mismo ng bansa niya, ang laki na ng binaba. So, I mean, if it can damage a sovereign country like that, how much more can it damage a retail investor like you, diba? So, might as well, in this very uncertain time, markets are volatile around the world. So, put your investments, put your money in relatively stable financial instruments. Yan lang ang ma-advise ko. Don't get me wrong, I'm very excited also sa mga possible use cases ng crypto. I'm just saying that the product is not mature enough.
And I agree on that, no, Sir John. At ang comment nga ni Realin Javier, mas maganda mag-invest ng mga bagay na mapapakinabangan mo in the right time you needed. Yes. Okay, and I think that completes our question and answer portion. At another comment coming from Love XPs. I love the lesson. Thank you so much, as I have learned as well from the books of Robert Kiyosaki. As he stated, savers are losers, so we must invest. Okay, so before we let you go, Sir John, any final or any parting words to our online viewers sa ating mga ka-TGFI?
Okay, thank you, Aaron, and thank you to our viewers for tuning in. Congratulations, because you're doing the right thing, the right step of educating yourself first, or continuously educating yourself if you've been in the market for some time already. If there's one thing that I want you to take away in this talk is to stay invested. If you haven't invested yet, start investing. You're not investing for today. You're investing for the future. Just keep that in mind. Thank you.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, mga ka-TGFI, sa ating mga online viewers. Thank you so much, Sir John, and for joining us today. And we hope you enjoyed our quick Q&A with our ka-TGFI. And there you have it. Again, mga ka-TGFI, thank you to all our speakers for joining us today. At sobrang dami po nating natutunan, no? And imagine, it's day 1 pa lang ng ating Finlit Summit. And please, do watch us again live tomorrow sa ating day 2 ng ating Finlit Summit 2022. And again, at this point, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our sponsors, BDO, First Metro Securities, and Sun Life. Our official media partners, CNN Philippines, Inquirer Group of Companies, and the Manila Times. Our official community partners, Financial Literacy PH, Junior Confederation of Finance Associations Philippines, Kumu, TikTok for Business, and The Bright Millennial. At sa mga nakatutok sa amin ngayon via YouTube and Kumu Live na hindi pa nakapag-register for our day 2, mag-register na po kayo guys. www.tgfiph.com/Finlit2022. So guys, hurry and register now. And again, we would like to take this opportunity to invite all of you sa aming pong upcoming event. That's OSHDA Affordable Housing Summit, uplifting the lives of everyone. Join us on September 9 and 10 for an incredible 2-day free summit hosted by the Organization of Socialized and Economic Housing Developers, PH, and the Global Filipino Investors. Learn from industry experts as they discuss topics about housing construction, home financing, best housing solutions, policy regulations, industry developments, and many more. Register for free, again, at www.tgfiph.com/AHS2022. And that concludes the first day of Financial Literacy Summit 2022. On behalf of the Global Filipino Investors, we would like to thank you all, and especially who actively participated today. Again, sa ating mga ka-TGFI, huwag po natin kalimutan mag-like, subscribe, and share our social media accounts sa Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TGF Investors. And you may use our official hashtags. Ang hashtag po natin, Finlit Summit 2022, hashtag Financially Literate PH, hashtag TGFI sa inyo po mga tweets, comments, or Facebook and Instagram stories. Thank you so much mga ka-TGFI, and we'll see you again tomorrow for another remarkable learning event with our Day 2 esteemed speakers. Keep safe, everyone, and see you tomorrow.
News and information should be balanced, fearless, and seamless, no matter when or where you are.
We put your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metrosec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart, and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metrosec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metrosec. Easily open your account today.
For richer or poor, in sickness and in health. Bro, ang saya maging bachelor. You're happy and definitely you are free. But you know what? When you meet that special someone, you'll know she's the one. Always keep an open mind and open heart, bro. There'll be a lot of adjustments along the way. Mag-share kayo ng lahat ng mga bagay. I mean, bahay, kwarto, banyo, kumot, a lot of things. But you know what? You also share your goals and dreams together. That's what's beautiful. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Kaya while you're young, you need to secure your health and your finances. And not just for yourself, okay? Just like what I have, with a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. With Sun Life as your partner in health, you can be sure you'll be ready for forever. And I'm telling you, it's worth it.
PJ, 30 years. Aabot ka ng 30 years sa showbiz. O umpisa pa lang yan. Sa simula ng career mo, maninibago ka pa sa schedule ng taping, sa stress, sa puyat. Pero have faith. Sobrang niyang fulfilling. Basta sabak lang. Go lang ng go. Grab every opportunity. Marami kang ma-accomplish. Hindi lang bilang artista at producer, pero bilang anak, kapatid, at oo, bilang tatay. Never stop pursuing your passions, pero take care of yourself. Maraming umaasa sa'yo, kasi tatanda ka rin. Kahit paulit-ulit na sinasabi sa'yo na, PJ, ba't parang hindi ka tumatanda? Kasi pag hindi mo alagaan yung sarili mo, just like that. Isang medical emergency lang, pwedeng mawala lahat yung pinaghirapan mo. Protect your health and finances with a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. Kapag Sun Life ang partner mo in health, tuloy lang. Yung passion mo to do more and to accomplish more in life. Maniwala ka, it's worth it.
Life is unpredictable. That's why I decided to get life insurance as a safety net to protect myself and my family. With BDO, I can protect them in case I can't do it myself. BDO nag-advise sa akin na mag-invest. My investments are growing while I'm still working. That's an incredible feeling of security, of having my investments in a bank that I trust the most.
News and information should be balanced, fearless, and seamless, no matter when or where you are.
We put your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metro Sec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart, and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metro Sec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metro Sec. Easily open your account today.
For richer or poor, in sickness and in health. Bro, ang saya maging bachelor. You're happy and definitely you are free. But you know what? When you meet that special someone, you'll know she's the one. Always keep an open mind and open heart, bro. There'll be a lot of adjustments along the way. Magsha-share kayo ng lahat ng mga bagay. I mean, bahay, kwarto, banyo, kumot, a lot of things. But you know what? You also share your goals and dreams together. That's what's beautiful. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Kaya while you're young, you need to secure your health and your finances. And not just for yourself, okay? Just like what I have. With a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. With Sun Life as your partner in health, you can be sure you'll be ready for forever. And I'm telling you, it's worth it.
PJ, 30 years. Aabot ka ng 30 years sa showbiz. O umpisa pa lang yan. Sa simula ng career mo, maninibago ka pa sa schedule ng taping, sa stress, sa puyat. Pero have faith. Sobra niyang fulfilling. Basta sabak lang. Go lang ng go. Grab every opportunity. Marami kang ma-accomplish. Hindi lang bilang artista at producer, pero bilang anak, kapatid, at oo, bilang tatay. Never stop pursuing your passions, pero take care of yourself. Maraming umaasa sa'yo, kasi tatanda ka rin. Kahit paulit-ulit na sinasabi sa'yo na, PJ, ba't parang hindi ka tumatanda? Kasi pag hindi mo alagaan yung sarili mo, just like that. Isang medical emergency lang, pwedeng mawala lahat yung pinaghirapan mo. Protect your health and finances with a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. Kapag Sun Life ang partner mo in health, tuloy lang. Yung passion mo to do more and to accomplish more in life. Maniwala ka, it's worth it.
Life is unpredictable. That's why I decided to get life insurance as a safety net to protect myself and my family. With BDO, I can protect them in case I can't do it myself. BDO nag-advise sa akin na mag-invest. My investments are growing while I'm still working. That's an incredible feeling of security, of having my investments in a bank that I trust the most.
News and information should be balanced, fearless, and seamless, no matter when or where you are.
We put your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metro Sec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First MetroSec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First MetroSec. Easily open your account today